Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. 1 minute remaining. Enemy about to score. Seconds remaining. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. declaring victory. Enemy team took the hill. 10 seconds. Enemy team took the hill. Overtime. Enemy team took the hill. Defeat.
Hello fans, and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We're live from Texas, and boy oh boy is it hot outside. I would be concerned for everybody there with sunscreen and making sure your Factor 50's on, but don't worry, because there is absolutely no sunlight in this building whatsoever, and it's exactly where you need to be right now, because DreamHack is an absolute vibe. The crowds have already been wild day one, and coming into day two, I expect nothing less than crazy. And speaking of crazy, my name's Lottie. I got clutch. I got on set. I got Brav.
The truth comes out.
I was wondering where that was going.
Boys, what a day one. I feel like we say this every single time we come into a day number two. That pool play has just surprised us, and it's just been so crazy across the board. But this time, honestly, there's been a couple of upsets coming forward, and I don't even know how we're going to approach this championship bracket based on what we're seeing here. I mean, so many things have been going on. And Wes, when you're looking across the pools, what's really catching your eye for the folks at home that might have missed day one?
Got to be TSM versus Optic and Envy versus SSG, but bettering both of those top seeds in their pools have made this championship bracket a complete mess. And I think we're going to learn a lot about players and teams' consistency as we get to that bracket, because yes, you created some upsets in pool play, but this is where the job really starts, right? Championship bracket. You do not want to go to Elim bracket early, because one of Shopify or Optic will be there, one of SSG and FaZe will be there, and those teams will start to knock off the lesser competition. So consistency is the name of the game going into day two.
It certainly is. We actually have Pool C still going on right now, which is why you can't see where the winners quarterfinals will be filled in here with Envy. But this is the winners side of things, and TSM versus Nemesis in that winners quarterfinals. Nemesis once again edging their way through the competition in another land, but TSM have been looking so good. This team have come in with a roster change, and we often say that one man can really make a difference. Well, this one man is Manny, and he has been so great for this roster. And I think really in terms of chemistry here on set, I think the dynamic he brings to this team, coming back together after 2 years, it's like they never really were apart, and they've just picked up where they left off.
Yeah, haven't missed a beat. I think it's been really impressive what we've seen from TSM so far, and I think that they're going to be a team to watch, and what an opportunity they have. You look at that side of the bracket and you look at the teams that are on it, and I mean this with the greatest of respect to those teams. There is a run at top three here. You know, there's a run at guaranteed top three for one of these teams, and the big series obviously is the first one against Nemesis, I think, for them. That's going to be a real back and forth series, but TSM, they've looked amazing so far. They beat Optic. I'm excited to watch what they do today.
I'm very excited to watch what they do. I think, honestly, I've got my eye on Druck. I think Druck had a phenomenal performance yesterday. He's going to really need to step things up today, heading into the champ bracket, to really push the boundaries, I think, and head on through that winner side of things, sailing into, hopefully, a grand final position at some point. But we do also have another battle happening on the winner's bottom half here. FaZe Clan versus Space Station. Now, FaZe, they have been on a tear once again. A very clean pool play from them, coming into things in Arlington with a very similar kind of look here, and championship bracket finding themselves against Space Station Gaming, who, you know, are looking a little bit lackluster at the moment. Brav, how are you feeling about FaZe, and potentially this winners quarterfinals could be a really big kind of push for them going forward?
Yeah, certainly. I think that, let's not forget, in Arlington, they're also 9-0 in pools, right?
Yes.
This team has done well in pools this year, so I think they're kind of firing exactly where they expect it to be, with a very similar record. If you're on the FaZe side, I think you can't take SSG lightly, but they're probably already thinking, okay, let's lock in, let's play the best we can against SSG so that we show up in a better way against the winner of Optic Shopify. And it's pretty wild how these teams, they just can't avoid each other in the bracket. We were catching up with Frosty today, last shot today, and it's just like, it's wild how your top four now for the second time are just finding each other in the bracket early on yet again.
I will say this is going to be a big game for FaZe SSG. They didn't manage to match up last time in Arlington, and FaZe taking that third spot, I think there were a few mumbles from SSG fans saying like, hey, well, FaZe had a great bracket, they had a clean run, they didn't get to face Space Station Gaming. Who knows what could have happened? Who is the true third and fourth? We're going to get to see that duke out on the main stage, Wes.
Yeah, and on the SSG side, I think if you're going to play any of the top four, FaZe is who you've had the most success against. They have beaten them at the case on land. They do well against FaZe in scrims. So SSG, this is a very winnable series to right all of the wrongs that feel like they're going on amongst the boat right now. So big series for SSG to come out, play their game, and they can beat a team like FaZe, but they're going to need to play better than they did yesterday in order to do so.
Yeah, they had a tough day yesterday. SSG looking, I don't know, a little bit lazy, to be perfectly honest with you. The shots just not kind of flowing like you would normally see with their 1v1s, even 2v1s. The teamwork just wasn't there. I don't know what to make of it. I will say though, coming into this day number 2, they start things off with the open bracket team with Alpha, and they did 3-0 them, and I actually did see in chat that people were saying that was so fast I didn't even know what happened. So that's good. That's a good little bit of confidence, I think, heading into day number 2 in the second day here for Champ Bracket. But going up against FaZe, honestly, what do you need to see out of this team heading into this first match where they're really in a deeper water here? I
think it's belief in each other. It's very... You could get into the weeds of the technicalities of it, but I think you've got to pull yourself out of the we're not playing well mentality and trust your teammates. You've got to believe in the calls that they make. You've got to back the calls up. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to just believe that the players who are sat alongside you are the ones who are going to carry you through this bracket and get you towards that grand final. And I think for SSG, game number 1 is going to be so important. I think if they can get a 1-0 lead in that game against FaZe, they're going to feel confident they can go on and take it. If they go down by 1, all those bad thoughts start to come back again. So for SSG, that game number 1 is going to be huge. It
certainly will indeed. We're waiting, of course, for that elimination round 1 in the upper part of the elimination bracket. We'll find out what happens in Pool C. But that is exactly where everybody will fall if they do fall short today here in the winners side of things. We do have our main stage getting set up and ready to go for our first one of the day in the Champ Bracket. It's Shopify versus Optic. This is going to be a banger. And once again, it's very historic. It seems to be where they meet every single time because that bracket seems to break always through pool play, and they find themselves up against each other very early on. In Arlington, things went the way of Shopify Rebellion, but Optic had their way in the entire tournament by the end of things in the grand final. Another rematch on the cards here. How are you feeling about Optic Gaming, West? Because they did slip up yesterday. We didn't want to see that from them day 1 coming into this tournament, but they did. How do you think the bounce back is going to be here? I think the bounce back is going to be strong. If you remember back in Arlington when these two matched up in winners bracket round 1, it was actually a team nade that really decided the entire series in that game 2 on Solitude. So Optic know kind of what's in front of them. They know that this is a grand finals matchup in winners bracket round 1. Yes, they didn't play as good of Halo as they wanted to yesterday towards the end of the night, but they started off the day well. And if I know anything about Optic, they're confident in their bounce back opportunity here. Space Station had Shopify had their hands full with an Optic team that knows they don't want to go down the same road they had to go down in Arlington.
I mean, one thing you can guarantee from this series, if you've been watching these two teams go back and forth since they came together, this is going to be a series that probably goes the distance, right? It is going to be probably a game 5. It is going to be games that are decided by a second or so of ball time or a flag. It has always been a real spectacle. So if you're walking past DreamHack right now and you want to check out some of the best Halo in the world, this series is going to provide that. All 4 players on both teams know what's on the line here and know that they have to be at their absolute best to come out on top in this series.
Really curious where the Slayers go between these two, and not just because it has been the theme in Arlington and beyond, but we got to catch up with Lashot this morning. And specifically, he highlighted just how little Slayers they played leading up to Arlington. Almost none in scrims. Maybe 1 a scrim, as a lot of teams were doing. And my God, did it ever bite them. They lose every single Slayer in Grand Final 2 by like 15. They just get blown out. So he talked to us. He said Slayers has obviously been the focus. And I'm not only looking at this series, but all weekend long, how are the Slayers going to go between these two? Because, you know, people can say that there's so many game types we have to play the OBJs, but let's not forget, every Slayer plays differently. And I think over the course of the years in Halo Infinite, pro teams forgot that these Slayers play differently on a per map basis, and I think they're remembering once again. If you take a look at the series rewind, Slayers were the name of the game again for Shopify the first time they met in Arlington.
They certainly were indeed. You can see that second map there as well. Slayer Solitude, that got awfully close. Very, very dicey, that teammate. It meant everything to this series. That Slayer Origin obviously not getting as close anywhere near kind of in terms of the rest of the series here. I don't know whether Optic just kind of ran out of firepower or Rebellion were feeling themselves, but that just cannot happen. You go all the way to game 5, you got to fight back, and like you said, Rob, that's going to be a big one here for Optic Gaming. You know, I'm thinking about Optic and Shopify Rebellion, and in terms of what you can expect from the two, well, you really don't have a clue. There's no way to really analyze the two of them. It's really all about individual skill, who's popping off when, who's got the better of each other on the day, and who honestly has the power weapons. If you see one of the teams with all the power weapons in their hand, they have the full control of the map. There is nothing you can do. You can be the best Halo player in the world. It is so difficult to move when you have somebody like Optic or Shopify with that in their hands. For me, I'm looking at the strategy of how they cope with that, because it's going to happen no matter what. One team's going to get them, the other has to cope with it. How do you then squeak that back? How do you then counteract what they're doing with the firepower on that side? And how do you get that snipe back in your hands? I'm looking for the strategy there individually, how you work as a team to make sure you alleviate that pressure and then put it into your own hands. I'm really excited for a back and forth series here. Let's talk about Rebellion though, because they need to win this event. I think they need to win this event for their confidence, for their headspace, and for their young guns, because their young guns need all the belief in the world for the rest of this season that they can lift a trophy at the end of the World Championships. And getting an accolade like this would be huge for them going forward with confidence. Wes, how do you see things picking up the pieces here, Shopify Rebellion, making sure they're on their A game, they're doing what they do best, and they get to the end of the road in the grand finals?
Yeah, I think you touched on it. Power weapon control is going to be massive. You need to see Frosty end up with some of those S7s, especially on the asymmetrical maps where there's only one. You got to fight for that, and I think we've seen the damage Optic can do this weekend already. They put on some of the top 10 clips, I'm sure, in pool play. The damage that they do when they get those snipes is unreal. Guess what? Shopify had those same monsters on their side as well. Frosty, one of those guys. Last shot, I mean, Roll 2, probably the most prolific sniper in the game at this point. I mean, it really is a battle of superstars on both sides. Big-time players make big-time plays in big-time games, and this doesn't get any bigger because when you knock one of these two teams into the elimination bracket, you don't have to see them for potentially the rest of the tournament. So right now, it's time for superstars to show up and make moments and make sure their team gets across the finish line, at least in this best of 5.
Two beasts on the stage. Who has the edge in this quarterfinal? We'll have to find out. We're heading into our intros with both of our teams on the main stage. It's Optic versus Shopify.
This is the matchup everybody wants to see, and we get to see it early in the winners bracket. Shopify Rebellion and Optic Gaming have been going back and forth ever since this season got underway, and now we will see one of them fall down to that elimination bracket. It is the perfect way to start bracket play here in Dallas on a Saturday.
A little bit of Saturday deja vu coming at you here. These two teams, we knew they would meet yet again. However, we did not know they would meet so soon. Once again, Shopify versus Optic, due to Optic with a 50-49 Game 5 loss to TSM, puts them the second seed in the pool and makes them face now their biggest rival in the Halo Championship Series early on in your winners quarterfinal.
This is your 1 and 2 from Arlington, the first major of the year. It's your 1 and 2 from the KSAT Invitational that started before the season even got underway, and it is 1-1 if you look at those grand finals. But when it comes to HCS tournaments, it's Optic who have that win under their belt. Shopify Rebellion would love nothing more than to send Optic down to that elimination bracket early, and we're starting off with a little bit of neutral brom here on Aquarius.
Fantastic map to start things off here. Going to be an absolute bloodbath, and as we said, Shopify Rebellion taking the winners quarterfinal in Arlington. However, suffering a grand finals loss in the first series and a Game 7 loss in the second series as well. Optic with the momentum from that tournament. However, you got to think from pool play, the momentum has completely swapped over as Shopify comes out with the first seed.
All right then, DreamHack, this is going to be a series to remember. Legend on your screen right now, and Shopify Rebellion finding themselves 3 in the death screen early. You can see a couple of players trapped in the back of the base. Bomb is being progressed up towards the front of the Shopify base, and Legend is hunting. Still 2 dead here for Shopify.
Wow, 6 kills off the rip there, as you see a 4 dead followed by a 2 dead now, and fridge spawners as well. They're going to get split spawns here.
Well, we're trying to stay alive. There is a player who has spawned, like you say, and split away from that fridge spawn. Shopify trying desperately. Look at that straight from last shot, by the way. Wiggling left, wiggling right. Managing to hit the perfect shots as well. Shopify doing a pretty good job, actually, to defend this push from Optic. It felt like Optic had control for around 30 seconds there, but just couldn't get that bomb inside the base.
Like that fadeaway seeker there from last shot. Heck of a way to get out of dodge. 2 dead for Optic, though, so finally a response from Shopify in terms of the aggression. It's 3 dead, 4 dead for Optic against 2 players alive for Shopify. That'll give them a moment to breathe.
Bomb already being progressed towards the closet here for Shopify Rebellion in a cycle. The youngster who would have felt heartbreak, having lost that grand final. Well, now he's picking up a double kill and clearing the way for that bomb to move in. It's not just 2, he might be able to turn 3 here as Formal. He's trying to get back in towards his base to stop this bomb going in. A killing spree for last shot as well. Bomb is down, but a couple more kills needed here for Shopify before they think about getting that arm.
It's a hero stop from Renegade. Renegade was last player alive, top mid. He jumps out front base to get the stop on the arm. Otherwise, that thing would have been gone already. Big play from him to keep the team alive.
Optic have done a phenomenal job. Like you say, Renegade, the catalyst for that defensive play, but most importantly, they've got that bomb out of the base. And if you're watching for the first time here, you're walking past, you're wondering how the game type works, you have to get that bomb into your opponent's base, hold it in that arming zone until you get it armed and you get that point on the board.
Yeah, speaking of, we find ourselves in a great place here in DreamHack. If you're not in the room with us, just to paint the picture, to our right, one of the largest CS tournaments of the year. To our left, an enormous Call of Duty tournament as well. So to have Halo here right in the smack dab middle of a fantastic first-person shooter fest is pretty amazing. It's been a great weekend so far, and to be honest, we're just getting started with the Halo action here in bracket play.
We've had upsets, and now we have the 2 biggest teams in the league going up against each other early on in the winner's side. Camo did get picked up by Renegade there, but wasn't really able to put it to too much use, but Optic is starting to progress that bomb through the closet themselves. As Legend tries to hunt down a couple of one-shots bottom middle. Finds one onto Cycle, is 2 dead here for Shopify. Optic have the numbers, and they have the opportunity to move this objective in towards the Shopify base as Legend finds another. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion.
Formal going to keep advancing this. They may need 1 to 2 more kills to finish this arm, and they know it. Look at the drop and shoot here.
Formal's going to find 1. Might be able to move this one in as well. Formal will actually get 2. There's 1 player top middle at the moment who's putting pressure on. It's Frosty, who's not only staying alive, but outputting damage. Formal gets the trade. 3 dead for Shopify, but 3 dead for Optic as well.
Legend's there.
But the respawn's already coming in here for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle's trying to just buy some time, and even though he does get down, last shot's moving in here to clear out the base. Shopify again, kind of repeating what Optic did in their base and managed to make a last-second defensive stand.
Notice the importance there of Frosty top mid yet again. That's the 2nd time in this game the bomb is arming yet again. That's a big touch from Renegade.
Renegade's going to try and arm this one. Cycle goes down as well, thanks to Formal. It's 3 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Stop! Frosty gets the stop though, but that bomb is pretty close to being armed.
Wow, Frosty also gets good damage on Formal, and he has spawners as well. It's a big stop again from Frosty. Back-to-back stops is one of the last players alive.
And they will get that bomb out of the base, so it's Shopify Rebellion who hold on by the skin of their teeth inside the base. That was a real opportunity for Optic Gaming to score, but just one they couldn't take.
Man, the first instance was Frosty top mid. He got very key damage, which allowed the util spawner to go util bridge, kill Formal right away. Then, as you said, Optic gets a last-second touch with that bomb. It looks like they had it done, but Frosty wins a very key 1v1 and then gets good damage on Formal to buy them more time once again. So back and forth here, complete tug-of-war off your opening 4.5 minutes.
Another camo goes the way of Optic Gaming though, but 2 players have fallen. Even though Legend was output a huge amount of damage, Cycle being a nuisance, Legend still hitting his shots. A Royal 2 for Shopify now last alive, and Optic have a chance with 4 dead on the Shopify side to maybe get this first bomb armed.
This should be good timing-wise. They might have to front up here. Last shot gonna go top mid.
Nades coming!
Good nades! Great
Get
nades.
backed off! Last shot goes top mid,
again.
it's 4 dead for Optic, and
Wow.
again! Shopify just hold on!
What a stop. Only 2 players were alive when the arm began. Fridge spawners and pink spawners, and last shot wastes no time for the top mid angle, and they have perfect nades off the pillar from the fridge.
Optic probably looking back on these opportunities and thinking, what went wrong? Seem to have all the pieces in place to get that bomb down, get that point on the board. Royal 2 now last alive for Shopify. Again, looking across the statistics at the moment of the players, it's Formal leading the way here for Optic, 15 and 9 for Matthew Piper.
Yeah, Optic so far with a little bit of a slaying lead, but as you've seen, still netted up here 0-0, and Shopify finding a good bit of momentum. A perfect trade there, a rare one, by the way. Let's get into a listen in here with Shopify.
Above you, above you. You are dead. One. Watch out, Legend. Legend, go corridor.
Yo, camo 10, guys. Camo
Nice,
10.
get up.
Camo 10.
Yo, top B on nades, and then looking for 1 probably. No, let's go this week out. Yo, RP1, weak.
I'm trying to
RP1, hit him 3 times, guys. Watch up, P1. Yo, one shot.
Watch your core weak, guys. Core still, guys. Charge up.
Yeah, break.
Still there.
To the break, guys, to the break. They have
Wait, one more break. Car one. They're break car one. They're break car one.
Front face.
We got running bomb margin. Car three. Car three.
Camo's down their brick.
RB weak. I mean, one shot.
Nice. Camo's down.
Yo, man, red bomb. Got a melee.
Dead. Good shit, guys.
Nice. Yo, I'm trying to get. We got the gen. First guy the gen. 2 up. Two. Walker, I'll shoot. To the gen, prison. Yo, Matt, just hold it. Don't juggle. To the gen. Makes it. What you do? 2 1 shots right now. 2 1 shots. He probably went back. 2 went flank. Nice. Keep looking. Okay, I'm hitting brick. We got gen pressing now. Going to brick. They're break. Yo, one shot. I got you.
Let's got their engine.
Two dead.
Flex one.
He's gonna go shocks. They love shocks. Yo, they're brick right now.
Well, Shopify, as you would imagine, incredibly intense in those comms. You saw Renegade actually trying to go for a little sneaky plant there, so Optic trying all the tricks at the moment, but still, neither team able to get that bomb armed.
Look at Formal, by the way, 20 and 12 at this stage. The next closest is 14 kills. Actually, Frosty just hit 15, but still, that's quite a margin to be +8 and tied for most assists in the game. It's a great start for Matthew Piper.
Well, Formal having to play a little bit slow here as Shopify have the majority of the map in their control. You can see they're trying to move the bomb through the courtyard, but that'll be slowed down as Bound not only picks up one, but finds himself a little double kill as well. Last shot pushes out and wins the fight against Formal. And now down on car 1, you can see Renegade wins his. The bomb is down car 1 at the moment. I think Optic are trying to move this through the car side.
Bound desperately trying to stay alive, but they sniff him out, and you heard it during the listen-in. 3 dead, by the way, for Shopify. You heard it during the listen-in. Finding that last player and making sure that the priority kills coming in really has been a theme for both teams, and as you can tell by the scoreboard, after nearly 8 minutes of play, they've both done it very well.
2 dead hit for Shopify. Bomb is on the Optic side of the map as well. Cycle's trying to fly out to help clean up Legend. He manages to do so, but Shopify still lacking numbers on the map. Cycle and Royal 2 still in the death screen. That allows Bound to just take a little bit of a sneaky angle here. He's going to get the beat down, but not the kill. But here comes Renegade. He'll find one. Frosty was no shields, but Renegade not having any shields back as well does not want to trade in this scenario.
Similar to what we saw yesterday, despite Optic leading in the Slays. Of course, it was Fortress yesterday, but still, despite leading in the Slays, having to work very, very hard to get these arms on the board, and it feels like the first bomb likely to take the win here.
3 minutes, 30 seconds left on the game clock as well. Frosty finds one in his base. Renegade's going to try and get maybe the double melee with that bomb in his hand, but instead, again, it's going to be Shopify inside of their base who are just doing such a good job to stop the Shopify pushes, the Optic pushes onto their base. Frosty, once again, makes sure to trade in and around his base. The bomb is still down. And no team really has enough control to move that in towards the base right now.
Well, we still have 3 minutes left on the clock here. Still a lot of time to play. Let's get into an Optic listen and see what they're up to.
Last guy.
Jet Frosty weak, on flag. Flag weak, Frosty.
One shot the shrooms.
Watch out, flag, roll 2 up, salute, spin out. You guys spin out.
Watch that back stream. See one shot back stream.
They haven't pinned right now.
Watch out, I think, guys.
Yeah, they could be up P.
P1, watch out.
Watch out, Frosty.
P1 weak.
Flag also.
Cycle.
You guys need to kill P1.
They're street. I can't. He's like bottom center. Car 1, bounce you right.
Alright,
Play live. Just play gen together.
Go high.
Good. Another one. Car behind you guys.
Hey, one high, Sebri. Yeah, other one's high, mind you.
Go down, Jim.
Our big cycle. He's gonna kill me. Weak our gen. Our flag. Cycle weak. To your left, bounce to your left. You shot our gen guys and one moving bomb.
Moving bomb, L2. Camel guys.
I hear. They're gonna try to hold.
They have it.
I'm gonna car gen bound. Shots weak. Good gen.
I'm running back. Got one. They still have camo.
Yo, P2 also.
That might be camo, guys.
You guys can go car. Two shot.
No, one thing.
Our fridge roll 2.
Orange is done.
We don't know where camo's at.
I'm bomb weak, guys.
Nice, Sean. Yo, our fridge roll 2.
Yo, car 2. Yo, camo's up on engine. Jumping up behind you, Sebri. Jumping up behind you. Yeah. Shoot. Your first guy, Matt.
Optic on the back foot here inside of their base as we come out of the listening back into the gameplay, and last shot getting another touch on that bomb. Means that Optic are going to have to make some defensive plays here, and Formal having to play this one slow and patient in the back of his base.
Moments ago, you heard the reaction from Optic as Renegade got that kill solo in the util. It was a big one, and once again bought them a lot of time, but Formal's able to get a toss out, stay alive for the time being. Cycle likely going to try to move that bomb as fast as he can. Big
Renegade get damage, finds one somehow in that situation. How vital could that be? Legend finds another one inside of the base, and Optic trying to hold on as we enter the last 60 seconds of regulation time here. Bound should be able to get the second on the Frosty, but Frosty manages to evade the grenade. The bomb is out of the base. Most importantly, last shot, last alive, and Optic have got eyes on him as well.
Back-to-back spawns where Renegade gets a kill and essentially in a 1v4. And now allows them to push up the map here. 39 seconds left, maybe one last-ditch effort before overtime.
So Shopify in a familiar situation, which is trapped in the back of their base as the bomb moves through the car side. Bound hits a beautiful looking shots onto Royal 2, and maybe that kind of play is the opening that Optic need. Everybody from Shopify is trapped in the back of the base here. Last shot finds one.
Wow.
Bound will find an opening though, and that bomb is perilously close to the arming spot.
Wants to stay alive here. We can. Staying alive is huge here. 2 dead for Shopify.
2 dead for Shopify. Royal 2 gets a double kill though. Bound will get the killing spree. But there's no one from Optic close enough for that bomb to get it inside of that arming zone and get it armed again. Again, Shopify Rebellion at times have held on in this game.
Camo grab, by the way, as overtime begins. Next bomb, of course, will win. But if Royal 2 can stay alive here, as it's now a 2v2 on the map, this would be a big opener if they can continue moving the bomb.
3 dead here for Optic. Formal gets a kill just to give Optic space to get back on the map once again. Royal 2 is trying to make sure that this camo is as effective as it can be in this time, but he's been spotted out. Bound wants to trade, but you're not going to get it as the shots from Royal 2 are crispy.
Very crispy. You almost wondered if he kind of meat shielded him there, and Formal might have even tagged him once as well in the back. But regardless, it's a very clean win. 2 dead for Shopify yet again.
See that bomb in a pretty neutral position, just ever so slightly in the territory of Shopify Rebellion. They're trying to move it, Optic here through bottom middle, but they need some kills before they do so. 2 minutes now left in overtime. Like you said quite rightly, next plant will win. Or are we going to have to go to double overtime here?
Certainly possible with the way this one has gone. And Bound and Formal, by the way, 1 kill away each from a 30 bomb. Legend, your last player alive for the 2nd time in a row. This would be a big trade, doesn't get it, which means luckily Renegade off spawn is able to clean that up. Otherwise it would have been a little bit dire for Optic Gaming. 135 left in overtime.
Bomb is down on the car side. Royal 2 is behind enemy lines here, doing so much damage. Bound taken down to no shields, but still stays alive long enough to have an influence on the second fight. Formal's going to find one inside of the base as well, and at the moment, Shopify need a big play here from last shot. He finds one. He doesn't get the beat down onto Renegade, which will cost him the opportunity of the double kill, and maybe the path to be carved for Shopify to look for an arm. Camo comes up, Renegade's gonna grab it.
That was a 2v2 in the back of the base yet again. Renegade gets a kill that you should say certainly should have been a trade yet again. And now he's got the camo. This would be absolutely heartbreaking if he turns that 2v2 now into an arm. We'll see what they can do, but he's about to flank behind him.
I mean, that bomb was about to get reset bottom middle, but Cycle got a really important touch on it to keep it in the possession of Shopify Rebellion and deep into the Optic Gaming half of the map. So Shopify can be able to push up onto this, but they still don't know where Renegade is with this camo. And he is using that bomb as bait. It's going to be great damage, great output, and great patience as well from Renegade here.
2 dead here, 30 seconds on the clock. They need to have this thing moving now. 3 dead. Last player alive looks like going to be a top pink player. World 2 up there. They'll finally get taken down. Now pink spawn's coming in.
Nade comes in. Frosty wins that fight, but he's going to be taken down. Cycle, he gets taken down. Optic making a last-ditch attempt to get the bomb arm. It's 3 dead for Shopify. The bomb goes in with 15 seconds left on the overtime clock, and Optic will be up by 1 and win by 1.
Just when you thought we were going to a double OT, Optic Gaming finds the pieces in the back of the base. What a drop and shoot there to prioritize the kill. You need to do that on Aqua Bomb. That's exactly what they did. The Green Wall fans in the building are happy. And as you can see, they are a many as the crowd goes all the way back.
We told you it'll be close. I mean, that's the perfect indication of what you can expect to see from these two teams. We go into overtime, and it goes down to the last 15 seconds of overtime to get 1 point on the board, 1 bomb armed. How many times did we see what felt like situations that would turn into bomb arms not happen because of brilliant defensive plays in both bases? But I think upon reflection there and I would say pressure up on the map. Optic probably come away from that one thinking they deserve to win that game.
I think so. Formal 34 and 25, Bound 33 and 29. Both players there, and look at Bound breaking 10K damage in the overtime period. And I agree, Optic outslaying clearly, as you saw, also out damaging. And in the end, in the final 15 seconds, managing to find that bomb arm. Really, the baiting and the switching and the timing was finally what they needed. The hometown crowd likes what they saw. But I think we should mention, with the exception of Grand Final 1 in Arlington, every single time these teams have played, it has essentially gone to a Game 5 or a Game 7, and that could even be extended into scrim results prior to the season.
Yes.
So we were expecting this between these two. It's always this close, and Game 1 was no exception. We'll take a look at some of the highlights.
Yeah, a lot of these are going to be defensive highlights. It'll be players trying to stop the arms going in. It'll be last-second plays. That was Formal early on trying to get that bomb plant, and we saw the couple of bank nades coming off those fridge spawners, managing to flush him out just as it felt like Optic were in position. Another example of it here. Frosty, last alive, by the way, flies through to stop that bomb being armed. And once again, Optic in this kind of position. This is the position. Look at these nades that will come in.
Look at perfect pillar nades off the fridge. Oh, man. There's a reason you practice those nades. You should know every single nade from every part of fridge and pink 1 so that you can stop those arms, and that's exactly what they do.
This is the final moment of the game where this bomb arm was picked up, though. Bound wins a big fight in the back of the base against Cycle, stays alive long enough to output damage. Formal's there to back his buddy up. And then Bound tries to play meat shield here and manages to just about do so. Then we head into overtime. And it's Renegade trying to make a difference in the back of this space. It was so close so many times. And you felt like Optic in this moment, maybe it was going to slip through their fingers again, but it's Legend and Formal combining through that big final kill and the pop-off from Legend as well. He's hyped about it.
Yeah, look at this. The entire team, actually. And that tells you just how much is on the line in this rivalry. Formal doesn't pop up and stand up and talk trash for just anything, right? And this is only a Game 1 in the bracket. The fact that he's standing up and exchanging words down the side of the stage, we're not kidding when they say this is a bad blood rivalry. The results have certainly indicated it this year so far. Optic Gaming take game number 1, 1-0. Get ready for a Game 2 Slayer. And as we said, Slayer has been the difference maker between these two teams all year long so far. And I'm not kidding when I say I have never been so excited to watch Slayers between a team, right? Oftentimes you look at these as kind of the Game 2, the Game 5. They have to be in the series lineup. Now I think it's quite different. I'm excited to see these teams play Slayer because it is going to be every single moment, every single opening, every single push. It's going to play a lot differently because there's so much on the line here, and both teams know how important the Slayers are.
Yeah, the difference between getting a trade and not getting a trade is something that really is magnified when you have these Slayer game types between two teams who are so insanely talented and so insanely well matched against each other. So keep an eye on situations where a player maybe shouldn't get a trade but somehow manages to get out of a situation. Either a stick, either a beatdown, whatever it might be, to get out of a situation where it feels like you're at a disadvantage and get a trade can be the difference maker. Keeps a game close, keeps players on the map, or if you don't get it, all of a sudden 2-3 dead becomes 8 kills in a row. That's how good these teams are.
And it's often the case in objective, but is of course magnified because each of those will actually amount on the scoreboard, right? Getting a trade and an OBJ to get a little more space. Things like that make such a big difference in terms of your map presence and map composition. Here though, like you say, if you're able to keep things even and you're getting your trades, you can always look forward to the next battle. If that happens 2 or 3 times, right, you're down by 6 or 8, as you had mentioned. So keep an eye on teams being even more disciplined with their deaths. Expect the game to, at times, slow down to a crawl while each team figures out how they want to play the camo, for example. You're going to see a lot of kind of speed changes and a lot of dynamic gameplay coming out of these two teams as they start to realize just how important the Slayers are going to be. Like we talked about earlier, sitting with Last Shot this morning and talking, he's like, listen, those grand finals are always going to have 3 Slayers. And if we're not on top of our Slayer game, we're going to lose them. They know that now. Slayer has been prioritized in the scrim lineups. We're seeing much, much more of them in scrims because of that. And now we'll have to see, has the work paid off for both of these teams? Where are they both at with their Slayer game?
Also want to touch upon how important the coach's role is going to be for making sure that teams are set up in and around the shock rifle and the camo when they come up. The last thing you want to be doing here is finding yourself in a situation where you're losing 2 or 3 about 10-15 seconds before that camo is coming up. You give up not only map control, but also access to getting that power up, or at least keeping it out of the hands of your opponent. And when you've just seen on that map that we just had, Aquarius, how close the two teams are, giving them something extra, it can be a huge swing of momentum for both of these teams on which way this game is going to go. But Optic find themselves 1-0 up in the series at the moment. Shopify need to answer back in this game to Slayer.
First meeting of the two in terms of a Slayer since that epic grand final Game 7 bracket reset. We'll see who has the Slayer edge here. We're underway.
Well, Bound is doing all sorts of things inside the tower there. Gonna be 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. It's a great start for Optic Gaming because Formal not only gets the camo, but also gets the shock rifle. And the grapple, as if he needed anything else.
Yeah, and guess what? Barely gets out. Really nicely played by Formal. Shopify tries to pick him off at the pass, but instead it's Formal who rotates with the snipe for a new angle.
2 kills the difference between the two teams. It gets a little bit wider, that gap, as Legend will find another kill. Last shot, probably thinking about being brave. Frosty is going to be brave and re-challenges as a double kill for him. And notably, off the start of this game, Andy, Shopify trying to play this one at a quick pace. And Frosty trying to keep them split on the map.
What was a 2-kill lead is now a deficit for Optic Gaming despite the start. Shopify answers back right away, grabs the shock and the lead as well.
Shopify just holding forward. Bound though is going to slow that down. A couple of body shots, but not good enough to take down the player from Optic Gaming. And that'll give Optic a little bit of a foothold on the map here, even though Cycle hits the green gun, doesn't get the melee to connect, and we have ourselves tied up at 11 apiece.
Formal thankful for the pre-nade damage that he created there. It allows him to then win the trade, which otherwise would have been an even trade. 11-11 now on the scoreboard.
Camo now the focus. You can see Renegade just playing this angle. 20 seconds until that camo's going to come up. But Bound finds himself a double kill. Renegade gets a simple one himself. It's 3 dead here for Shopify Rebellion, and we'll have to see if that creates the space and the opportunity for Optic to move towards this camo. They should be able to get this one pretty much uncontested.
Oh, World 2 wins a big one. He probably has Shroud as well, so in a moment he'll be able to Shroud camo for the team. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. 1 response from Shopify.
Yeah, not sure about Optic there. They did everything right in the build-up, but then maybe over-aggressive, hyper-aggressive, trying to push past that power-up that's coming up. Shopify play brilliantly. You have to give them all the credit in the world, but also...
Oh my, Frosty.
Frosty now has the chance with his camo to bring this game even and maybe even put Shopify into a lead.
Surgical comes in there and just absolutely picks apart the Angkor. He knew Renegade would be on the A door. 3 fall for Optic Gaming yet again. Shopify goes back into a lead. I love that from Frosty. He knew there would be a 1v2 and that he couldn't go straight into A. He has to get so selective with that angle. Still a 1-kill game, however.
Amazing nades here from Optic Gaming, though, and it's Formal who comes through with 2, shuts down the camo, and gets a 3rd as well. Map control re-established thanks to this man on your screen.
Leaves Cycle because he knows the kill's going to come in. They regain the lead off of that triple and the 4th player wipe. It was all 4 dead, and Optic Gaming look to do it again.
9 and 5 for Formal as well, almost double positive at the start of this game. 22 apiece, though, nothing again to separate the two teams. Frosty versus Formal. Formal win the fight, but Cycle will make sure that kill gets traded out. 2 dead on either side at the moment. Last shot will find Bound, though, and Legend has to be careful. He tries to escape with the grapple. Just bonked his head there, and that cost him his life.
Now at the mid-game mark, we can check in with the score. You hear the halfway to victory audio cue coming in, and unsurprisingly, neck and neck, but Shopify starts to pull away here at 28-25.
3 dead for Optic, shock rifle, and a 4-1 in the hands of Frosty. Already had a little indication of what he can do with this weapon. Only be a trade this time around, even though he did what felt like a lot of damage in that situation. Now looking to flank onto Cycle here. Can't quite find where he went. Cycle is an elusive gentleman at the best of times, but Bound turns his attention to Royal 2 and deals with him instead.
Love the shots there. Not easy to win that before avoiding the trade. Now at 30-29. We're going to see. Should be a camo grab here for Optic Gaming. We'll see what Bound can do.
30 apiece becomes 31 apiece. As once again, these two teams just keep trading these kills out. No one will get away if they have no shields on the map. Bound with a lot of pressure on his shoulders here with this camo. Having seen his teammate Renegade goes down, and now he decides to strike, but misses the beatdown! And Royal 2 will make it pay. Optic find themselves 3 dead. Frosty is already pushing forward looking for these spawners.
And now with a 3-kill lead for the first time in a while, let's get into a listen in here with Shopify Rebellion.
Watch my cross. Watch the C-block cross. We can. Keep holding white. Yo, top white. They might push up that. We're bottom white now, 3 shot. I have your C-block cross. I'm walking white. Watch up your beard.
You right?
2 BR, white. I don't see it. Watch.
Nice.
Two dead. Watch out.
3 dead. Last guy on that.
Where's he going? He got me. Watch out.
Should be all pipes.
Nice, good shit.
Nice, Brad. Nothing up.
I swear to me, one more any turn on me.
Yo, nothing up for a while. No weapons up for a while.
I'm out long. Look at me. Yo, they're gonna be tower. We'll get suitcases, we'll get tower. One guy C-pad on me. Three white. One guy playing back cell, 3 white.
Yeah, came on 20 now. Should we just hold this to the
Cam on shot down. They're probably grab down, go for it. Nice, good play, Brad. Two white. Walking, guys, walking. Top pick out, weak. There's where's your sequences have? Red bar, One guy back silo. Yo, and mid-range and Neela, one's out, guys. One's turbine. Yo, one's out turbine.
Camo when you guys spawn.
Camo.
Out the Optic listening, but it's Shopify Rebellion who have the lead here, but Optic starting to pick up a couple of kills and find a little bit of momentum here. Renegade finds another, and it's now just 3 kills that separate the 2 teams. The only issue here for Optic is it's 7 to go for Shopify Rebellion to close this one out.
Yeah, not a lot of time here. There's a lot to love from that Shopify listen in there. Just really in control of the game. B-Man really specific with the comms that he was bringing. We'll talk about that later, though, because it's only a 3-kill game here. 45-43, make it a 2-kill game.
2-kill game. Last shot keeps that foot on the gas, though, keeps the aggression, which has been the name of the game here for Shopify Rebellion at times. It's 2 kills between the 2 teams. Shopify 2 dead. Formal managed to find 1 in all of that scuffle, and Renegade got that camo, but now that it's disappeared, he finds himself a little bit separate from the rest of his team.
Such a huge game here for Shopify. They need to close this out. To go down 0-2 in this series would be a tough hill to climb. Next few kills in the feed probably going to determine this here. And this is what I meant. Watch the game slow down to a crawl when it needs to, because these teams will give each other so much respect until they need to push out for a camo or a shock here. See if they can get some opening damage, maybe an opportunity to push.
Formal has a shroud here as well. 2 players going to be top gold here for Shopify Rebellion as well. So Formal's going to relay that information. You can see him a little bit of screen watching going on as well, seeing if he can gather anything that's going to give him an advantage. And it looks like the push is going to be formulated from Optic here off the back of the damage coming in from Formal. He tries to shroud across to block the line of sight, and there is the push now. It's going to be Renegade who gets that first one. Legend now. He's pushing onto Cycle. Doesn't want to trade. Doesn't trade. It's 47-all. We're tied up, but Frosty with the kill onto Bound. Royal 2 with another one himself. But Shopify Rebellion 1 away. Frosty will be credited with the final kill, and we are tied up at 1-1 in the series.
How about that for a Slayer return between the 2? An absolute chess match at the end of the game. Smiles on the face of the last shot as they will tie the series 1-1. And a big moment of relief, as we said, to go down 0-2 would be quite a deficit, but instead they maintain the lead. They do not falter, and despite very good timing push coming into gold from Optic Gaming, they're able to not only hold down gold, but also get the final kills at tower to close out the game comfortably. But that's what I mean. Expect to see that between these 2 teams now. They're going to play at a blistering pace, and the second they need to be very careful about their damage on the timing, they will slow the game down to truly just a back and forth until someone's able to get the right amount of opening damage. We're now tied up 1-1.
You can see the idea from Optic and what they were trying to do in those final moments as well. I like the idea, but the execution, not quite there. Even though Renegade got that first pick, it was Shopify who probably, on result of the kills that ended up going down in those final moments, probably out-traded damage elsewhere and managed to shut down the Optic push. And I have to say, a little bit of a quiet game actually from Renegade, who was the man who everybody was looking towards in Arlington as the reason that Optic were able to go on that crazy run and become champions. In that game number 2, not its finest work, but I'm sure they will bounce back. The triple kill there from Formal, by the way. Just a great example of patience, but this is a big moment.
Big moment. They shut down the camo, and Optic not able to really convert. Look at the free kills as well that Frosty was able to get. This is when they were up by quite a margin, 38-33. Later, he would also get some free kills kind of from top cap into control. This is the front I'm talking about right here. You cannot allow these types of free kills to be coming in for Shopify. And when you look at the final scoreboard, it's not hard to think that they won off of plays like that. Here's the final push.
This Legend gets one, but he gets traded out, and then the 1v1 last shot doesn't go down because Frosty is going to be there to finish off Formal, who finishes even at 13 and 13, but a little bit of a difference in the reaction from both teams after their respective wins. Optic popping up in game number 1. In game number 2, Shopify look ready for game 3. Just pretty chilled, a little bit of a fist bump, a little bit of a laugh and a joke as we head towards CTF Forbidden, and oh my goodness, what a match this was. Game 6 in Arlington of the bracket reset. Optic perilously close to winning the game. Frosty makes a crazy stop on the flag that would have won Optic the tournament, and Shopify went on to win that game. Now, if we get anything like that, I'm going to be a happy man, and I'm sure everyone who sat in this room will be just as happy as well.
Oh, I'm so glad this is game 3 of the series. It feels like it's perfectly written and perfectly scripted. The fact that these two would be meeting up in this exact series and you'd get a repeat of this game type, like you said, it was a storybook photo finish in that game 6 in the grand final, where you thought Formal on the G slide was going to bring that flag in to win the tournament. It took them one more game to do so, but already an epic map between these two. Let's take a look at the CTF records here from the HCS Open Dallas 2025.
No losses to report from the Shopify Rebellion side of things, 1 to report on the Optic Gaming side of things, and that was a Aquarius 5-0 loss to TSM that we saw yesterday. So there's going to be some, maybe a little bit of a hangover from the capture the flag game type from that, or maybe it's been an opportunity for Optic just to think about what went wrong and try and put those wrongs right as we head into today. CTF Forbidden, 2 sniper rifles once again to play with for both of these teams, and of course the Overshield top middle as well.
And I'm so glad we get to see these two play this game type again this early. Let's not forget, these two should once again not be playing this early in the tournament. So it might have been a minute, or we might not even have got to see them play this game type in this tournament, depending on how the brackets played out. I know I speak from not only you, but many at home that I've rewatched that grand final several times already.
Oh, yes.
And it was an amazing back and forth, absolute gauntlet of a game between these two. One of my favorite games from the grand finals in recent memory, and to be able to see them play this game type again is going to be fantastic. And what a go-ahead game as well to have as your game 3.
I mean, these two teams are so good that the pressure that's on every single flag run, it's not just like, can we cap? It's like, if we think we can't, we've got to be careful that we don't get counter-capped, because we lose 3 or 4 dead. The other opposing team sat across from you is so good, and not just the recovery, but getting that flag moving themselves. There is that constant balance of like responsibility on what is the right play to make for these teams, with the fact this is one of the smaller flag maps that we do have, and the speed that you can get those flags back home. There's a lot of pressure on every decision being made, especially when it comes to those flag runs.
Yeah, there's a lot of flag and game management as the flag's being ran back, unlike some other maps throughout competitive Halo history. As this flag is in your sewers, unless there's 3 or 4 dead, when that flag's already back, you need to be asking the questions that you just alluded to, right? Where do we have top mid angles? Is there anyone on our main ramp or our snipe? Is this flag guaranteed? Do we need to delay? Should we slay first? There's a lot that goes into the final part of the flag run due to the size of the map and the angles that attackers will have on the overextension. And all of that, of course, will come into play once again as they face off. And I can't wait. It's going to be awesome to see these two play this game type again.
Yeah, and again, the importance of the sniper rifles, right? We're going to have 2 of them on the map here. So we're going to see both teams have the opportunity to hit some big headshots. And also, you're going to see probably a cautious approach a lot of the time when 4 players are alive on the map and they know that their opposition sniper has that in his hands, because they know one headshot could completely change the context of how the next few moments in this map are going to go. So this is the perfect game number 3. Like we mentioned last time, these two teams went up against each other. It was one of the best games we've had of Forbidden CTF. We'll have to see if history can repeat itself, and trust me, I'm hoping it does, because that was one hell of a game.
And it's amazing, as you say, with a 2 sniper map and the amount of talent on this main stage. All it takes is one player with 2 or 3 shots left in a snipe to blow the game wide open. Anything can happen here between these two in this game type. And like we said, you're going to have to earn the go-ahead game in this series. To go up 2-1 is not going to be easy.
We're going to check in with another huge game that's going on right now, and that is going to be between FaZe and Space Station Gaming.
Don't mind this.
FaZe up by 1 in the series as we enter the Slayer, and we see SSG, thanks to Snakebite, go into a lead.
Yeah, shout out to the crew here at DreamHack. everyone in the back, allowing us to now switch over to the other match that everyone's thinking about. Of course, it's FaZe and SSG to have your top 4 playing against each other in the winners quarterfinal. It doesn't happen every tournament. To be honest, you can probably count on one hand the amount of times this has actually happened in the last few years of professional Halo. So amazing that we get to jump around and see what's going on with this match as well.
An update for you was FaZe who won 3-0 on Aqua Bomb in that first game. So FaZe looking very, very strong in that game number 1, but they're 3 dead right now, and Space Station maybe just looking to retaliate. Lucid will get taken down by Penguin when he grabs that camo, but a 1-kill advantage still for SSG.
Big 1v1 there win. As you saw, those were the last 2 players up. Penguin takes down, as you said, Lucid with the camo. So maybe just going to slow down any SSG momentum, but SSG is certainly going to need this game on the board if they want to stay alive in the series. It's hard to imagine them being able to reverse sweep a team like FaZe.
So looking to chase down the kill onto Penguin. Manages to just about do so, but that's very unstellar-like to take that long to finish off a kill. Falcade is at 4 and 5 at the moment, and at the end of yesterday was top of the KD leaderboards, if I'm not mistaken.
He was, yep.
As he often is. Ooh, and he gets another one there onto Eco. Lucid trades that one out. It's Space Station keeping this 1-kill advantage, but it is loose and pretty tight to say the least when it comes to the difference between the numbers of who is winning this game.
Yeah, this one down to the wire. Really nice job, Foul. Look how he takes the angle off the box, barely even exposes himself to get that extra damage into Lucid. That'll give him just enough space to push up on Bat Ledge. Beautifully done here. One shot at a time, one piece of damage at a time. He made all that happen. Beautifully done from Foul.
One thing you can always guarantee for the POV of Foul is that he's going to be outputting damage, right? He's so good at taking angles, positioning himself to help his teammates out in situations, to create opportunities for his teammates to push and take space. Maybe not the most proactive player, but you can guarantee that damage output from him. Eco on our screen right now will be taken down as we have a tie game at 24-25 as FaZe go into the lead before I finish the sentence, but as I finish another one, it's Space Station back into the lead thanks to the double that comes in from Snakebite. Lucid will clean up another one. It was almost a triple, but it's now a 2-kill advantage for SSG.
Should be pipe spawns here. Falcade was last player alive, red pipes. It is indeed all red and gold, but 2 players have already made their way to A. So now brings the game tied. What a push here as Foul and team push right into A. Even though the spawns were a tiny bit split, they wasted no time. And they push right off the rip. One thing I also got to say, Mark, it's amazing here in year 4 of Halo Infinite how many ex-teammates you have going up against each other in so many series. You're seeing it again play out here.
Yeah, I mean, during that passage of play that just went down, Lucid did grab the camo, but I think it was almost immediately burnt, even though Space Station had what was numbers on the map for them to grab it uncontested. I think FaZe just managed to all basically find angles onto it and make sure that it wasn't effective. Stella has found himself a shock rifle now with a little bit of ammo to play with as well. 32-29 the score, and Stella, with this weapon in his hands, has a chance to extend that lead.
Keep an eye, of course, on this game, and keep you posted on exactly how that goes, because we got to get back to our main stage here. Just in case you're just joining us, it's Optic Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion, the other rivalry everyone's talking about here in the event. Amazing to have both of those matches, as we said, happening simultaneously. We'll keep you posted, and we also know that you're going to have your FM radios set to twitch.tv/HCS, or maybe a second tab, depending on which version.
Which period of time you live in.
Yes, exactly. We're getting underway here, as we said. The Forbidden CTF matchup, the rematch, it's underway. This is your go-ahead game in your winner's quarterfinal. Shopify versus Optic Gaming. We're all tied up 1-1.
Look at this aggressive push from Frosty. He's grabbing the Optic sniper rifle already, just burning ammo. Takes down Renegade as well, and Royal 2 on the other side has grabbed their own sniper rifle and already put that to use. So Frosty showing no respect, as is kind of his MO. Flies across the map, and now Shopify have 2 snipers.
We're shield up. Top mid as well still has not been grabbed. Finally, it will be grabbed, and like you said, that is trademark Frosty. Let me fly into your base. I'll start burning ammo, and then I'll actually get the kill anyway. Here comes Splash Shot with an overshield pull as well.
Frosty just delaying Renegade. A couple of players coming off the spawn, but the overshield should be good enough for Last Shot to at least turn 1, which is exactly what he does. Renegade should go down as well in a few moments' time, as there's multiple numbers. It's Last Shot finding 2, but do they have the timing to get this touch and get it around the corner before damage is done to the Optic respawners? It looks like the answer is yes. There's the G-slide. Last Shot's doing it all.
How about the timing? As you said, I think a lot of people were wondering when he went for the second kill. Last Shot is the last player. Oh man, Deja Vu. Can he hit the G-slide here? He looks to the right. He does not hit it again.
Does not get it, and it's Formal with the sniper rifle who shuts it down. Deja Vu.
You kidding me? I have chills. It is unbelievable that that would happen again. So soon in the game. And this matchup and game type is the gift that keeps on giving. Last shot, last player alive again.
Legend no shields, trying to stay alive. Now they're going to worry about their own flag here. Shopify Rebellion having done so much of the heavy lifting to get it back to their base. It's Optic with the goal line stand again to stop that flag going in. And it looks like both flags are now back at base. It's a moment for everybody, I think, to catch their breath.
I already know the HCS fans in the chat already have a window of Premiere Pro open, and I want to see those two flag runs side by side, frame by frame. Because timing-wise, they were awfully similar in the way that that flag did not go.
And that's what we were talking about, right? Even though Shopify did so much, last shot running that flag on his own as last alive, you knew something was in the waters. You knew something didn't quite feel right, and I'm sure he felt exactly the same himself. Thought he had the timing window, didn't have the timing window. And now Legend flies forward himself. They're trying to put some pressure on the Shopify, who find themselves 2 dead. And a little bit trapped in the back of their base here.
I mean, Poetic as well. That's got to feel good for Formal, right? To be on the other end, the pain-dealing end of the flag stop on Forbidden CTF goal line stand. And after 3 minutes of play, we're still knotted up here, 0-0.
Legend with the thrust. Should be able to find a second on Cycle here, but Cycle does a good job in delaying long enough for him to get his shields back. Legend goes in, finds the kill. That's the opening, a double kill, a killing spree, and immediately Renegade is moving that flag. 3 dead for Shopify, and Legend! Hitting headshots here on the main stage.
Only player alive in the first spawner. That's going to buy them so much time. This flag should go already all the way back home. Here comes Renegade.
Yeah, this one's a little bit more comfortable, and Optic Gaming will be up by 1, and it's the Frenchman who takes over. Beautiful initial double kill to clean up damage that was done in the back of the base, and then he picks that sniper up, goes to work, and makes sure that Shopify cannot get anywhere near that flag run.
And that is what is required. It's Legend picking up not just the first kill, but the second kill that he shouldn't have gotten in the back of the base, then turns the third to completely secure the run. That's what's required at this level of professional Halo. And he gets it done. They lead now 1-0.
10-3 for Legend at the moment. Finds another one onto Cycle. Royal 2 is brave enough to challenge. Legend hits the body, but not the head, and Royal 2 will survive. 2 dead here for Optic Gaming. All eyes top middle, though. As last shot looks like he's going to grab that overshield. Will it be burned or will it be down?
No burn, and I believe still up based on the death cam that we just saw. It should still be here top middle and still to play for.
Frosty with the thrust will take down Formal, and as you say, he is still alive. He is still there to be picked up. But there's a sniper rifle in the hands of Optic Gaming, who's just tracing onto where that overshield finds itself. It's Renegade who has the responsibility, and he's doing a pretty good job of stopping anyone trying to grab it. Renegade gets another one, and finally Bound moves in, grabs that overshield, and will pop it here for Optic.
Man, did they have to work for that. Take a look at the time on the clock. That thing sat there for a while. It almost felt like a bait, like a twisted RPG game, just a gold shiny object sitting up there that nobody could get. No! Speaking of, there are lessons to be learned there. Lessons to be learned. The overshield, I will just say, will not be in play any longer.
Sometimes you got to remember when you're G-sliding to secure your seatbelt, and not in that occasion. As Bound goes flying off the map with the OS, so a little bit of a blessing there for Shopify Rebellion. But ultimately, it is going to be Optic who still have this 1 flag advantage, with the pressure really starting to come in now. The push coming in from Shopify Rebellion as players from Optic are falling 1 by 1.
Legend does need to stay alive here. He knows it. Cycle's trying to make a pull happen, but with Bound, they're going to get the trade, and they have the right back base spawns as well. With those 2 dead, that should buy them enough time to get off the spawn here.
Frosty down, no shields as well. Legend's just trying to wait for a teammate to get in position to help him out. He finds one onto Royal 2. Teammate takes care of the second in the feed as well. Cycle back off the respawn, putting pressure onto Legend, who's still staying alive here. Bit of an ugly 1v1, but it'll be Legend who comes out on top with the beatdown.
Really important play there from Legend. Identifies that Cycle was pulling, and Cycle then tries to pull. Had no space to go. As we take a look top mid once again. Let's get to a listen here with Optic Gaming as they lead 1-0.
So the head.
Just play for it.
I gotta be. I'm gonna kill that shot.
I'm gonna die. Nice. I'll be sniper, thanks, bro.
Sniping their back hut.
What? I'm the flag, guys. I'm the flag. I'm the flag.
I'm gonna run this.
I'm the back flag.
We're running with Zoe.
Watch out the road. Roll 2.
Try to live, Matt. We have flag out completely.
Watch out, pistol, absolute Frosty. Watch out, pistol, absolute Frosty. Shield.
One step right.
We have a sniper.
One's on my X. Go in the back flag. John.
Miss it.
One more chop right, cycle.
Yeah, one to the point, guys. I'm going back to base.
Back first. I got snap in their head. Careful.
We gotta clarify here.
Don't force that. You're good.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just gonna flank, guys.
You're separating in a good spot. Top right, sniping.
Every swing. Buy time, guys. Buy time.
I'm a hermit. Okay, flank on me. Yes, snipe.
They're back, man.
Snipe going. He's going flag right.
Flag is away from both bases. Renegades continue in this run, even though it's staggered, even though it's a little bit ugly.
Oof. I want Orthodox,
It is still away, but Shopify Rebellion thinking about countercap here. Formal's last alive for Optic. If they get this kill, there's an opening for not just the returns are coming from last shot, but for Frosty to run this flag. This could be the one that ties this game up.
Man, Optic takes a series of gambles there, plays that very interesting with the sewers run. They did not take down Frosty, and they are paying the price here.
This is going to be clean. There's no one from Optic to stop this one, and Shopify Rebellion will tie the game up. 4 minutes 30 left in this game. Nothing once again to separate these two teams.
You really have to wonder, was that overshield a false sense of security on the sewers run, right? Renegade runs that sewers because he knew he had the timing based on the overshield to start the sewers run. He has to go all the way back to flag to pick off a kill. Meanwhile, Legend flanks. Legend overextends to their sewer, to their flag, and doesn't come back, does not kill Frosty. They leave Frosty in the base, and as a result of the unorthodox run attempt, they give up the flag. Really a breakdown here for Optic. Now we're tied 1-1.
And Formal now under pressure. He's trying to defend this overshield. He's trying to stop it being picked up and somehow buys enough time and deals enough damage for Renegade to get back on the map and take down Cycle, who was the player to grab it for Shopify Rebellion. 1-1 still between these two teams, as last shot with the double kill might have created an opportunity here for Shopify to start assaulting this Optic gaming base.
You think back to that flag, it just felt avoidable for Optic Gaming. It felt like they dealt themselves a pretty strange hand and then had to play it continually and let that flag go in when it feels like had they played that differently, it should still be a much more comfortable 1-0 lead, but they need to shake that off mentally without a doubt. Get right back in. There's 3 minutes left here in regulation.
Just under 15 seconds till those sniper rifles come up, but one thing that's already on the map is the power of the overshield. It's been picked up here by Larshot, who is hunting down Optic Gaming players inside of their own base. 2 players off the respawn. Renegade's going to be calling out. There's an Ovi player inside of our base. His name is Larshot. He's dealing so much damage at the moment, but can he get in position for his teammates to clean up these kills? Royal 2 has got that snipe, and Optic find themselves 3 dead.
So much of that damage cleaned up as well. Legend was your last player alive, and here comes Shopify on the push. Oh, the timing.
Didn't know Legend was behind him, though. As you say, the timing window just not precise enough to get that flag moving, and now Royal 2 has to think about keeping Optic in their base. But Formal's not going to let that happen. He grabs the snipe from his body.
Very well done from Optic. They essentially bait the flag there. Legend goes all the way to pillars near sewers, and they let the spawner sandwich from the top of their own sewer ramp. And in doing so, they prioritize the only kill that mattered. That was the flag puller. They annihilate Cycle with a really nice team shot, and it stops the run completely. 2 minutes left.
Shopify a little bit pinned in their base. Frosty does get a kill to give them an opening, but Formal's just holding down this snipe side, holding down this lane. Bodies one. That'll be an assist. There's the thrust. Cycle, though. Great shots from him. Even though he won that fight, Legend was there to get the trade. It's 4 dead for Shopify, and Bound off the back of it gets the overshield, and if he can play this one a little bit better than he did last time, there's a chance for Optic to steal this one away.
Gets melted, just opts not to shoot. Instead, he just wants to run. He wants the team to cover his back, but he fumbles the flag for a second. Will it cost him? Right now, he's going to get the angle. We'll see if he can get the timing.
Doesn't hit the G-slide either, but gets it round the corner. Shopify lose 1. Last shot gets taken down by Formal. This should be a cap for Optic Gaming to go into the lead. Bound makes it work. And with just over a minute left on regulation time here, Optic will go into a lead.
It's a really great play call from Bound, as well as all of Optic Gaming. The fact that with that overshield, even though there was 3 players back ramp, they knew they could just pull that flag, and even with a minor flag fumble, he has the timing. The team covers with the team shots, and now with just 60 seconds left, they lead 2-1.
And it took an overshield to get into the base to create the opportunity for Optic to get that flag on the board. And as we enter the last 60 seconds or so of this game, the last minute of this game here on Forbidden, it looks like Shopify are in the base, and Shopify getting that Optic flag moving.
They get the first pick as well. Watch the kill feed if these are traded out. That's a big kill for Bound.
It's a big untraded kill as well, because now Shopify have got to worry about turning around. They know that someone's behind them. Cycle has no choice really here but to start moving this flag. It was 2 dead momentarily for Optic. Royal 2 still being a nuisance in the Shopify base. And now he tries to move in to help out Last Shot, but it looks like enough map presence is now for Optic to try and look at getting this return and sending this flag back home.
Gets his shields back. Might try to isolate these 1v1s and does for a second. Flag does reset. It's a big return. 5 seconds left.
5 seconds left. This should be enough for Optic Gaming to go up 2-1 in this series. And they will indeed go up 2-1 in this series. Optic Gaming take the lead with, again, surprise, surprise, just a single flag separating these two teams.
Legend goes 22-13 in a narrow one flag CTF game. Big numbers from him. And the entire team to focus up, despite letting go of a flag that they probably didn't need to let go of. They, once again, ice up. The mental resilience is strong, and they take the series lead now 2-1.
Well, I'm not a gambling man, but I think you would have pretty bad odds on saying, you know, will this go to a game 5? You know, this is almost feels like it's guaranteed to every time we see these two teams go up against each other. Optic will want to change those odds, though. They want to close out this series and send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. Here are your statistics from that last game. You're looking across the board. Last Shot leading the way in kills for Shopify Rebellion, 23-18 for him. When you're looking at damage stats, the standout on either side. Last Shot on one side and Formal on the other.
Formal just an absolute turret, and as you say, Last Shot right there with him in terms of total damage. Let's take a look at some highlights, because man, this game did not disappoint. I honestly cannot believe we had such a similar flag run this time to the side of Shopify. Right? Absolutely insane. This was the play from Legend. He gets 2 during that run, and that's an absolutely huge bang! The beautiful shot that made this entire arena lose their minds, and for very good reason. He wasn't done yet either. Even hits this fadeaway on Royal 2. And Bound brings this one in, this time much more comfortably than other times we've seen in the game. That was your game winner.
Just over a minute and a half left on the game clock there as that flag did go in. And again, like I was highlighting, it was the overshield that made the difference, that allowed Bound and the rest of Optic to create the opportunity to get the flag moving. That's how tight it is between these two teams. That's why you're seeing such importance put on that fight top middle. You're seeing so many vital shots that are being hit on players who are one of the last 2 alive, who have a sniper rifle, who have to shut that lane down to stop the other team getting the overshield. And now we find ourselves with Optic Gaming 1 game away from winning the series and sending Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket. We'll take a look at the winners bracket itself and give you an update on what's going on elsewhere as well. TSM and Nemesis tied up at 1-1. SSG answer back against FaZe Clan as well. That is tied up at 1-1.
C9 also making it out into here, the winner's side, to face off against Envy. That will be a great matchup as well. Taking a look at the elimination bracket, it's going to be Zero, Tenacity, Gen G, Umit, and Complexity waiting in the wings to see who will exit those matches to face off in your Elim round 1.
And the loser of this game will fall down to face off against Complexity as well. So not an easy series for anyone involved, but I mean, let's go back to talking about this series, Andy, as the two teams get ready to head into game number 4. You know, Optic don't like to make it easy. There's one thing we have learned from this roster and from, I think, the last couple of years when it comes to whoever's playing under the Optic Gaming banner. But to send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket, even though they really don't want to play it first round, let's be real, they slipped up in pools to allow this matchup to be happening. That's going to give them so much confidence.
It really will. It really will change the trajectory of this tournament when contrasted with Arlington. Of course, it would be a very different road from Optic Gaming, to say the least. We don't really have enough time to describe just how different of a road it would be. But if you watched that weekend of Halo, you know exactly what we are talking about. And Optic knows they want to end this one here and now. They do not want to go to a Game 5 Slayer, because as you've already seen, Shopify seems to have the winner's quarterfinal Slayer edge, not just in Arlington, but also here so far. So if you are Optic Gaming, you want to have a winner's bracket cruise through this tournament, you want to close it out here.
One thing I love about this series layout as well is, like, you're looking at the game types from the midpoint. very fast game types. You've got Strongholds live fire as our game number 4. It's not going to be a static game type. It's going to be a game type based upon rotation, moving across the map, defending and taking those strongholds to get the points on the board. And instead of the 2 sniper rifles, 1 for each team, now we have the 1. And we have seen, especially on Strongholds live fire, what a difference that weapon can make. Only 1 on the map, and you've seen, if you're only watching for the first time here, the talent these players have with that weapon. It can add up to 50, 60, 70, 100-point runs for these teams as they make their way towards 250 points, which of course is what you need to win this game.
Packed house once again here, DreamHack Day 2. A shout out to everyone here, both the Shopify fans and the Optic fans heading over from the Call of Duty arena, not just here in DreamHack, but also from around the world. We thank you for joining us, and we're not surprised you're here for this series. There's nowhere else we'd rather be either. We're underway in game number 4. Optic Gaming leads 2-1.
Will Optic close out, or will Shopify send us the distance? Renegade under pressure here, but does manage to just get his fingers on this sniper rifle. Royal 2 in front of him. Gets bodied. Gets taken down. 2 dead though for Optic Gaming. 4 more off the respawn will be able to keep his teammate alive, but it's looks like a play upon C coming in here from Shopify Rebellion. And all sorts of pressure!
No.
Just dealt with by Renegade.
Team
And off of that.
Thank goodness you said no.
Yeah.
That would have been disrespectful.
Exactly.
For him there in a second.
It's Saturday midday. We could be doing stuff like that just yet. BC hold for Optic Gaming off the opening, largely due to the fact that Formal and Renegade were able to force Shopify down to mud and make them put the wellies on and trudge through to get the kills. They do it in the end, and now Optic gonna flip the map and get A.
Legend connects with the body here, should be able to clean this one up. Manages to do so, turns his attention towards top middle, but his teammates already in position to help any potential push that comes in from Shopify as they try and retake A, but it's an A-B hold here for Optic Gaming. Cycle aggressively pushes onto Legend though and manages to put some pressure onto A, but points starting to stack up here for Optic.
Got to mention Legend there, as we said, 22 and 13 in the last game to go +9 in a CTF that you win narrowly by 1. Quite a statement once again from the Frenchman, reminding everyone why he's on this team, why he's on this roster, and has essentially gone from household names to one of the best Halo players in the world.
AC hold here for Shopify Rebellion. And they're looking for the triple cap actually. They're making some progress on B, and it is going to be a triple cap and a reset onto C from Shopify Rebellion. They have complete control of the map, all 3 strongholds in their possession, which means they will be scoring rapidly here, and we are going to see a lead change off the back of it.
Good QT timing coming in as well from Coach B-Man. Royal 2 was ready for it there, and we'll see what he might be able to do to just get a little bit of extra free damage here on these pushes. Still has half the QT to play with.
Optic flick C, but at what cost? Already 2 of them have fallen. Bound is trying to escape. He goes up the chimney. Thanks to that repulse. And the spawns in and around house and garage here mean that Optic might at least, from this position, have access to that camo, but Royal 2 is just hunting players down at the moment. 60 points unanswered here for Shopify.
Gotta love that as well. Just uses the last second of the QT to get a kill just before he goes, and still 3 dead for Optic Gaming.
Probably thinking about going for the triple count once again here, Shopify Rebellion. The rest of Optic spawning the back of the tower in and around the dummies. And that's exactly what they are going to do. It's a second triple cap in pretty quick succession here. 2 dead for Optic once again. Bound flies out. Frosty stays alive long enough for Royal 2 to finish off the kill. 3 of Optic in the death screen. And Shopify now cross 100 points, and they're going to get the sniper rifle.
And just beautiful baiting and switching coming in here. What a response from Shopify after trailing by 40. They now have a 100-point plus uncontested run. Let's get to a listen-in with Shopify Rebellion.
Nest bound.
All you white.
Don't nest. You got him at or no? Training.
Yo, green spawns, guys.
One tower.
There's 2 green.
Nest bound.
Yeah, 1 could be out, Brad. Like pillars or something.
Nice shit. 2A. I'll go. John might be. Nice, holy fuck, Brad. Back B, legend.
Yeah.
Do one it.
Absolutely. Press on again.
One shot smarter. 2-1. Yo, press up. Go back to C. Watch out. Back smarter. Kill this guy. Yo, just one dummies. Might get off cuts. See, we go. Tower.
I
can help, man. Watch out there one.
Nice. Quantum's up.
Nice.
Dice. Trade's huge. Shit. Holy shit.
He's probably trading. Yeah, Quantum's up, by the way. Yeah, nice, good. Fuck you, shit, Brad. Look at me, look at me.
Yeah, back in.
Back in. Can you jump this one?
We wanted to see an example of why the S7 is so important. Look at Frosty go during that listening, dominating Optic Gaming. Shopify are taking over here. 3 dead for Optic. It's almost 200 points on the board already for Shopify.
Unbelievable run from them. I'm so glad we also got to hear from their POV. I'm pretty sure Royal 2 said was holy fudge. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what he said.
No, he did not.
Because he was reacting to some pretty incredible shots. To take that angle from scoreboard to bags, 4 dead again for Optic Gaming, and just absolutely brain formal. Trip cap still at the 220 mark. What a run here from Shopify.
This is getting out of hand. Optic haven't been able to get on the map. They haven't been able to exist, let alone get anywhere near a stronghold. They're trying to make a 3-man, 4-man push towards A just to slow the scoring down. They managed to do so, but Shopify Rebellion, they've killed 3 of Optic again. They'll let them have A. They grab the camo, and with nobody near the B stronghold, this should surely be the road home for them. Optic make a desperate play to get B, but
Scoring.
it just feels inevitable at this point that Shopify close this one out.
Shopify is 5 points away, and Formal has 3 kills and Renegade has 4. That is what has just happened in this game. Optic Gaming might be scoring once again, but you get the immediate feeling that this game has already ran away.
2 dead for Optic. Last shot finds another one. Even though Legend gets this kill, he's trying desperately to defend B and will be able to do so. It's actually a 1v1 between Frosty and Bound here. Spawners came on in mud though for Optic Gaming. Bound wins it! And boy did he have to win it as well.
Another 1v1, Renegade gets taken down. Here comes Cycle, 2 dead for Optic yet again.
Legend no shields. Cycle should be able to clean this one up. It might be an opportunity for Shopify to double up on A here, to flip this back into their control. Desperate push coming in from Formal, etc. But Renegade is last alive. Nowhere to be seen. He's taken out in the kill feed, and we're going to a game 5. We go the distance once again, as Shopify and Optic fail to disappoint. It is game 5 once again.
The only way we would have it. Unbelievable. That is a quadrant-esque Stronghold win. We have not seen, especially at this level, between these two teams. The last time you saw that dominant of a trip cap death grip from a team, it's hard to think of anyone but Quadrant from a few years ago. And, I mean, you even heard the reactions from Royal 2, from Best Man during that listen-in being like, wow, this is unbelievable. Because they were not only getting 4 dead, they were getting the 5th kill, the 6th kill, and honestly, often getting back-to-back 4 deads, picking up unbelievable no-scopes, team shots. They did it all in that game, and we have to stay on the scoreboard for a second because this is unbelievable. When's the last time a team in a full Strongholds match kept Formal to 3 kills and Renegade to 5? Unbelievable containment of 2 of the best players in the world.
Absolute domination. The blender in full effect, and the blades were felt by Optic Gaming, 250 to 83. Remember, it was Optic who were up about 60 to 0 in that game as well. So it was around a 250-point run, essentially, that came in from Shopify Rebellion to take that game. Unbelievable control, and you have to say, we hate the term, perfect Halo, but that's about as close as you get.
In this case, I think we can use it.
Yeah.
We are very, very limited with what we describe as perfect here, but that would come damn near close. Also, the QT management was unbelievable. You heard B-Man calling for it. Also, gotta mention there, even during this exact sequence, look at Frosty staying alive, and here's the shot. Oh my, peeling. And then he hits this body as well. Keeps Renegade weak back there. Eventually the helps come. Beautiful rotations.
Just prioritization of what needed to happen. Like little bits of the listening as well. Like this situation, he was like, do you have him, Matt? Do you have him? Do you need me to help you? And he's like, I think I got it. Didn't have it, but Frosty was in a position to clean up that kill and make sure the Legend didn't escape, that they kept control of the A stronghold. And a lot of these clips, you're seeing that sniper rifle in the hands of Shopify Rebellion as well. It's a difference maker. It's a bludgeoning stick at this point with some of these players.
Look at this.
And that's where we find a surprise, surprise, everybody.
A beautiful series layout. I'm going to get these framed in my house, I think. Just like this, by the way. Next up, Game 5. Because that is what we have to look forward to, not only right now, but it feels like all season long, because that is all these teams do. They push each other the distance. And in the league's biggest rivalry, they continue to make each other better, or at the very least, go to a Game 5.
Interesting series layout. Everything so close. 1-0 overtime. Aquarius bomb. 50-47. 3 kills the difference. Game number 2. A single flag separates the teams, and then we just see the anomaly. The absolute blowout on Stronghold's live fire from Shopify Rebellion. And now we have Slayer on Solitude to decide who continues on the winner's side of this bracket, who moves into the winner's semi-final, or who goes down to the elimination side where Complexity will be watching and thinking, oh, whoever we play right now is surely going to be pretty exhausted.
And let's be honest, we should mention the Game 7 Grand Finals Slayer that we saw these two play in Arlington. The prize money on that game alone was a $40,000, essentially, wager match. This Game 5 similarly has a lot of cash riding on it because you will stay in the winner's bracket and it will determine how much more Halo you have to play in more ways than one. Let's check in now with FaZe and Space Station, see exactly what's going on in this side of the winner's quarterfinal. And as we said, it was 1-1, but FaZe does take that game number 3 to put us into a game number 4, where we do see a minor lead for FaZe Clan, however, SSG scoring at the moment.
And if you're wondering what the reward is for winning this series, you play the winner of Optic versus Shopify Rebellion. So a tough road for any team on this side of the bracket, and that's what happens if you slip up in pool play. Space Station making a little comeback in this game, though. 79 points is on the board already for FaZe, but you can see BC in control for Space Station Gaming. A couple of players trapped at the back of B. On the FaZe side, and SSG looking to make a pay, but Trippy winning an individual fight. And Lucius lost a few of those so far this tournament. Very uncharacteristic to see him lose those kind of fights.
I gotta say, it is remarkable. If you think back to the Kason showdown, right, that was kind of a table setter invitational of what would be the 4 seeds of this year. Little did we know that your winner's quarterfinal would feature all 4 of them, and you would just continue to see them battle against each other. It's even though the brackets are a little bit wacky due to pool play results and upsets, we are enjoying every single bit of it here at DreamHack.
Enemy team.
Camo in the hands of FaZe here. You can see that's been picked up as Trippy continues this little run that he's on right now. 2 dead on the side of Space Station. It'll be an AC hold, holding the ends of the map. And the 2 strongholds, which means they will be scoring, but Trippy now's got to be careful. Eco, if he stays alive a few seconds longer, may be able to stop the FaZe push, but he can't. It's a big individual win once again from Trippy, and now the triple cap is in effect.
Wow.
And we know how dangerous that can be, even if you've only watched 2 games of Halo in your life.
Yep.
If it was the last one and this one, you should have a pretty good indication.
You absolutely will indeed. And if you're just joining us, don't worry, that main stage action, game number 5 between Shopify and Optic, on the way here. As we check out the action and wait for that one to get started, we get to see the other 2 teams in the top 4 battle it out, and the scoring continues for FaZe Clan.
Suppress going to grab this sniper rifle, gets a little bit of a surprise, but has the composure to hit the no-scope beat down. 3 dead here for FaZe. It's an opportunity, momentary opportunity, excuse me, for Space Station to take some control, but Falcated buys a bit of time, even though he's taken down. We'll keep you up to date with what's going on there, and if we do go to a Game 5 once more, but even though we don't know if we'll see a Game 5 in that series, we certainly will in this main stage 1. Tied up at 2-2 between Optic and Shopify Rebellion.
One thing I want to talk about while we wait for that match to get underway, we only have a second, but the comms from B-Man, we'll have to see how the listening is in this series if we get the opportunity to go to one. But man, the small talk from Shopify Rebellion was the difference maker. The only way you trip cap that perfectly for that long is perfect communication. And as you said, Mark, prioritization of the key kill in the exact moment. That's what they did perfectly. They've already won the Game 2 Slayer. Can they do it here in game number 5? One came to decide it between these 2.
One of them will stay in the winner's side of the bracket. One of them will fall down to face Complexity in the elimination bracket. It's a Game 5 here. Whoever takes this one will take the spoils and make their road a little bit more comfortable. Frosty from SR is the POV we start with.
Once again, just flies right in. Not afraid to get into the thick of it off the rip. First camo will go to Shopify.
Oh, sniffed out. Little thrust away from Legend as well. Doesn't even get traded out. Stays alive bottom middle. It's 3-2.
Man, absolutely.
3-3, excuse me.
What a great stop on the camo right away from Renegade. Last shot could have put together a whole string of damage off of that, but they knew immediately from dip, you check that hard right angle, as you so often need to with the camo. And that's why your Slayer practice, that's where it pays off, is knowing exactly which scenario to play to shut down camo like that. 6-5 off the opening, now 6-6.
Again, Shopify just keep pushing. They keep this pace up. They want to be aggressive. They want to make Optic feel uncomfortable. And no surprise with how that last game went. They want to try and take advantage of that momentum that they brought in. But Optic doing a great job of actually just quelling the flames a little bit here. We're tied up at 8-8. And Optic still getting their trades in this situation, even though we are seeing Shopify try and push the pace.
Like we said, so much riding on this. This is not just a standard winners quarterfinal match. This will determine how much Halo these two have to play all weekend and how much they have to beat one another thereafter. Big kills coming in for Bound there as you get some help from Renegade, 2 dead for both sides.
Legend no shields. Royal 2 with some great cross-map shots with that bandit. And also manages to, most importantly, keep himself alive, which means he can re-engage now that the shields are back. Put the pressure back onto Optic Gaming. A 1-kill advantage here for Shopify Rebellion is slender. But if you finish this game with a 1-kill advantage, you'll be winning the series.
Watch top mid here. 3 nades coming in from blue as they want to get Shopify off at top mid. They do well, and they get the damage to play off it as well. First 2 kills going towards Optic. Camo popping in 5 seconds. This is going to be a big one, maybe a go-ahead opportunity.
2 dead. On the side of Shopify Rebellion as well, you can hear that camo has just popped up top middle, and Frosty cannot challenge it. As Optic have eyes on him, and Formal will grab this camo. And not only keep Legend alive, but has a chance here to inflict so much damage onto Shopify.
Let's go to Liston right now. I want to hear the comms. How does Formal play this camo?
Flatter, and blue. They're gonna try to me. Look at me.
Heard you on it.
Watch out,
Watch out.
Oh, no, watch out, roll 2. Roll 2.
Want this 4th thing back.
That's all camo.
Matt's blocking the camo. Matt's blocking the camo.
Heard
Watch out. Nice.
I got stuck.
Nice, 2 dead, guys. Shocking 20.
S4, sitting in S4.
Probably
Okay, heard. Yo, Sippy, I think one's blue.
One. I want this 4 still. S4.
They might get out blue here.
I can't see if they spawn this one. They probably spawn this one. Yeah, they go posters, John. They go posters.
That's your big one's S4.
Shock is coming, guys. 10 seconds.
I hear you. Can we just go left and push snipe? Can we go left and push snipe?
Yeah, watch posters. He saw me, bounty. S4. I can't. We're not pushing with you. I can't go bound.
That's quick.
Yeah, I'm winning. We're pushing this. Try and left.
One's in yard. Yard behind me, LR.
Watch on this.
Watch on this.
Watch on this 4. Watch out.
Up gold, watch out. After in yard. After up gold. Look at the gold, guys.
We're good. S4. Yo, bottom mid in S4. Bottom mid in S4.
2 go left.
I'm wrapping with you guys. We're all on top of you guys. Try and live. They could be blue. They could be blue.
Never shock.
Oh, no, we quote 2 half. I thought quote 2 harder.
Does he suck? Came on 30. Yeah, he's weak.
We're 4 guys. We're 4.
That's your shit.
Blue frosty.
Watch out blue. Nice. Shoot out.
They live bounce.
We're missing one. Camo 20, guys.
Here.
I'm shocked.
Yo, back.
Hotel. Hey, man.
Yo, posters to me. Posters to me.
We're coming.
Posters up. 2 posters. 2 posters. Cycles half. 2 guys posters. Both pushing you. 2 pushing you bound. 2 pushing you bound. Play trade bound. Nice, bro.
Alright, camo guys. There's still a loop
Yo,
Watch out.
Watch out your bear.
Yeah, watch out blue. Watch out fires.
Left come.
Two guys gonna push shield. Careful.
Yeah, one's in the corner to your left. A lot blue.
I'm trying to get out, guys.
Yeah, he knows you there, man.
Blue.
Where is he? He's on me blue weak.
Drive me with Kim.
Watch out.
Flatter, John.
I mean, the comps from Formal, he's just commanding the troops at the moment. Optic Gaming find themselves up by 4 as we cross the halfway point in this Game 5 Slayer.
Amazing there. You heard Formal stressing the posters call out repeatedly. Somehow Bound gets a trade in a 1v2 at Loop, and then thereafter they still kill cycle at Yard BR. Really nice job once again from Optic to make sure they're picking up those kills and those trades in the scenarios. However, just like that, now only a 1-kill game.
Yeah, here comes Shopify Rebellion, right? 2 dead for Optic. It's a 1-kill advantage now. Been cut down in the last few seconds to essentially make this a tie game. Optic a little bit trapped to the back of Tram and Loop as well. The output of damage from Frosty is more than you can ask for most players. He is shooting anything that moves. But Optic still alive, still gets the kill with the perfect 5. Renegade manages to output damage onto last shot, but not without Royal 2 taking him down.
Yeah, big from Royal 2 there. You even saw Frosty raising his own eyebrows at that play because he was even impressed with it, what he was able to pull off, as you said, just dealing so much damage. And last shot stays alive. You're tied at 29.
Legend aggressively pushes out bottom middle. He will be traded out. As Frosty now spots out the 2 players from Optic Driveway, another kill gets picked up, and now Shopify Rebellion go into a lead. It's 1 kill, but it might be 2 if he can finish this one off. It's just a trade here for Frosty.
Nicely done there. Frosty knew it's a tough angle. You might as well get the trade, especially when you're going up against Renegade. That can get dicey pretty quickly. 2 dead for both sides, and still a minor lead for Shopify.
Game's never got out of hand. Either side at the moment. It's a tie game again. Optic go into a 1 kill lead though. And the timing of the kills means that Bound can move through. And he can collect this camouflage. Now, how important could this be? The execution of what Bound does with this camo could decide where this series goes.
Look at this, doesn't want to get too greedy. Slowly coming around the corner. Cycle is cleaned up, by the way, so that's the shock down. He's playing this so carefully.
Checks S1. 2 dead here for Shopify. Last shot will find 1. Bound's going to fly forward. Bound should be able to clean this one up. The camo would dissipate, though. Even his position away momentarily, but the camo now comes back and finally runs out. As Optic have still just a 1 kill advantage. Scrap that. It's tied up again at 37.
Ooh, gets pinged from a blue angle, though, so he has to play this very differently. Was not aware of it was going to be now Royal 2 actually from a dip angle, and it's 3 dead as a result. Look at that angle from Royal 2, and Shopify will now go into the lead here at 40-38.
It's 3 dead, like you say, with just 10 kills left in the game. That means Optic are going to be squad spawning together. Shopify can surround them here. They can create angles where Optic are going to have to be on the back foot firing out.
Legend is out, by the way. Legend gets out by
Legend
himself.
That's so big from Legend. It gives Optic a way out. Renegade gets another, but Royal 2, he'll find one as well. It's a 1 kill game, but that kill from Legend somehow gets Optic out of spawn.
Yeah, buys them just a little bit of extra time. Legend might get taken down here, presumably. He does, but keeps Optic in it now. It's still a 2-kill game now at 44-42.
6 to go here for Shopify Rebellion. Renegade, though, last alive. Needs to get a trade in this situation, at least does so. But is the trade going to be enough for Shopify or Optic to make the comeback or close this game out? 5 now required for Shopify Rebellion. Bound trying to put pressure onto Royal 2 here on the snipe side.
Camo in 5 seconds could
Renegade
very well decide the game here. 46-44.
Big nade coming in from Cycle. That's going to find Formal. Optic a little bit trapped here in and around the RPR. The signal is to go here from Shopify Rebellion. They just need 2 in this situation, and last shot has the camo.
Game in his hands here. Deja vu from your winners quarterfinals in Arlington. Can they collapse here? 48-45.
He's on the flank. It looks like Optic know that they don't have the camo. Avoiding those grenades. Renegade's trying to spot him out. They're all trapped here, Optic.
What's the call?
The whole team is in front of last shot. He finds the kill, surely onto Legend here, gets 1! It's 1 to go, Renegade! On the RPR, tries to survive, survives! But it's Frosty! Who will get the 50th and silences the green wall!
Not the first time we've seen a main stage player gesturing to the Optic fans in the building. And how about the composure from last shot? A target-rich environment for him with the camo. And he plays it like he's been here before, plays it slow. Had way too many options at the end, but works with the team to isolate those kills and that damage. And despite leading for nearly the entirety of game number 5, Optic will fall yet again in a game 5 in the winners quarterfinals against Shopify Rebellion. Optic Gaming goes to the elimination bracket.
Well, they did it once in Arlington, Optic Gaming. So if you're an Optic fan, hope is not lost. But for Shopify Rebellion, what a result that is. And I need to give you a huge amount of credit for talking about those Slayers. It is the difference maker again. Between the 2 teams, it's Optic who lose both the Slayers in the series, and ultimately, because of it, will lose the series.
Take a look at the stats here. 15-10 for Frosty in a game that they win by 4. And it really was those final set of plays here. As we said, the last camo could likely decide it, and it does. And I gotta say, down to the wire yet again. This is the rivalry and the series that keeps on giving. And I would say that I could watch this team all season long, but I have a feeling we will be watching this season these teams all season long, Lottie. What a series here. Man. Beautifully done here, Mark. I mean, what a series. Once again, it's such a pleasure to cast.
Every single time we've seen them, it's been down to the final game. You know, whatever series it's been, it's down to the final game. And this is the series, once again, that goes down to that final game. 1-0, overtime. The bomb goes in for Optic Gaming. 50-47, just 3 kills separate the two teams. 2-1 Forbidden CTF. Could have gone either way. And then the one game you would say that was the one that really changed how this series felt was the Shopify Rebellion win, the 250-83 decimation of Optic Gaming on Stronghold's live fire. And then they close out in those final moments with that Game 5 Slayer.
They certainly do indeed. We got Frosty on our sofa right now. Boy, oh boy, that was a gauntlet once again against Optic Gaming for you guys, but you come out supreme. Again, very similar to Arlington. I have to ask you about that Strongholds, because there was a moment where I thought, oh no, Optic, they've got the momentum, they've got the power weapons, things are not looking so good. The second you shifted gears, it was unstoppable. That was unbelievable Halo out of you guys. Talk to me about that Strongholds, Frosty. How are you able to play perfect Halo like that as a team?
Honestly, we just know what we're capable of. I think literally going into the map, I was like, we need to all 4 play for sniper and camo at all times, because that's all that map is. Last tournament, they ended up actually beating us on that. I think it was a pretty bad scoreline too, but yeah, they're typically really good at that. But yeah, just controlling snipe and camo is going to be a huge momentum shift for us, and that's exactly what we did, and we were able to capitalize off of that.
How are you feeling knowing that your quarterfinals was again against Optic, seeing the bracket just fall apart once again in another, tournament setting? What was the team chat like heading into this one? Because it's a big series early on the Saturday. Yeah,
honestly, it was definitely surprising again to be playing these guys, but I mean, at the end of the day, we got to play everybody to win the tournament, so it was just another team in our way.
Love that. I love that. Wes, any questions?
I think Brav was next.
I do have a question, actually.
Oh, welcome.
I caught last shot. Brad, first of all, congrats on the series. An amazing fought battle once again, and your game 4 performance, I think, is a highlight reel in itself. I want to ask about Slayers. We caught last shot this morning, and I think Slayers are a focus not just because of the way they've gone, but specifically, right, that grand final 2, right, the margins that Optic won by. Just when you guys thought about Slayers, was it Slayers all up? Were you looking at specific Slayers that you worked on more than others coming into this event? How did you think of Slayers? Because obviously the work has paid off.
Yeah, it's just a general. I think like all Slayers just mean so much in every series. So it wasn't like a map specific or anything like that. It was just in general. Like the thing is, we know we're really good at Slayers. We just have to come here and execute at the tournament, which is exactly what we did. But it's kind of like a learning process for us as a team. Every tournament we play, every series we play, we're just learning more and more, and we're learning how to close out those Slayers more consistently.
Frosty, obviously this is the same outcome as last event. Now, I think there's arguments to be made, especially on the Shopify Rebellion fan base, that you can get cold sometimes in the winners bracket, and Optic, they're going to have to go through a very long journey once again, where they managed to meet you back in the grand finals, and some may argue that them being so hot, the momentum, the pace being pushed so much for them, you guys could get a little bit cold backstage. How are you now going to implement new things to your gameplay in order for that hopefully to not happen once again, and to really just have that gear shift right from the get-go in that first series?
I think we're just going to try to be more aware of it this next time. I feel like we were trying to stay as warm as we possibly could going into the last tourney, but yeah, it's just one of those things where sometimes it's just not clicking right away. But yeah, we're just going to try to be aware of it and try to come out as hot as possible if we do get put in a situation like that again.
I'm glad you were able to talk about the importance of snipe and camo on live fire. I think that's where momentum truly changed. Obviously, throughout the series, that was an absolute blowout. But what stuck out to me was we went to a listen-in, and the level of communication that you specifically are bringing to this team that I think is elevating this team is mid-combat. Matt is fighting somebody in A, and you're like, Matt, do you have that? Because you wanted to obviously transition to B, but you also had to make sure that that kill is going to be acquired. When you guys are having that level of communication, is that something that that's something that's not normal across any listen-in we've been throughout the weekend, throughout honestly in a very long time? Do you feel like this team, when they're clicking on all cylinders, the communication allows you to, I guess, reach a ceiling that allows you to beat the former champions in Optic? And what do you think has changed, I would say, in your communication compared to the competition? Because that was beautiful.
I think a lot of it stems from like me and Matt, right? It's just like we've been teaming for so long. I feel like the way we think about the game is so similar that we're able to just like focus on the things that we need to focus on. So like in that specific call out where I'm like, Matt, do you have that kill or no? It's like that level of communication is going to dictate my play to whether I need to go and help him or if I can leave him to start the next play to get that ball rolling. So it's one of those things where like we just have that chemistry for so long, and then adding the 2 new guys with it, it's pretty seamless.
What's amazing too off of that as well. What's amazing too off of that as well is you're talking about how he has to finish that kill in the back of the base. Someone says it might be a dummy spawn, so then you look straight to dummies.
Yeah.
Then it's not a dummy's call. Then B is like they're all green, and then he's like, Brad, they might have gotten out of green already. Like the domino effect.
The process of information is insane.
Yeah.
And I come from an era where like Rona couldn't shoot and talk at the same time.
Hey, I coached neighbor for many events.
No, it's honestly, it's beautiful. I was actually saying to Wes when we were watching this, that you guys have just a flow that is so difficult to stop. I think with Optic, sometimes with the individual skill that they have, and they've all become superstars on different teams come together, they are a little bit more erratic with their gameplay, which can also be difficult to stop as well. And you can't really tell where they're coming from at whatever time, and they can catch you off guard. You guys are like this massive tsunami wave just coming forward. You cannot stop the flow that you guys have, and it definitely comes from comms, because what we heard there was absolutely pitch perfect. Also, you have had an incredible season so far. I know we're early on, but
You're pretty good.
Frosty, you honestly have been elevated, man. You really do. I want to talk to you a little bit about, you know, your individual gameplay and how you feel it's kind of come into its own now in this new iteration of Halo Infinite, and especially on this new team too.
I don't know. I'm just, I guess, revitalized with the new team. They give me so much room to be able to do like what I want to do. I just feel very comfortable, right? Like I know how to play the game at a high level. And because of how much damage they're doing and the amount of space they're getting on the map, like I'm able to just do my thing. I don't feel forced to overdo anything or underdo anything. So I'm kind of just playing my own game, and yeah, that's what I'm sticking to.
Looking forward to the rest of the event, I think when you look back at the previous series, you don't want to ever have to win the Slayers in order to get the job done. The objective games you lost, 2 game types that I would consider you guys favored it against Optic, specifically Forbidden CTF and Aqua Bomb, right? Like those are some of your bread and butters. Yeah. Game types that you have beaten Optic in before. To slip up here, what are we going to change here? What are we going to improve on in those objective modes in order to maybe stay out of the game 5s? As much as the fans love it, I'm sure it's kind of hectic for you guys to have to go through those roller coasters.
No, 100%. I mean, it's just one of those things where we're trying to like build up our experience as a team. Every match we play, like we're just getting better and better. I mean, we still have like what, an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old on our team, so it's like closing out these close series against super good teams like Optic Gaming. It's gonna be a grind. So every series is just like a stepping stone for us.
One last question as I have you. When you see these stats, and I saw it at the end of the Slayer where last shot's maybe not dropping the most kills, but we saw this from him last year against teams like Optic Gaming where you just see 30K and you're like, we're gassing up Brad over here for like the dominant performance it looked like you had, but for him to be dropping 30K, like what do you go back and say to him in the back once you see stats like that?
I mean, I just say he's pretty good.
Keep it up, kid.
I mean, I can't do that anymore.
I thought it was going to be 31.
I mean, it's you can see the age right there. It's like you can't. I'm 27. I'm about to be 28. Like I can't do that anymore.
I don't know. I think you're in your prime still.
You definitely can. I'm not gonna lie. You definitely can. You got it. You got it, Frosty.
Well,
honestly,
I appreciate that.
Thank you so much for coming on the sofa. GG's incredible stuff. What a hurdle to have to get through on Saturday so far. Best of luck going through the rest of the winners side bracket things. I'm sure you'll be back on the sofa or somebody. I want to speak to some of the new guys. I want to see Last Shot and Cycle up here. So make sure you get them on my sofa. Thank you so much. Back to business for you, Frosty. And here is the winners side of things on our championship bracket here on day number 2 of DreamHack. As you can see, early on, we've had some really interesting things going on. Some big teams going up against one another already. Shopify versus Optic. Shopify will go forward like they did in Arlington. They will meet FaZe Clan, who did knock down Space Station 3-1 in that series. And of course, MB Cloud9 happening right now, as well as TSM and Nemesis. Excited to see the kind of outcome of both of those, but especially the TSM Nemesis game, because right now it looks like it's a little bit of a competition happening 2-1 here. Nemesis are biting back.
Yeah, they are. I want to talk about Envy, though. 2 up on Cloud9.
Yeah.
Like, didn't lose a match in pools. Like, Envy are looking good right
Very
now.
good.
Like, Envy are looking pretty scary right now, and I don't think we have to kind of... We've got to pay attention to the Envy run because it's looking really, really solid at the moment. I'm very impressed with them.
No, honestly, I'm very impressed indeed. I think, there was some talks about like, wow, they're shooting straight yesterday, but they continue to do so heading into day number 2. And how far can they go? That is the big question. Of course, the elimination bracket for you guys looking pretty ugly right now on that lower side of things. Space Station, Optic, on that end tail. That is terrifying, I think, if you are going to be dropping down. Indeed, what row, any way you can put it. Unbelievable stuff there. We'll have to see what some of our teams can do and how they can progress their journey forward, of course, on day 2 of DreamHack. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have some familiar faces back on the main stage because we have an Optic Gaming looking for a bounce back, going up against Complexity. Will they continue forward as per Arlington, or will they fall short? We'll find out right after this.
Hello everybody, my name is MintBlitz and it's that time again. This is your top 10 plays from Halo Infinite's Ranked Arena playlist. You guys submitted some absolutely wild stuff today, and big thank you to the HCS team for having me on. With that said, it's going to be one absolutely fantastic countdown today. Let's jump into number 10. First up today at number 10 we have Austin We Bring, and Austin, I checked your stream yesterday and your title was #1 redhead on Halo Infinite. So when you 1v1ing Ubernick, Austin is playing Livefire Stronghold, and check out this disgusting ninja for the triple. He's not done as his teammates are egging him on and he keeps on getting kills. If you ever wanted to see just how important team shooting is in Halo, look no further than this clip. He gets the kill tag, jumps up to Nest and looks towards Mud and finds the Killtrocity. He was absolute one shot and he still got the Killtrocity. An awesome way to start off our top 10. Next up at number 9 we have iSpar, back on Livefire and in the exact same spot as Austin. Sliding off of Nest to soar out towards QT, he's got the flank of the century. All 4 kills are assisted by his teammates, again showing just how important team shooting is in Halo Infinite. 3 Bandit Evo cleanups into a clean body shot overkill. What really makes this clip is the kill tag. He absolutely dunks on the guy heading to pillars with the no scope. Awesome shot, Spar. Next up at number 8, we have Agent Cooked on Coliseum as he's cooking the enemy team. Picking up 2 quick snipes, he sees the triple kill, very clean headshot, and he sees the man's toe beans looking up towards rockets and hits the overkill. I absolutely love the Coliseum remake. Awesome job, Agent Cooked. Moving on to number 7, we have a G2G Sleevey. Featuring his Dragon Bandit, he's going to be dragging the enemy team through the dirt. Good movement, good positioning, and by working with his team for the first 3 kills, he gets the triple. Sleevey has great awareness to double back to Garage for the clean headshot over Exterm. Great stuff, Sleevey. Next up at number 6, we have Chef Prufio. First we have Agent Cooked, now we have Chef Prufio. I'm sorry if your name's Prufio, but it's more fun to say it that way. Prufio is playing Recharge Stronghold and realizes the enemy team will be pushing through from C to A, try flip spawns and gain map control. The final kill of this clip makes it with the sick ninja overkill. He destroys the man and ends his career. Awesome stuff, Chef Prufio. The next clip in our countdown is number 5. Marking our halfway point of the countdown, we have Mailmain. And you know his motto, he delivers. Mailmain is playing Forbidden CTF, and I've got to say, this map is beautiful. Playing keyboard and mouse, Mailmain secures top mid control with some very clean shots. But what really makes this clip, oh boy, is the last one. He absolutely destroys that guy. Fantastic clip by Mailmain. At number 4, we have SLG. We just saw Mailmain destroying the enemy team. Now we're watching Mailmain get destroyed. Up against a few EU pro players, SLG has the shock rifle, and with some very clean shots, he picks up the overkill extermination. Moving on from that and entering our top 3 plays, we have Callus. Remember how I said team shooting was important on Halo Infinite? Well, you're going to see that in this clip. Callus is playing King of the Hill on Livefire with his team capturing the final hill. As the objective is nearing completion, the enemy team is far more likely to Hail Mary rush the objective to try stop the game from ending, and Callus takes full advantage. As you can see, after Callus has picked up the overkill, the garage side of the map is open. That means as long as his teammates don't move, they're going to keep respawning there over and over ever again. Callus can take full advantage. This clip is a race against time. Will Callus kill the entire enemy team, or is the game going to end first? It is one of the only kill-tastrophes I have seen in Halo Infinite Ranked in the game's almost 4-year life cycle. Our runner-up this countdown is Kruvu. Playing Aquarius Bomb, and shout out to Halo Studios for adding skill jumps into Infinite, Kruvu is going to use them to flank the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates are also going to push up at the exact same time to again help team shoot the enemy team. Kruvu's teammates even go to the lengths of sacrificing themselves to give him a better chance at continuing the multi-kill. The theme of this countdown seems to be team shotting as Kruvu picks up the Kilimanjaro.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Finally, we have number one. Your number one Halo Infinite clip for this countdown is by Infini. I was going to commentate this, but this clip is so disgusting. Just watch, it is amazing. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? That clip was insane. That is the best clip I've seen on Halo Infinite in quite a while. Easily the best clip of the countdown. If ever there was a deserving winner, that is the clip. And that's it. That is your top 10 clips from the Halo community from the Ranked Arena playlist. The next top 10 will be Ranked Arena again, so get those clips in. I got told there's going to be a QR code on screen, so you can use that to easily submit your clips, which I thought was pretty nifty. And if you do end up in the top 5, you can expect some rewards coming your way thanks to HCS. Always love seeing some awesome clips from the Halo community. I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see you guys later.
Welcome back, folks, to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We are really into our championship bracket now because we've got some crazy things going on in the elimination bracket. Speaking of, it's Complexity versus Optic Gaming. Who would have thunk it? Having Optic on the main stage fighting for their tournament life once again. Very reminiscent of Arlington, but I will say, if you are a Green Wall fan, don't worry too much. These boys have been there, done that, got the t-shirt and a trophy alongside it. Personally, I prefer a t-shirt. I love a t-shirt.
You guys got t-shirts?
They got t-shirts.
You prefer a t-shirt to a trophy?
Maybe. I don't know.
I'll take a trophy.
Can't wear a trophy everywhere. You can wear a t-shirt everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
See,
yeah,
we'll figure that part out.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Let's actually talk a little bit about what's going on Delta right now, because we actually have TSM versus Nemesis. It's game 5. This is going the distance, lads. We're in that Solitude Slayer right now as well, and TSM have the leg up significantly so, 9 kills ahead. This is looking pretty ugly right now for your Nemesis, because you just got to close out these game 5s. You've got to have that ice, and so far it's looking a little bit lukewarm.
Yeah, I think it has to be said as well, TSM bringing in money, maybe to help with these game 5 situations. Cherished, for whatever reason, they didn't get the victories, but TSM look to be closing this one out.
I think it's just too far behind as we join it. I mean, a 9-kill gap going into just 3 needed for TSM. Sadly, I think it might be Nemesis going down to the elimination bracket unless they have a miraculous comeback here, but you know, it's not impossible. They just can't afford to go down to kills like that. Have to avoid them, and I tell you what, Sniper's trying his hardest.
It's doable. This is doable. I mean, it is doable. You can't die here. You can't have 4 dead. You can't have 3 dead here. But it's doable for sure. I've seen it happen.
With every kill that comes on the side of Nemesis, you're like, well, it is doable.
It's closer now than it was before, actually.
All you need is one good push here if you're TSM, and there it starts to arrive now as they put the 48th on the board.
Snipe drone, then down to no shields, drive away. Soul Snipe comes up, gets that final kill, and Nemesis will be tumbling down to the elimination bracket. TSM, drive on.
They're actually going to be playing Zero Tenacity, so Europe versus Europe matchup, so that's going to be a big one for them in the elimination bracket. Mongolai SLG having a little bit of a tough time there in that Slayer. You need to step up to the mark there. I mean, 12 deaths, but only 5 kills. You're not really doing your bit to kind of retain that scoreline and get your team across the board here. Really tough. Can be really difficult in Game 5s. You just sometimes, I don't know, lose your pacing, lose your shot a little bit, gets a bit nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and on the other side, TSM, what an opportunity it is for them now to push through to top 3. They're going to play the winner of Cloud9 and Envy, and very excited to see how that one goes down. But of course, Optic Gaming find themselves down in the elimination bracket. Complexity is going to be their opposition here, Lottie, and you know, I look at the series layout, and we'll get to it later, but I feel like actually Complexity may have preferred to play Shopify Rebellion with this series layout, but I'll talk about that a little later.
Yeah, we can discuss that one a little bit later on for sure. Optic, you know, looking to have to regain here and bounce back. Now, Wes, I'm kind of curious about, you know, I'm not worried about their ability. I'm curious about their mental right now, and having to do this twice. Where do you think the head's at as a team? Are they getting frustrated, do you think, or is it just back to business? What kind of intel do you have in terms of knowing the players the way you do and how they respond to something like this?
Yeah, there's a lot of depth here. I mean, we had the blueprint from Arlington, where this team flawlessly picked up to the elimination bracket, even went down 2-0 to Nemesis in a series a little bit deeper into the bracket, and they overcame every obstacle to come back and win this championship. So we know they're capable of it. But the saying goes, you play with fire, you're going to get burned. And I did not want to see Optic drop into the elim bracket, because to ask yourself to do this 2 events in a row, to find yourself back into Championship Sunday, I mean, it is a long road ahead. And I fear for Optic, maybe not in this series. Yeah, but I think on the road, the journey to come, it's only going to be twice as more difficult, because you've kind of already played with this level of fire, and everybody's going to be coming for your head in this elim bracket.
Yeah, I think you need a little bit of luck when you're down the elimination bracket. Just map mode combinations, you need players to pop off, and Optic Gaming, the more times they do this, at some point your luck is going to run out then.
Yeah, I think when your luck does run out as well, you'll be a bit frustrated that you weren't able to get over the finish line in such a close Game 5. I do feel like Optic Gaming do prefer those best of 7s, so there is something to be said. If they can get all the way back there again, would they then become the favourites just because of how good those best of 7s have been? But there's a long road to get there just yet.
It is a long road. I was honestly talking to Frosty about the exact same thing. Like, you know, what are you going to do to handle that situation differently in a grand finals if Optic find themselves back into that grand final position? It's very clear to everybody watching Arlington that they do thrive off that momentum and being warm and having played a bunch. I mean, this team is composed of guys who are up until 4 in the morning playing money 8s every single night without fail. They are used to this kind of stamina. They do this every single day of their lives. They are more than prepared to go that gauntlet and to do that journey. And it's just about how you stop them. You have to stop them in their tracks right now.
Yeah, I think one thing, if you're a Green Wall fan, you want to look at the bright side of things. The way that Shopify series went, you lost a couple of close Slayers, but the objectives felt pretty good. I know Wildfire Strongholds got out of control a little bit, and it does that when you give the S7 to a great player like Frost and he starts to take over. But like, they should be proud of the way they played in Aqua Bomb specifically, and I think that those objectives tell me still that Optic are playing very, very good Halo. Like Shopify, obviously the second ranked team coming into this event, you know that they push Optic to the brink every single time they play. So Optic, if they continue to play the way that they are, I have no doubt that they will go on a run that we're all expecting.
I remember last event, Formal mentioned how their Slayers were something of a weakness. They went back to the drawing board, they worked on things. I think it's so difficult to replicate some of those conditions in the Slayers. And when you come into these big series with money on the line, places up for grabs in winners semis, winners finals, the Slayers are massive, and it's just about who can hold a nerve and who can ice up. And unfortunately for them, those last 2 Slayers, it was Rebellion.
100%. I honestly don't think there was anything wrong with the way that Optic were playing against Shopify Rebellion. If anything, it was right there. Other than that Strongholds, which I truly believe is the fact that Shopify Rebellion felt extremely comfortable with things in their hands, and they had a flow that was just too difficult to stop. And try doing that with the best of times. It's very, very difficult. Optic, right now, it was just marginal. It was inches, and they know that. So hopefully they can find some kind of confidence going into it. Where I'm worried is not for them, it's really for Complexity. How do you stop a roster who's bumped down into the elimination bracket, you're hoping that you can keep your tournament alive. And Complexity, how do they handle this now? Because it's been tough for them. Yes, they did manage to go Game 5 with Space Station Gaming, who, let's be honest, Space Station not having the most confident tournament of their life at all. But, you know, Complexity, since then, it just hasn't been working out for them at all. So how do you approach this, Wes? Like, this is going to be so difficult, but if you're Cole, what do you kind of dig deep and hold on to here?
I mean, you're playing with house money, right? Like, you're not expected to beat this team, and you don't expect to beat this team yourself, I don't think, but enough great plays and power weapon control is obviously going to be the name of the game. Getting Spartan the Dog going somehow in this series, it's going to be so difficult for them, though. Optic, known to overwhelm teams with their aggressiveness, with their power weapon control. They did a phenomenal job even against Shopify in that last series. They're controlling overshields and snipes on Forbidden. So I'm looking at how Complexity can get into this series. I mean, it really is going to be on the back of someone like Spartan the Dog or Mental having some special moments and special games to continue this series, hopefully to Game 5.
I think my issue and concern with Complexity is they've done the bare minimum up to this point. They only beat the open bracket team, and even the rivalry up against Precision, it was Precision, their former teammate, that got the better of them. So momentum really isn't on their side. Now, you could say the same for Optic Gaming, but when you stark and contrast these two teams, it's only really going to go one way for me.
And I think it's easy for them to look at this bracket and go, oh, you know, we're so unlucky we're going up against Optic Gaming here. But the reality is, otherwise you would have been, in theory, going up against the TSM roster who you've just seen taking down Optic Gaming. So I think you have to ignore that fact of how the bracket's going against you and instead just focus on playing whatever is presented to you at the time. I mean, I bumped into Cherish and he was like, yeah, we play the loser of, you know, Rebellion or Optic. It's a shame one of them is going to have to go out at top 12. And I like that kind of confidence. I know, you know, it's just playful banter between friends, but at the same time, you know, you have to have that confidence though. Even if you, in the back of your mind, don't believe it, if you can speak it into existence, then when you get into that game and you get into a gunfight against Formal, you actually say, I know I can beat this guy. I'm not going to be threatened by his name.
And do you know what? It's funny. I love that you mentioned that because it is so true, and especially true this season. I think from the start of Halo Infinite and the way that it has progressed competitively, right now, so many teams have that competition within them. They are able to cause upsets. We are seeing it happen so many different times now, especially on day one, and it messes the bracket up. I think there's going to be a point in time where we are coming into a day number 2 thinking that this bracket isn't messed up. This is exactly what we're used to happening, and that every single team has a chance to win this and take somebody down. I think right now it's all about the teamwork, how you are progressing as a team and how you can vibe off one another, and whether or not that playstyle truly matches. With Complexity, Wes, I want to ask you a little bit about how they are wanting to play. From what you see in their gameplay, what style, what kind of aspect of their gameplay do they bring forward, or are they trying to achieve with it?
Yeah, I think they're a little bit slower of a team as far as like setting up, making things progressively make sense rather than taking a lot of risk. When I see this map layout, Origin CTF is the big game to me. If you can get there, you heard about Formal's from the interview we had yesterday with Formal that they've been really trying to harp in on their new map mode combinations. It hasn't necessarily been like the most convincing wins that we've seen throughout those new map modes. Complexity has a lot of Halo 5 players, so the remake of Coliseum here could be a benefit. And honestly, Origin CTF can go really obscure ways just with flow sometimes. So I'm looking at Complexity. If you can get to Game 4, can you get it to a Game 5? Make it first to 50 kills, and then hopefully somebody steps up and starts making plays.
The only downside is, apart from Origin CTF, Optic are undefeated on every other map and mode that is there on that series layout.
If you can get there.
And especially with Recharge Ball being that Game 3 as well, they're 4-0 at the moment after the last 2 events. That is arguably their strongest map and mode. So, yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Complexity, and that's why I was saying maybe they would have preferred a Rebellion drop down, because when you look at the map and mode combinations for Rebellion, it's slightly weaker, but you can only play what's in front of you.
You can only play what's in front of you. I'm hoping for a good series here. I think, you know, Complexity need to go into this one thinking if there is a chance to take down Optic Gaming, it's when their heads are slightly low, thinking, oh gosh, you know, repetition here, we've fallen short once again. This is where you capitalize on any mistakes that are going to be made here. But best of luck to both teams on that main stage. Here is your elimination bracket. We have Optic versus Complexity. Shurs and Gaskin, it's over to you guys.
Thanks so much. And the question is going to be, Dan, can Complexity rise to the challenge? So much talent on that stage. They have players that can take over a game, but can they do it consistently to take over the whole series?
I mean, I think it's all going to come down to this first game, Live Fire King of the Hill, because it is also a good game type for Complexity, just not only based off of, you know, how they performed at Arlington with their previous roster, but also scrims as well. I do think that if they can take this first one, then they'll be up for a scrap. They'll have that belief. But I think you can very easily let that seed of doubt that's been planted in your mind start to grow if you go 1-0 down against Optic in elimination bracket round 1 of, oh, you know, we're so unlucky. You know, we could have been playing another team. Maybe we'd got top 8 and top 6, but we have to play against Optic Gaming, the reigning champions, yada, yada, yada. Those thoughts very easily creep into your mind as soon as you start to lose games. It's easy to kind of ignore them if you're winning games.
Wes speaks about how important CTF Origin could be for Complexity's hopes and aspirations, but it must be said, we watched Optic Gaming play on that map mode combination a little earlier. They got 2 flag captures in a minute and a half. So even if they do get there, there's no guarantee that they can even cause a challenge.
Yeah, you can always try and find an if and a but for a squad, but realistically, when you're going up against Optic Gaming, the reality is you're going to have to play your very best Halo if you are going to achieve a victory here. Everyone's going to be on the side of Optic Gaming. Predictions will be on the side of Optic Gaming. They are the favorites, the heavy favorites. They're the reigning champions coming into this one, but have found themselves in the elimination bracket yet again. The good news is they have done it before, but I do love what Wes brought up. Trying to do it twice, you are really testing your luck, because sure, there was nothing lucky about their victory back in Arlington, but at some point, does your luck run out a little bit? Does a team maybe get a better series layout? Do they get their exact best 5 maps and modes to go up against you in an elim bracket? That would be my question.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think when you do keep rolling the dice, eventually your number is not going to come good. I think you had to cause a reverse sweep against Nemesis at one point, and it could have very easily went against them. So every single time they put themselves in this position, of course they want to be always going through the winner's side, being dominant, winning 3-0, but it's not going to be that way. They're being made to work hard, and Optic Gaming just don't seem to want to do it the easy way.
Yeah, Optic Gaming, just one of those squads that I think, though, are not phased by the fact that they have lost to Shopify Rebellion. I think that they will have that belief of, you know, if we can get back to the grand final, if we can get to a best of 7, that's when we feel like we're at our best. Maybe they believe their map pool is a little bit deeper. Sure, we lose in the best of 5. Maybe they got some better game types, but actually, if we can get all the way, I think we can take them down. Players to watch out for, definitely Formal when it comes to King of the Hill. He just seems to do everything right when it comes to this map mode combination, so will certainly be someone that we have to check in on. On the other side for Complexity, you know, traditionally, back in the day, it was Mental was the person to look out for. So this is going to be an interesting scenario to see, you know, how Complexity do on this side, whether he's going to be the one they look for.
And it's interesting you talk about Mental, and maybe a contrast to how he was playing on Shopify Rebellion last season, finishing top 3, top 4 consistently. Now he finds himself in this top 8, top 12 conversation. You know the performances that he can put up. You get a sniper rifle from that kid's hands and he starts hitting shots.
Well, I'm here, we're just waiting on some players just to get ready. Apparently some technical issues maybe for Spartan. Something happened with his controller. Very Spartan of him.
Yes.
Sadly for him.
Hopefully it's not the cable.
Just seems to run out of luck when it comes to his controllers on main stage. But I'm sure that'll be sorted shortly. But yeah, the reason I wanted to talk about Mental is that he is going to be very important on live fire. You just saw what Frosty did, for example, when it came to live fire, having that sniper in your hands. You need someone with that element of skill level with the sniper rifle so that they can pop off and really control the game. And if anyone's going to do it, you'd imagine it would be Mental or Spartan. Certainly both very good with a sniper rifle, but on the other side for Optic Gaming, I mean, any one of those players can also
close
do
your
exactly the same
close
thing.
your eyes and point, and you'll find someone that can hit some shots and take over a game. Taking a look at the winners bracket then, if you're looking for a little update along the way, you can see TSM beat Nemesis, NV beat Cloud9, FaZe Clan beat SSG, and Shopify Rebellion, of course, which was on the mainstream, beat Optic Gaming. And that's why we see TSM versus NV and FaZe Clan up against Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, NV beating 3-0 over Cloud9 is a surprising one. That's the latest result to come in. So one of TSM or NV is going to finish top 3, guaranteed at this tournament. I bet you wouldn't have been saying that at the start of it. And now we go to the elimination round. This is when we're starting to send teams home. So Nemesis versus Zero Tenacity, the Battle of Europe, is going to happen down there. But on the main stage, we've got Complexity versus Optic Gaming. Can Optic go on a miraculous run yet again to lift a trophy? It all starts here.
Optic Gaming are going to have to come from deep to get all the way back to the grand finals. A lot of teams are going to be there along the way. A long, long ladder to climb. And the same thing for Complexity, who do not want to head out in this top 12 position. They have hopes, they have aspirations of more. Unfortunately, they're up against the green wall. It's shields up, it's weapons up. We're on board with Renegade.
Our Optic Gaming going to come into this one fiery and ready to punish any team they come across here. Or is there any element of maybe dejection after the being sent down by Shopify Rebellion. It certainly looks like they are coming into this one with full pedal to the floor. Bound actually gets the shot onto Sparty as well. We were speaking how this sniper is going to be a big influence on this first game. And it's going to be Bound who gets the first opportunity to provide us with some entertainment.
Is a concern as well, sniper rifle, and a lot of progress made on this hill. Only question is, what way did the camouflage go? It almost doesn't matter because this one's been so easy. Plain sailing. Legend has not even had a kill, an assist, or a death until now, and they've already got the first hill in the books.
Complexity were kind of scattered, looking to try and take some control on the map, and all the meanwhile, Optic were just sat comfortably in the hill, and now Optic can transition to the second hill very easily. Renegade's already waiting in it, and they're already pinning Mental back into green here. He will wait for his shields and does catch Formal out, so nice patience from Mental to try and do something to change up where this second hill is going to be going.
Is it a case that Optic Gaming are just a little bit miffed after that last result? The bear has been poked one too many times. Mental trying to prioritize staying alive. Grenades coming down, and he had a sliver of health, but it wasn't long before another bit of splash damage tagged him along the way. Fuji dives back tower along with Legend. So Cherish now repulses back tower. Some shots come from Formal. Renegade's there too. Doesn't seem to matter where he moves, somebody's waiting for him.
Everyone had eyes on Cherish, but has he done enough to allow the rest of the team to step up? He knew he had to do something with his death, and he at least was able to take a lot of eyes towards them, so Complexity do take a little bit of space, but it doesn't look like it matters. Mental's being spotted out, and he will be traded as well. And all the meanwhile, Optic is still scoring here. Mental trying his best with 6 kills, by the way, but just doesn't seem to help him right now.
It seemed to be a very clear strategy from Optic Gaming as well. Have one player sit mud watching those pillars, have a guy nest, you have two players watching one line of sight. Very good from them, and almost have this hill captured. Legend went back tower, but here's a chance now for Complexity. But how good will their hold be? That's the question. And unfortunately for them, Camouflage is coming up at possibly the worst time.
And Mental tries to get aggressive, which is the right thing to do here. He's done the damage and does manage to convert one of the kills alongside it, but it looks like Bound's going to escape with the camouflage. Oh, it's not. He doesn't have the camouflage, excuse me. It's Formal who grabbed it in the end. But this hill is a very difficult one to hold, and the fact that there is so long to do so from Complexity, likelihood is this is going to go in Optic's favor.
Spartan's just forced to give this one up, waiting for his teammates to spawn back up over towards Mud. Mental is there, but 2-0 now the score. Very easy for Optic. They move to Hill 3 in-house. Complexity do have the spawns there now. Cherish is going to be the one in the hill. Renegade's with the sniper rifle. He got a little pixel, so he knows the player over towards window. Shot will just tag the wall, which means the bullet will fire over towards the camo side, thanks to the ricochet that's been in the most latest update. 3 go down for Complexity. Optic just break these setups so easily.
Too easily as well, I feel. Oh! Renegade's just happy to fly around and put the sniper to use. The fact that Complexity have not been able to keep that sniper rifle out of Optic's hands has been a big difference in this early lead for them. They're almost 3 to the good, halfway to it.
Oh, goodness me. Renegade with the fadeaway headshot with the sniper rifle. 4 go down for Complexity. You speak about wanting to have a great start, how important this map 1 was going to be. Complexity needed it far more than Optic did, and it's just one-way traffic so far.
Oh, you have just, well, that's a triple, I think, on the other side. Is it a little bit too late? It is. And sadly, you've committed quite a lot towards the next hill. That are you in the position for the following one? Optic are going to be there first. You can see Formal's just kind of waiting to see if he can bait anyone into it, but Complexity seemed to be wise to it.
I don't know why, but anytime I imagine Formal's Spartan outline, I always imagine that he has a cap on. Formal drops in, puts down damage, gets a kill. Bound is there as well. That patience is paid off now for Formal. Spartan trying to control tower for his team, but he gets cleared out immediately. Now Optic have control once more. Next cap wins for them. So the impetus is completely on Complexity to make some plays. They have to take risks, and that's exactly what Optic Gaming wants.
Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but from what I've seen so far, it's very unlikely Complexity are going to get back into this game. Optic have controlled it far too comfortably. Whether it be getting these camouflages consistently, where it's how smooth they moved around the map together. Even though Complexity have got some kills on the board now and starting to get closer to their first point, the clock does start to be their enemy the further we get into this one as well. Of course, it is not impossible, but Optic just look like they know how to control a hill when they do have it.
Bound over on dummies.
Enemy about to
Nucci's still top tower doing a lot of damage, but needs a little bit of help here. He's got a lot of Optic members in his crosshairs. Cherish and Spartan get a couple of kills. Legend gets one on the mental. Perfect drop down from Avucci. 3 dead now. Renegade last man standing for his team. And he's positioned top tower. He gets taken care of. This is the moment. This is the opportunity for Complexity.
Yeah, it has to be here and now. It has to be grabbing this hill and the sniper, most importantly. And then someone needs to be popping off. Was it Spartan who got it in the end? If it was, then that could be good news. No, it was Cherished. It's his opportunity to start putting some bullets, at least toward the body of these players on Optic Gaming. As 3 go down, it's a 1v1 on the map. Cherish versus Formal. And that next hill being top mid means that this is going to be a tough one for Complexity to try and convert.
Cherish just wide at the worst possible time. He sensed Formal was around him, but
enemy team took the
lack
hill.
of patience. Formal capitalizes on it. Oh, first shot, the swing and a miss for Formal. You don't get many of them, so make him pay, Spartan. Perhaps contemplate chasing them bottom middle. Spartan thinks the better of it, probably for good reason. Cherish is there, gets bodied but manages to clean up the kill. Renegade's gonna chase that one bottom middle now, all the way through rat hole. A nade spins, a beautiful prediction nade from Cherished. But he doesn't stay there and wait. He rotates, he has to look towards the hill, forced to. That's so good now for Optic Gaming. Because they can just bait, they can play time. Every single time they get a couple of kills, they make it difficult. They eat away at that clock. And they've already got so much progress in this hill now. They can take their time. They can afford a few mistakes. 1 minute and 45 on the clock now.
The key thing here for Optic Gaming is just slowly trying to work your way over towards tower again. See if you can take control of it, because that will win the game for you ultimately. Just bully the other team over towards sandbags and then get the reward of the rest of the hill. By doing so, you can also try and delay this clock a little bit more as well, but Optic gonna have to go the hard way around through the green side. Cherish is gonna have to do a lot of work with his camouflage.
3 shots at the bound. Legend sitting pretty over towards Nest. Bound needs help, it's not gonna come.
Enemy of
Complexity are still inside this hill, and Optic seem quite happy just to let it go. Legend hasn't moved in quite some time. Maybe he's just been waiting for his shields to come back for so long.
enemy team.
There goes his shields once more, stripped away. Cherish gets the kill, tries to get away down towards pillars. Formal's inside the hill, forced bottom middle instead.
It took a long time for Optic to get there, but they did eventually get round towards tower side, but now Complexity are fighting back. And when I said it was unlikely, it's suddenly maybe possible here. 3-2. Tell you what, this has been a huge swing of events in favor of Complexity.
Enemy team
Been forcing Optic Gaming into awkward positions off their spawn. Just like that, maybe they'll make me eat my words here.
Spartan's back green. Is there still life in the old dog? Trying to stay alive. Avucci was going to fall. Cherish is also going to join him. It's a 2v2 on the map. Mendel's there. Gets the win. Formal's going to slide in and try to be an influence, try to be a nuisance. Spartan cuts him away. Legend gets a double kill. Now what's the play call? Are we going to play this hill? Are we going to give Complexity more of a chance? Or will we just play Slayer and try play time?
Because even though I said the clock wasn't necessarily on Complexity's side, one thing they had was Optic did score those initial points so quickly that there was more time than usual, for sure. Still, 1 minute isn't the perfect scenario to be in, but at least they're within touching distance here. Spartan, last remaining player, though, does at least catch out Formal. But he has to be patient. Complexity at least have another push or two here.
Optic are going to play time. Next, have to be aware of this. Formal's got the kill. Spartan's going to try and push in now. Formal down to no shields. Gets the kill. Made to work for it, though. But they are so far away from the hill. That's exactly where Optic Gaming want them to be. Bound gets a pick over towards the window. He finally gets taken care of. Good riddance, say Complexity. We head to now the final 20 seconds.
Renegade's got the sniper as well. Oh, look at that. Sniper and QT. Doesn't manage to connect with those, so Cherish will push in and Complexity will have their chance now. And maybe putting some time on the board. Spartan has to win this fight though, gets the trade.
Mendel's there. got his feet inside the hill, but he has to stay there. All three dead. Mental needed to hit the world. He got a kill on the formal, but it's not enough. Legends just going to watch the time dwindle away. And Optic Gaming will claim game one. They'll draw first blood, one up in the series.
And I will say, I didn't think it was likely Complexity were going to go back into this one, but they did really give it their best shot and showed that maybe this isn't going to be as much of a pushover as Optic may have thought in those early stages. Just took a little bit of time to wake up, perhaps, going into this one. Just took getting on top, gaining a little bit of control of the map and trying to ruin some of those spawns for Optic. They staggered them a little bit, and Optic were a little bit hesitant as to where they were going to push round. When they had half of the top middle hill, they were really trying to work to get on the sniper side of the map, but I think Complexity were wise to it, and they were almost just waiting for them to be there. All the meanwhile, they were slowly trickling away with those points in the hill.
Optic Gaming grind out a result. Taking a look at the stats, we spoke about how important Mental was going to be, and he done his best, 23, 16, and 6 for his team. But on the opposite side, Formal, 21, 17, and 8. So often the point of difference for his team. Legend there as well. 6,469 damage for Formal. But look at Mental again, 7k for his squad. Both players having a very good game, but it's Optic Gaming to come out on top.
Yeah, so Mental was going to be the key player for Complexity, but he, right from the get-go, he was the one who was putting damage on the board, getting kills as well. Arguably kept Complexity in it in the early stages, but then the rest of the team started to catch up a little bit. Mental, I think, lifted them up with some of the multi-kills he was able to get. But it was really the early pressure and the early points that won this one for Optic. It gave them the flexibility to play for time. I think maybe opted not to go for time earlier on the top middle hill. Maybe they could have just won that one with 5-4, but it was an intelligent and smart decision to just play what was in front of them and force Complexity to try and make some sort of play. So it does mean that Optic will continue their unbeaten record on Live Fire King of the Hill. 3-0 across 2 events, and maybe they'll get to play it a couple more times this event as well.
Up next, it's going to be Aquarius Slayer. Is this the moment where Optic pull away or Complexity roar back into life? Because Optic Gaming, Dan, that one wasn't pretty. The first 2 hills were pretty comfortable, but after that it was slow and methodical, and almost caught themselves. Gave Complexity an opening, gave them an opportunity. But now, with Aquarius on the horizon, Dan, tell me, who's the player to watch for Complexity if they're going to get themselves back into the series?
I mean, Mental again, just purely off of what he was able to do in that one. Slayer Aquarius is typically a very good one for Optic Gaming. They're 2-0 at the moment from Arlington and into this event, so not a crazy 100% record, but still something to go off. As for Complexity, they're 2-1. Of course, team changes does change the entire dynamic, that's for sure. In terms of Slayers overall, it is usually Mental who does put up the highest KD for the squad and seems to be the one who puts a lot of damage down, but interestingly, it's likely Spartan, the one who actually gets the most kills per minute for this team. So, again, I think it's Mental and Spartan. I think I said the same names for the last one as well, and that's no disrespect to the other 2 players, of course. They are going to play a very key part if they're going to come back into this series.
I think the concern was that in that last game, Mental did perform very well. Spartan had a game to forget. Hope to have that one back, and you know, when he underperforms, there's nobody harder on himself than him. Game 2 is on the way then. We're loading in. On board with Bound. Over towards the P side. He's going to pick himself up a thrust, but unfortunately for him, he uses it a little bit too soon, and that means Avucci can get himself a pretty routine kill.
Optic are very good at setting the pace when it comes to Aquarius. They'll speed it up when they need to. They'll also slow it down if they have to. It'll be very frustrating to go up against them. Because similarly to what they do on other maps, they'll either have a couple of players, sometimes 3 players on one side, and then they'll just let that other player off the leash and allow them to roam and cause mayhem. Whether that's Renegade, whether that's Bound, whether that's Legend, whether it's Formo, it does not matter. They all have the capability to go off on their own, really wreak havoc.
Speaking of on their own, Renegade last live for his team. Fortunately for him, he does have the camouflage. Funnily enough, Cherish used that Threat Seeker just to clear out the locker, but unfortunately for him, it was the camouflage player who was standing behind him. Renegade, like the Predator, turns his attention towards P-side. Couple of bursts, good enough to back down 1 player. Get aggressive on the Spartan. Killing spree locked into the Demon. driving towards the fridge and gets shut down.
So many players would have used that grenade as a defensive one. They would have grenaded, they would have backed off, but he knows he can follow that damage because if the grenade hits, it's going to be an easy cleanup. It's a good play from Renegade.
3 dead once more for Optic. Cherish gets his shields back, heads towards the closet. That's exactly where Optic Gaming are going to be spawning. 3 shots to the bound. He's also received a few ticks of damage as well. He's going to be forced to back away. He knows the bait and switch is only a matter of time.
I think Cherish has a point to prove as well at this tournament. Of course, losing his spot on the TSM roster, perhaps unfairly, maybe he'll feel. Certainly looking at the team, it was unclear where the real problem was. He lands on his feet, finds himself on Complexity. Seeing TSM go on to at least achieve top 6 and maybe even top 3, that's going to be frustrating for him, of course. So perhaps he can be one of the reasons to maybe bring Complexity back into this game against Optic as well. They're 14-9 in favor of them at the moment. It would settle the nerves a little bit to get one map, for sure.
There is always that little thing when you get dropped by a team, and no matter how friendly you remain with those players, you're rooting against them for the first tournament or two, hoping that they don't see instant success. And fortunately for Cherish,
where was I the problem?
Well, yeah, hang on a minute, they might have had a point actually. But no. Cherish is performing admirably this game, 6-4-3. And you can do it against Optic Gaming, you can do it against anybody. Legend's gonna scoop himself up a thruster pack. Over on the P side once more, waiting for information from his team, waiting for some damage before he decides to move. Playing this one very patiently. Bound gets a kill. That's Legend's key and cue to move. Cherish is going to fall as well. He just sits patiently waiting for players to drop where he knows they're going to. Pushes these 2 players over the P side, immediately recognizing there's 2 guns trained in him. Great game awareness to get himself out of trouble, but only for a moment.
6-kill lead, and I think that Optic are really trying to slow this one down because they're recognizing Complexity are starting to take advantage of them getting stuck in the base a little bit. They're trying to lay that trap, lay that foundation with a player like Legend, for example, just to shoot them in the back, and then they all ambush at the same time. Great shots from Formal. Look at this flood from Optic Gaming, all on the same side. Swarming towards Complexity here.
They tried it a couple of times. This time it seems to be a little bit more successful. They have Complexity in the back foot, sliding back over towards Fridge, almost completely trying to avoid the gunfights, knowing they're down in shields. Formal spins around, hits Spartan in the face. And one bandit shot was good enough to get the kill. Entel's down on the P side. Renegade's going to drop there. Great bait and switch, great awareness from each other. Optic Gaming's teamwork starting to heat up, and now within 2.
Yeah, it must be frustrating when you have a significant lead against Optic, and then suddenly you find yourself only a couple ahead. Start to ask yourself, really, how have we allowed them to get back into this one? Now Renegade just needs a bit of help.
Cherish with camouflage then. A chance to push his team further into the lead. 5-kill advantage. Formal's isolated in the fridge. Cherish getting shot in the back. Good comms from Formal. Cherish will get the kill, or at least help to get the kill, before ultimately getting taken down. So not a lot of value extracted from that camouflage, but just enough. Keep this one a 3-kill game.
3-kill game. Complexity still having the lead, but Optic's starting to worm their way back in this one. Let's see if Complexity can hold them off. It's going to enlist him with Complexity's side.
Bottom mid.
Reset, guys, reset.
Yeah, I'm absolute. What? Death camp? I have death camp, but I'll stand.
Yo, pushing Shrooms and pushing Peter. He's doing the window jump, Renegade, 3 shots down to Shrooms. 3 shots down to Shrooms, jumping off our bridge.
Hound is gonna kill me. Front blue.
Yeah, you can. Top blue weak, Legend.
Alright, I have death cam. He's going blue P jump.
Play around.
Yeah, about to jump. One's car 3. There's 2 P side. 2 P side going P2.
Looking at your P, I'm looking at your P. I have an 8. They like to go car side, have whoever's one.
We have 30 on camo.
You're good. They don't know you're there. You want speed 2?
Bridge.
He's half, one shot.
There's 2 here, 2 here. Yo, 2 here.
He's in the window, guys.
Wait.
I got Shrooms.
Tom in. Tom in. Can we look P-door?
One's ready to jump. I got damage on the jump. Yo, watch out, cut 3. Watch out, cut 3. There's Peter.
Attended P-door, there's 2. 2 flag.
Camo is up in 10 seconds. There's a guy going our Shrooms to our jump bridge right now. I'm just going to car 1 to blue brick.
Game on 5.
Do you see me?
Car 1. Formal. He's still car.
Thank you, Billy. Please, we can Yeah, we know he's P2. He went down, yeah.
I got Formal. Nice.
Went down at P-Shoot. Camo, guys. This is for you. Your front base, Joey. Your front base.
So difficult when Optic just absolutely swarm you and surround you like that. You can see Complexity backs against the wall, trying to throw grenades, trying to get damage down. Even though communication seems positive, they now
Enemy
find
team
themselves
nearing
7,
victory.
make it 8 kills behind Optic Gaming. And are they seeing Game 2 start to slip through their fingers a little bit here?
They've been relentless. Some of the pushes have been a thing of beauty. Just overpowering Complexity in the base. Baiting and switching, doing so much damage, but more importantly, just not even losing a life in some of these pushes. What was a close game? What was at one point a 7-kill advantage for Complexity is completely flipped now. And it's Optic Gaming who head into this endgame in much the better position.
Got to try and flip a 7-kill difference now, make it an 8-kill difference. Be very tough against an Optic Gaming who are so ruthless with their attacks, like you were mentioning. Really is just demonstrating how good their teamwork is, that they are all on the same page and coordinated with their attacks. Complexity do get a couple of kills going in their favor though. They close that gap to 5. Have been able to kind of force the Optic Gaming players back into Gen a little bit here, and they're trying to surround them themselves.
Just chewing them up and spitting them out right now. Actually gets another kill. They only require 2. Complexity, they're all going to spawn on the opposite side of the map. They're going to try and get out on this car side. Spartan's been trapped and isolated in the base though on the shroom stairs, taking a lot of damage. Mental's going to try and help him. Cherish is over on the car side as well. He gets taken down by Renegade. One more kill then. Legend's not going to get it. Legend's going to get shut down, but it comes elsewhere. And Optic Gaming, 2 up now against Complexity. Complexity then, Dan, 1 map loss away from elimination from this tournament.
Sadly, the game type that follows, I would argue, is Optic Gaming's best. So it is not looking good for Complexity. It'll be another disappointing tournament from a lot of their players' eyes, how far they think they can go and what they think they can achieve as well. Sadly, when you see these giants fall into the elimination bracket, it's so difficult to try and go up against them. But there is still hope. Still have games here. It is not done, and I think that's going to be the main communication going between these players on the side of Complexity right now. This is not over until it's over. We've shown that we can come back into games when we're behind. We can show that we can take them down. We can lead. We can be ahead. They were ahead in that Slayer. However, I think Optic are showing why they are the current reigning champions.
There seems to be a gulfing class at the moment. You're watching that Slayer, Dan. There's moments you're thinking, it's like you're just threading water, Complexity, desperately trying to stay afloat, and eventually you're going to run out of stamina and the ocean's going to take you. And that's what Optic Gaming are at times. They're just the ocean.
I think there was too many times that Complexity got caught in their base and they didn't push out. They kind of waited, hoped that Optic were going to run past and maybe they could shoot them in the back, and Optic smelled them out. And as soon as they caught that whiff, they were ready to pounce. Wanted to take them down, and you said it. Chew them up, spit them out, and let them respawn and go again. As soon as there was a 5 to 6 kill lead for Optic Gaming, there was no real looking back. Even here, right? Bound's kind of in a position where he starts to get surrounded, but he's so aware of where Complexity may be. Just a couple of nades to swing things back in his favor as well. Just heads up play. And Optic Gaming now 1 away from moving to Elimination Bracket Round 2, guaranteeing themselves top 8 and setting themselves up maybe, just maybe, a matchup with SSG for top 6 could happen. Could happen, depending on what happens with the result, of course, on SSG's side. But Oddball Recharge is where we're heading for map 3.
We are hearing SSG series is just starting, so maybe these two teams are locked in and ready to clash. Maybe Destiny has chosen them, but a lot of work to do for SSG. Their tournament has not been going the way they would have liked, they would have hoped. Same thing can be said for Complexity here. Find themselves up against the giants of Optic Gaming, one of the HCS's superpowers. It just looks like, for the moment, they don't have the firepower to take down the green wall.
There's a 4-0 record for Optic Gaming when it comes to Recharge Ball, which is not good news for Complexity fans. I think I've already made that very evident. So who are we looking at on the side of Complexity for Oddball? Again, I'm going to say Mental's name. It doesn't matter if it's Oddball time you're looking at, damage, kills per minute, or just KD. Mental is the one whose name seems to be leaping off the page when it comes to those statistics. But perhaps that means we should be looking at someone else. Maybe I want to see Avucci. Maybe I want to see Cherished actually have that big game. Or maybe Spartan can have that pop-off moment where suddenly he's roaring across the main stage. Because even though, yes, this is Optic Gaming's best game type, or one of their best game types, if then you beat them on it, that does give you that confidence and that belief of, okay, maybe they do bleed. Maybe we can take them down.
Mental is a known entity. It's time for the 3 members of Complexity that sit next to him to step up into this moment, or they will be going home. On board with Complexity then, with Mental. He watched the camouflage, Optic Gaming play it perfectly. They use the shroud screen, they put it down, they scoop up the camouflage. They get themselves out of danger. Like you say, Optic Gaming's so good at oddball. There's not a lot they're not very good at. Typically it was the Slayers of the past, but they've already beaten them in the Slayer. For Complexity, is it only a matter of time now before they get themselves eliminated? Or is there a Cinderella story still to be had here? It's been David versus Goliath, and Goliath's been winning time and time again.
Often Renegade is the player for Optic Gaming when it comes to Oddball, who is a statistical anomaly. Often putting up over 0.5 extra KD over any of his teammates as well. And it's not like he does it without ball time. That's the crazy thing. He's happy to grab that ball when it arrives at his path. He's the one who has the shock rifle, and he's just waiting to see if anyone's going to walk into his reticle here.
Sitting on bat ledge.
Enemy has the ball.
Ball gets tossed up. Great play. Great communication. Great teamwork. The Frenchman throws it up to Renegade. Formal gets a kill over towards Elevator.
It was good because they noticed Complexity were pretty static. Complexity were avoiding the shock rifle, and they said, well, we don't really need to move because they don't have the ball right now. So just utilizing the Shroud to make sure that they can get that ball, and even though 3 members of Optic have gone down, look at how much time has been achieved already. And you get the spawns with you.
Renegade's had a pretty easy time of it so far as well. Barely had to shoot that shock rifle. Because of how hesitant Complexity were to step into it, such as the fear that some of these players can put into you, you know if they have the shock rifle, they can really take over the game. It's 27 seconds, they don't have to fight too hard for it. Renegade's almost completed a full rotation and Cherished, he gets taken care of. Camouflage is going to pop up, and the game looks so easy through the POV of Renegade. He makes it look so easy. Gets in a fight with a player bottom tower. This kill looks like it's going to go his way, and it does. Killing spree locked in. Complexity just do not have an answer. They're trying to throw numbers at it. They're trying to put resources into it. But Optic Gaming just have a response every single time.
Renegade's decision-making is just flawless at times. Knew he didn't want to rush towards that kill because he was probably going to trade it if he did instead utilizes his grenades. Eventually gets shut down, but I mean, already 9 kills on the board. I think damage has been done in the early stages of this oddball game. And when you've got someone playing that way, where they can just kind of prance around the map freely and get kills, the rest of the team just has so much freedom to take space and take angles as well. If not to assist, it's to get towards the objective. It's to move the ball around. It's to start thinking about the camouflage, the next shock rifle, for example. It's so nice when you are on a team and you are playing alongside some of the best to do it. Triple kill for Renegade. He is on fire.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Optic Gaming are going to need him to stay on fire for these next few series. It's going to be a long night. I mean, a lot of teams to put to the sword. But so far, it's been so easy against Complexity. Shock Rifle continues to tag them up. Renegade tries to run down gold stairs to close the distance to Mental, but ultimately a couple of grenades fall at his feet. Formal's going to try and get a trade. The grenade might just get it. No, the answer's absolutely not. Spartan gets a couple of kills. They break the setup finally, but 84 seconds. There's so much work to do for Complexity in round 1.
This camo is going to be whisked away as well by Legend. That will mean they're going to have the perfect opportunity to break any setup that might be available here for Complexity, and Spartan's going to be the first target because he is alone. Legend says, you know what, screw the camouflage. Oh, but Spartan does reply. Maybe Legend just a little bit antsy there, could have perhaps been a bit more patient.
Legend can make plays like that, such as the advantage they have at the moment. They can take risks. They won't be punished too much so far. Both players settle for a trade. Ball's been dropped and the rotation's coming from Spartan. He knows they have got to try and keep this ball as safe as they can. He's going to try and rotate it towards his fresh spawners. The issue is his team are not coming to spawn over towards pipes. Instead it was long haul. Fuji's over towards bottom tower. Formal's behind him. He drops out to try and stay alive over towards single stacks, but ultimately gets taken care of by the Frenchman. Ball's back in no man's land. With 2 minutes on the clock and starting to dwindle down. The world is Optic Gaming's oyster right now. They can play this any way they want.
So much trust in this Optic roster as well. I mean, they're happy to turn their back on a fight if they see that their teammate is in the same area. They're closing in on this first round now, but we'll just toss the ball out because there's a little bit of pressure coming from Complexity. When Renegade was trying to cut off Spartan, he just turned his back over towards White because he was like, well, I know Formal's there. So he's gonna go one of two ways. He either gets that kill, or at least I die and then he gets the kill afterwards because the guy's looking at me, you know? It's a lot of trust between the 4 players.
Ball dropped.
Legend tried to end the round. Cherish picks up 2. Extends the round a little further. But is he just holding off the inevitable now? The Optic Gaming machine seems to be finding its form. The gears are flowing. They're spinning, they're turning. Spartan dies on C-plat. Fuji will answer back in anger. Renegade is there. Hands on ball now for Legend once again. The final seconds tick down, and Optic Gaming are going to take round 1.
Round 1 is achieved, and it means they're 1 round away then from progressing in this elimination bracket and waiting for a potential match with SSG, which would mean either Optic Gaming or SSG would be finishing at top 8 at this tournament. That's if SSG get to that round. Obviously, I'm not going to say anything because they have only just started their matchup, so I don't know how it's going over there. So I don't want to make any presumptions, but the expectation would be SSG would get there, of course, as the higher seed. You don't want Renegade to get this shock rifle, so Spartan at least making sure he shuts him down.
And I will say one thing about the expectations of higher seeds is that it's not gone according to plan at this tournament. Spartan's trying to turn his fortunes around. A couple of kills go his way. Camouflage getting put to work, extracting some value now. Legend's got the shock rifle. What a shot would have been if the Frenchman could have hit him. Spartan wisely enough backs away. He's done enough damage here for his teammates to capitalize on. Renegade's going to slide towards C-plat. Spartan is there, giving the wiggles to Formal, but Formal isn't buying the bait.
Formal getting the job done. Cherish is trying to move this ball and rotate it to put some points on the board, so Complexity are scoring. Bound was the last remaining player, and they know where he is. So that means that Cherish can move the ball over towards blue and force Optic to try and do something different. And I like this, because whatever Complexity were trying to do in the first round wasn't working for them, and we very rarely saw the ball over towards blue.
The issue is that Fuji's let one player leak through. Bound gets close to the ball and he's forced to toss it off. And the thing is, I think Bound knew exactly where that player was, but was happy to take the timing and force the play ball. Heads up play from Bound, knowing he didn't have to get that kill. Made that player completely irrelevant.
I think it's wise, though, if you're going up against Optic to play the blue game, because it just means you can toss that ball off. I think I said something similar earlier when we watched Optic play up ball, is that Optic are just going to be better at setting up. So they're going to be scoring more points if you just play the setup game. If you play a game where you can just toss that ball off and deny their setup and then maybe fight them for that ball off spawn, perhaps you have a better chance in this game. Camouflage is about to pop as well, but Optic Gaming saying, well, you want to play the blue game? Sure, we'll take it to you.
Bit of a blue game enjoyer myself, says Optic Gaming. Didn't send any resources really to get the camouflage, so have to keep eyes on it and see maybe who scooped it up. Matter of fact, it's still there and the resources go towards it now. Renegade's going to be the man to step to it. He's going to fall though. Bound's going to trade with Mental. Formal in the 1v1 against Cherish now. Formal's last man standing for his team. Perhaps Cherish can give that information to his teammate. Spartan will get there. The sticky grenade won't connect. Camouflage now for Spartan.
Spartan just checking every single angle and was listening to every call out as well, trying to decide how he wanted to play that one. Yu's going to be a big influence in this passage of play, but that ball is still on the spot. Complexity have lost one, so now Optic have the lead when it comes to players here. They're all kind of backed off, and I think that was good. They had to make sure they found that one player who was roaming.
Mental's trying to fight out of gold. Renegade's made it to Whirlpool. Fuji and Formal traded out. Cherish is going to go down before getting a kill onto Bound. 2v2 on the map now. That grenade's going to do quite a lot of damage to Mental. Can he turn the tide? The answer is no. Shock rifle transfers control. Greenwall got their hands on it now. We've seen the Demon take over games. Couple of shots won't find the face, but able to get the kill anyway. Cherish is there on the goal steps in a 1v1 with Legend. Wisely backs away, but not before Formal's grenade lands right at his feet. It's a 10-second advantage here for Complexity, but Formal and Legend over towards gold, trying to cause ruckus. There's just a couple of guys causing some carnage in some neighborhoods.
Just two pretty chill guys over towards pipes, getting a little bit of ball time, rotating it when they need to. No big deal. I wouldn't be too worried if I was Complexity.
Mental then.
Ball drop.
Searching for information. Down last man alive for his team. It's a 4 dead. Renegade's the first spawner. Do they have tabs on him? He spawned over towards C. Spartan has got his second camouflage in quick succession.
Yeah, it's another camo. They've done a lot better this round. Have Complexity in ensuring they prioritize the camouflage so they can work with it. Spartan knows he needs to be pushing with the rest of the team just to try and capitalize on having it. Sadly, Bound has not only got 2 kills, but he's also got the ball, but Spartan does spot him out and will take him down, but sadly everyone else has gone down around him.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped.
Where the name of all things Formal did that grenade come from? Has to have landed bat ledge. What a nade that must have been. Renegade gets 2. He really shouldn't have. The ball's in no man's land, and Optic Gaming still hold that lead.
Sadly, that is the difference, isn't it? They shouldn't have got those kills. They shouldn't have hit that shot. They shouldn't have got those grenades, but they do. That is what Optic Gaming always are able to achieve. Shopify Rebellion are also guilty of it, if you want to be guilty for something like that. They just find that spectacular moment that can really swing a game in your favor.
There's a reason why you stack your deck. Formal has done that this season. 4 superstars on that team. All capable of turning a game in a series on its head. You talk about shock rifles, sniper rifles, sometimes they don't even need them. The bandit's good enough. They'll slide into your face. It's ruthless aggression. And they continue to hold this ball in pipes.
Yeah, one last push now for Complexity. Their tournament life on the line. They have been able to find a couple of openings through Mental. But are they going to get to this ball quick enough? Bound is certainly going to try and stop them in their tracks. 90 seconds on the board, 10 required as Mental last remaining player.
And the last man that can have an influence, he's not going to be able to get there, not going to be able to get close. Legend holds it as comfortable as you like, nurses it all the way home. And the ink is going to dry on this series as a 3-0 clean sweep for Optic Gaming.
Smiles on the faces of Optic fans. They might have been a little bit concerned as they dropped to that elimination bracket, but that is the perfect way to bounce back. They will be waiting in elimination round 2 for whomever may win. Will it be SSG? That's the real question. As for Complexity, their tournament comes to a disappointing end, I'm sure. But we know full well they will be back and firing and looking to make up for it at the next event, because just 2 big names to really fall at top 12 and not come back bigger and better. So I'm excited to see what happens next time. But whatever iteration of roster Complexity may have, I'd like to think they can stick together, work on some chemistry, work on some things that went wrong, and come back next time.
It's going to have to be a tournament of something to build upon for Complexity, as they've been ground to a halt by the Optic Gaming machine. Plain sailing. Another clean sweep for them, and they begin to put something together and maybe another elimination bracket run.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting elimination bracket, looking at how it's playing out. I'm a bit nervous for that side of the bracket in particular, but you know, you can only play what's in front of you. Renegade again, 25 kills. He just seems to go into his demon mode, as you said, when it comes to oddball. On the other side, Spartan, Cherish, they did put up a good amount of damage. Avuchi as well. It was actually probably Mental's weaker game out of the 3. He was really the one who was stepping up in 1 and 2, but sometimes you do run out of that momentum you have behind you. But there is the confirmed result. It's Optic Gaming 3. It is Complexity 0. Lottie, Wes, I mean, I think that was the expectation, but Complexity certainly had moments where they shine.
Yeah, it certainly was an expectation out of Optic Gaming. You're hoping that they're going to come out off that kind of bounce back and be really, really strong, especially going up against a team like Complexity, who have had their struggles for sure. I've got to say, though, I'm impressed with how Complexity came out of the gates. They came out hot. They were really contesting Optic Gaming at pretty much every single point in this series. Yes, it didn't go their way at all, even any map significantly so in a series, but it was close. There's things there that are promising really, really, you know, hard to kind of go out in terms of the finish. You know, top 12 is just not what you want if you're Complexity. You know, a very decorated roster who have been around for a long time, some experience on that team is, you know, it's invaluable, right? But Optic Gaming, they're just a different beast. And I think at the end of the day, Complexity can go away knowing that they were able to, you know, go up to that level, to actually challenge Optic. I was pretty impressed with them.
Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty upset leaving this tournament, especially with the way Arlington went as well. So far, nothing on the books for Complexity this year, and frustration definitely going to be building inside that camp. So I'm not sure what they do roster-wise, and honestly, you can blame it on luck of the draw with kind of having to play Optic here in a series for top 8, but I mean, at some point, you just got to have better expectations or higher expectations for yourself, no matter who you're matching up against. You had plenty of chances in pool play, couldn't find really much going on there either. So frustration on the side of Complexity, but for Optic Gaming, their resiliency here, that's something that they can move forward with. I know it wasn't a dominant series from Optic, as some might have expected, but to lose in the way, in a fashion you did to Shopify, and then to not even move your setups, not even like unplug your controller before being asked to go right back into a series against a team with their backs against the wall like Complexity is, at least the job gets done 3-0 fashion, and I guarantee they have their eyes set on SSG, who they're assuming is going to advance to the next round to meet them for a top 6 matchup.
I think Wes is a good point as well. At some point, Complexity have to take ownership of, we need to beat the teams that are put in front of us. We only beat the open bracket team, and of course they can count themselves lucky that they would have matched against Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion, but the issue is, if not them, it would have been TSM, and do they really have a better chance against TSM? Not in the current form.
No, indeed not. I will say, though, plenty of stuff to go over VOD-wise. I think just being able to even compete against the likes of Optic Gaming is for me, a W. I know they're not going to see it that way, because I think every single person they come across in terms of competition, they're going to want to beat, and I totally understand that. But I think to know that you weren't just getting blown out on every single map in that series, it's definitely something to work upon, which I'm really excited to see how they come back and bounce back in the next one as well. Optic Gaming looking great, though. I think a little bit of confidence pushing forward, looking fantastic. I don't think there was any real standouts there other than Renegade, who just doing Renegade things. Like we said in the oddball, he just is his bread and butter. He knows that he needs to get kills and damage and open things up for his team to allow them to hold the ball, and he does that so perfectly. So it's great stuff from Optic Gaming. You know, the next big question is, who are they going to be meeting? In Space Station Gaming, they're currently going against Omit right now in their elimination bracket match as well, and it's 2-0 currently against Omit, so looking promising. You know, I'm sure reverse sweeps have happened. I think Space Station Gaming right now need to pick themselves up off the floor, and quite frankly so, being in the elimination bracket, which is really the floor of our bracket, they couldn't be in a more difficult position. I think the thing on my mind right now, I think a lot of fans are probably feeling the same way, is one of these teams, Optic or Space Station, if they do make it into that elimination round 2, will be going home here at top 8. That is pretty unheard of, and I think everybody can say, you know, they're probably not expected to be going out top 8 at a competition. It's just the way the cards have been dealt for them. And like you keep saying, Gaskin, you know, you have to play who's in front of you. Well, right now, this is a gauntlet. This is a beast of a matchup. And Space Station Gaming have to be, I don't know, digging extremely deep in their heads and able to kind of pull up to Optic Gaming and give them the best that they possibly got. I'm a little bit worried about this elimination matchup if we do see it, Wes.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that Space Station's performances against Optic, against Shopify, I mean, we saw a graphic yesterday, 0-9. That's got to concern you. So I'm looking early in that series when it does come up. Can SSG win one of those first 2 games? Because if they don't, I think the series is over. You can say goodbye. But if they're able to find their feet and maybe knock the confidence of Optic down, maybe have some doubt seek into their heads, that's where we could see a series be a banger between those two. But there's nothing previously that we've seen in tournament form that has showed me that SSG is going to do that yet.
Yeah, I think you rightfully say this series matching up right now and losing one of these teams at top 8, it's unthinkable. The issue is Space Station didn't get the job done in pools, and sometimes people say, oh, it's only pool play, but sometimes there's jeopardy involved in this, and if Optic Gaming, they also didn't get the job done. The issue is that the form book will tell you when this happens to Optic Gaming, they have no problem going on a run in the elimination bracket. Space Station Gaming have not proven that so far.
Yeah, there's precedence there. Optic have done this before and still won the tournament. SSG have not proven that they have any ability to do that yet, even though their 4 careers of the players are obviously well-established, well accolades, probably historic. But that being said, this team, for some reason, is not working the way that anyone would expect it to work.
I really do truly believe that right now with SSG, they're letting frustrations leak into their gameplay. I think they haven't progressed enough of the way that they wanted to. I think it's been marginal. I think they have made some progress, but it's just not enough. And I think at this point in time, they were hoping to be, really contesting in grand finals at this point and really mixing around with the top 2 teams that we're seeing. And it's just not happening for them. They're getting close in a lot of the series. They're just not getting any maps across the board, and that has to be eating at them, and it's clearly bleeding into this tournament. So we'll see what they can do. Can they pick themselves up? Can they work on things on the fly? We'll have to find out in their elimination match. But up next, we're actually going to be seeing a winner side of things on the main stage. It's going to be Shopify versus FaZe happening very shortly. We're taking a quick break, and then we'll be back. I can't even speak. We'll be back at DreamHack Texas for you guys. We'll see you on the other side.
New Juggernaut. Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal.
Want more Halo action?
Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Hello Spartans and welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. Before the break, we saw Optics part 1 of question mark amount journey through the elimination bracket, hopefully getting into that grand final spot once again like they did back in Arlington. And these are the boys who took them down once again. They are back on the main stage though, this time on the winner side of things, going up against FaZe. Who will reign supreme? Who will continue this beautiful, untouched journey through the winner's side of things and hopefully make it into their position of this grand finals? My name is Lottie. I'm joined by Clutch, Onset and Brav to talk you through all of the action and all the questions that honestly we are left right now with our jaws on the floor, because some of the things that have been happening this weekend are rightfully so to be shocking, because I don't even know where my head's at right now trying to get around some of the teams and honestly the progress that a lot of the teams I think none of us were really kind of thinking about coming through the woodworks here. We got Envy, we have the likes of different teams, TSM making a change. Who would have thought that bringing the gang back together would have just produced such magic, such beautifulness that they are pushing forward now into day 2, and it's really not stopping there. But FaZe, they've got a tall order in front of them. They had a really nice bracket last time, and this time around they're going to be facing Shopify Rebellion to try and get over that hump. A big question right now is Shopify Rebellion, are they going to make handy work of FaZe, do you think, here, Wes?
If I was a betting man, I would say yes. Shopify look phenomenal, and I think those last 2 games against Optic and the communication during the listen-ins is what told me Shopify are really starting to click throughout this tournament, and that is going to be a very scary team to play. Even as well as FaZe has looked throughout this bracket and even last tournament, I still think Shopify will have the leg up.
Yeah, I've got to say, I'm really impressed with the way that Shopify are able to remain composed in such difficult series. You know, I think mentally already having to figure out how you handle Optics so early on, right? In that quarterfinal, once again, they are given their essentially, their biggest competition, their ultimate enemy at the end of the road so early on, which it can completely push everything off balance for them. And they handled that with composure. It went all the way to game 5. Onset, you were casting it there with Brav. You know, what do you make of Shopify Rebellion, the way that they played that and the way that they were able to get the leg up over Optic once again?
I mean, it's impressive, right? There's nothing else you can really say. The game 4 was the standout, and that's the one that we're talking about here. Wes is highlighting that listening because it was so notable how the switch just seemed to flick, and everything that they were doing seemed to be coordinated, it seemed to be clinical. And then in the final moments of that Slayer as well, they showed that iciness, which is something that they've been pretty good with, I would say, outside of that game 7, which was the one that really mattered back in Arlington. So for SR at the moment, things are looking good, but I kind of look at a FaZe, and I think this is it's a massive series for FaZe to see where they stack up against SR, because they've always been talked about being a little bit off the pace of the big 2. But this is their opportunity to right that, maybe rewrite their future a little bit.
The thing that scares me for FaZe is when you look back at last tournament, it was a lot of Frosty highlights. It was a lot of like Rule 2 going off, but it felt like last shot was pretty quiet throughout the tournament. And the quiet last shot, obviously, still a dominant force. But in that Optic series specifically, I think he made his presence known. And I think that he knows he needs to be a little bit louder inside the server. And that last play that we were just able to rewatch with Camo, how much patience he shows.
Man.
And for such a young player that hasn't been in massive moments, like that's a massive moment for SR this weekend. And for him to drop down with camo instead of engaging in any of the other combat loops that were granted to him before that, to wait for the perfect moment to get the first kill to break that setup. If he gives his life there, all of a sudden we could be talking about Optic moving on. But because Last Shot plays perfect Halo in that situation, it's SR that moves on. And I love the idea that Last Shot knows that he needs to be an absolute monster if he actually wants to take that next step and hold up a trophy at the end of the weekend.
Indeed, I will say I was actually about to highlight Last Shot because I just think he has been lights out and has been since, honestly, the inception of this team. The damage output coming from that last series was just unbelievable. He's obliterating people and allowing room to be made and created by some of the other superstars on the roster. And it's funny because I think when you talk about superstars, you often think about people with a sniper in their hands and what they're able to do with these like one-shot weapons, getting that headshot clean off. But for me, a superstar is somebody who is able to kind of push experience across the board. And it's funny we talk about a rookie essentially because he looks like he's experienced. The things he's doing, the plays he's making, and the decisions that are being made by him individually, not coached by his teammates, not told what to do.
It's definitely not best.
He's doing it. And it's just unbelievable that that is his essentially his starting point in his young and early career.
One thing I love about Last Shot as well is a lot of the time he's putting out these huge damage stats and he's not the one who is in control of the power weapons for the majority of the series. It's going to be Frosty, Royal 2, who you're looking to with that sniper rifle in the hand. So it makes it even more impressive that he's able to consistently output this damage, maximize every single life. And that bandit in his hand is like, it feels different to other players on the map because he's just able to switch targets. He's able to play his life long enough to re-engage and keep himself in multiple combat loops to influence where that game is going to be going. And I just think it's impressive. You watch his POV, you're always impressed, and I think he's just making, like you said, that next step here where he's showing just that bit of composure in the big moments of a series, and it's a great sign for SR.
I think another thing that is also impressive, something we didn't see on our screen, so to speak, on our stream, was FaZe taking down Space Station Gaming, which has notoriously got the better of them in the off-season, into the beginning of the season, at the K-San event as well. They didn't get a chance to play in Arlington, but they took them down handedly 3-1 there. So that was already a really big obstacle for FaZe to understand, honestly, truly, where they are at. I think you could have argued about the bracket for them and their run and how it came about and who really is third, fourth, etc. But FaZe have showed that already off screen for us. So I'm expecting some big things out of this roster. If they're taking down the likes of Stellar and Lucid and Snakebite and Eco, that's no easy task. That's very difficult. Rob, when you're looking across this roster here, who needs to really step up, have a big game here going up against Rebellion?
You know, I think you're going to get, first of all, guaranteed performances out of a player like Falcated. I think that's the player I don't look at as an X factor because quietly he just, like you said, on the B stream, he's just slowly being on the top 5 KD leaderboard for what feels like years and years now. I think Fal is going to be the player they depend on to just hit the exact numbers and shots that he needs to. And if I think of an X Factor player, it tends to be Trippy, right? You get these huge, they call him Big Game Trip for a reason. You get big games out of him, and you also get kind of performances where he might have numbers that are not necessarily up to par. So I think Trippy, for better or worse, does tend to be a bit of an X Factor player. Now, given his tournament success and over the years, he tends to be performing above the line most of the time. But let's take a look here at some of the map set records so far.
Indeed, just looking across the board, obviously we have, honestly, a pretty decent split, apart from Li-Fi King of the Hill here, where FaZe are looking pretty dominant on that one. It seems to be something that they have put a bit of work into, a little bit of confidence on, and of course that Street Slayer here, which I'm guessing in terms of the map set record, we haven't seen Shopify on that one yet. So far, FaZe have been versed in it. Go on, I'll say what you know.
I think Shopify actually 0-4 on Street Slayer, which
is
why
wait,
they
hold
don't
on,
have a bar.
hold on, is that what it means?
I understand where you're coming from.
I love how my brain goes to, they can't possibly have played it.
They don't have a bar, and if you're FaZe, you're looking at that, you're probably thinking, feel pretty confident in this series. I mean, 1-on-1 game number 1, but Shopify have lost one of those. You haven't lost Aquarius Slayer yet, even though you've only played it once. You haven't lost Live Fire King of the Hill. Then you have a similar record game 4, and then what looks like a terrible game type for Shopify Rebellion, and a great one for FaZe Clan is in that game 5 should they get there. Now, we also know that Shopify have gone away, done a lot of work on the Slayers. We've heard that from them, so you would expect that maybe to be a little bit more of a difficult challenge, but I mean, you look at that for FaZe, you're a FaZe fan, you're going,
Yeah.
might have a chance here.
No, this is definitely swaying towards the fact that we could have a really good series here. And I think series layout apart and the records and the maps and modes, for me right now, for the FaZe guys, I know they have the skill. I know they have what it takes to take this series to the distance, and if not even win it. It's just about if you show up on the day. It's putting everything else aside, feeling like you are confident, you believe in your team and what you can do and what you're capable of. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a spark from FaZe. I need to see them light this stage up and feel like it's just any other team that they're going up against here. Well, match is ready, folks. I cannot wait to see how this one pans out. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe with, of course, the wonderful and talented Bravo and Onset.
You're too kind, like, you really are too kind every single time. But it's going to be a great series here, and I think it's a real opportunity here for FaZe. I'm going to talk a lot about FaZe in the build-up to this first game as we do just take a look at that series layout so we can display it to you at home. But for FaZe, the question coming into this event was always, how close are you to that top 2? Because we've talked about the series that they've had previously. We look at the results of this series, it's usually like a 3-1. Sometimes they go down 3-0, but the games are relatively close. But it never feels like FaZe are close enough to win one of those series. And I think they know that. They came away from Arlington, I think, pretty frustrated about how the big series went for them. This is a chance for them in a big series with Shopify Rebellion coming off the back of a big win against Optic to show that they're not just here to participate in this tournament, that if they can beat Shopify Rebellion, they could show themselves as a potential tournament winner.
Yeah, a lot of talk before this event of FaZe trying to get into kind of these later stages of the tournament. They seem to do so well, not just coasting, but they seem to do so well through the earlier stages of the bracket. But when they find themselves up against not just the big 4, but more so the big 2, right? It used to be that they had battles exchanged evenly with Space Station. However, coming off of a 3-1 victory, they've kind of now entered into, okay, it's really about us and the top 2. Historically this year, they've run into a wall. And as you guys said, I think really correctly, you and Clutch, before the series started, now the question is, can they show that the work has been done?
I think they need to show a little bit more in these big series. They need to start closing out some of those big games, the close games that slip through their fingers a few times. We'll take a look at a little bit of red zone action here as we go over to Omid versus Space Station Gaming. Space Station Gaming up 2-0 over their opponents here, and also a round on the ball in Oddball. Got there eventually.
Round of the ball and a round on the board as well. I think you were correct in both phrases there. I think Space Station fans are going to, probably when we first went into this red zone, we're about to take a gasp, but realizing, okay, SSG up 2-0 here. They have found some footing in this series, in a series that you certainly would expect them to take. And quite close to, you would assume, closing this one out.
45 seconds left on this round, though, and Space Station might be finding themselves tied up at 1-1, sending it to a deciding round number 3 if Omid can hold on for this final 30 seconds and deny SSG from getting near that oddball. Snakebite will find one, but Collect is on the flank here and will be able to find not just one, but potentially 2 here onto Lucid as well. Shaky shots on both sides, but Collect finally does get the 3rd kill. That was 3 dead for SSG. 20 seconds left. It's looking like Omid will close this out, but as we head back to our main stage here, Andy, SSG just being made to work a little bit harder than maybe they would have wanted for this 3-0 victory.
A few seconds left on the clock. Maybe we'll get to see the end of the round. No, we're not. We're gonna have to guess what happens. We'll get you verbal updates in 8K analog audio on exactly how that series goes, but now we are shifting our focus to the main stage. As we said, Shopify versus FaZe Clan here. Found themselves as the victors. They're going around 3, by the way. We already got
you got the update for it. That's great. Keep those FM
Don't worry,
radios tuned in.
They didn't get 33 points in the last 6 seconds.
They didn't collect that. That's correct.
Just got word. There's more. Wait. There we go.
Going back to Omid versus Space Station. They're confirmation of what we believed and were led to be true. It's tied up at 1-1.
I'm being toyed with.
Round number 3.
My emotions can't.
Are you okay?
Working my brain.
I'll give you a few minutes.
Just kidding. We're back in here. Looks like we're waiting just a moment for that main stage match to get underway, which gives us opportunity to see exactly how this 3rd round will begin. But as you said, Mark, Omid putting up a fight here, not going down without some extra shots exchanged across the board. They're going to force this to a game-deciding round number 3 and try to stay alive.
So versus Snakebite, there's going to be some help around the corner. That help comes in the form of Stella, who gets a beat down and a trade. The ball is going to be snuck away here by Mortally towards the turbine and the pipes, I believe. And out of the reach of Space Station Gaming. Huss trying to flank, but Snakebite is there to keep his teammate alive. Another 1v1 opportunity for him here. Eco's going to be there to help him out. So some good teamwork from all of the members of Space Station Gaming here. A little bit of baiting and switching to pick these kills off. The ball has been thrown towards the spawners though, so SSG are going to have to look for some more kills, and they've got to deal with Collect, who's got that shock rifle.
Look at the numbers, by the way, how evenly distributed this is across Space Station. Lucid on 21, Stellar on 22, and then Eco and Snakebite on 23 and 24. That is a beautiful distribution of kills so far in this game.
Yeah, my OCD very happy.
Yeah, very. I'm loving this right now.
I was going to say seeing, but also what I'm feeling from those numbers.
No one get a kill. Or if you do, make sure you get kills together. Seems that's what they've been doing the whole game, though. It's worked out so far. They probably don't need my guidance in this game.
Of course, if you want to watch the entirety of the conclusion of this series, you can check out the B stream over at twitch.tv/HCS. If you're an Omit fan and you want to see the comeback, or if you're a Space Station fan and you want to see the progress in this bracket. Beautiful shots coming in from Stella, by the way, onto it. So to take him down, but it is Omit still who have those 28 points on the board. SSG struggling to get their hands on the oddball.
I like what I'm seeing so far, even though we, as you said, saw some kills that you could argue should have gone the other way. Omit with time on the board, now Lucid with it. Pretty big moment here. Let's not forget, a 28-point lead is nothing to kind of forget about. They need to make sure they get back into this game as the ball gets yoinked into Whirlpool and eventually reset.
One player alive here. The last remaining player alive from Omit. It's going to be damaged here by Lucid, who keeps that camo. You can see the pipes pushes coming in. SSG trying to move that ball out towards the long haul. Lucid can't keep Snakebite alive here, even though he's putting down some good shots from distance. And as we leave that, we go back into Oddball, but back to our main stage now, where we do have Shopify versus FaZe Clan here in our winner's semi-final, a spot in the winner's final. For the team who comes out on top here, FaZe Clan find themselves 3 dead, 4 dead off the rim.
Beautifully handled there. Thought Falcated was going to get away with murder, but instead they make sure to clean up the kill in Mangler Pit. They also come away with not just the ball, by the way, they're trying to Eagle Eye camo hard. See if World 2 can stay alive here. He's able to. And a few points on the board for Shopify as well.
Got that plasma pistol as well, which has become such an influential pickup on the map. Ooh, Trippy gets spied out, but there is that plasma pistol. That makes a difference, allows Royal 2 to get that kill. 2 dead on the side of Shopify Rebellion. But the numbers get a little bit closer. It's actually 1v1 here between Penguin and Last Shot. Penguin had the shield advantage. But with everybody essentially in the death screen, that ball is not going to be picked up for quite some time. Everyone's still going to be looking for a little bit of control and a few more kills going their way.
Enemy has the ball.
Firmino needs to stay alive here if he can. Crossing picks up both in the back of the base, though. Very nicely done. That will keep 3 dead for FaZe. That's suppressed. Ready to play the ball if he needs, and the ball will be played off. 4 dead. We'll see just how quickly Shopify is able to grab.
Enemy has the ball.
Immediately, straight off the spawn. The spawns do come in and around C and long haul, though, which I think maybe caught Shopify a little bit off guard there, considering that was where they picked up the majority of those kills. Obviously, someone was blocking something, which influenced where those players were going to be coming back onto the map for FaZe, and that little pick has now allowed FaZe to move up the map, take down 3 Shopify members themselves, and they have that oddball now in towards the elevator. Suppress cleans up the final player, and as you can see on your player outlines, everybody from FaZe now spawning in and around blue.
Dramatic Spartan audio there. If you're listening in a headset, that was a one to remember there, as Psycho will fall eventually. Now camo popping here bottom mid in 4 seconds.
Penguin going to be able to grab it. No one in position from Shopify Rebellion to cut him down. Cycle's going to be able to challenge that, but a couple of players are bottom middle. Royal 2 on the flank. Penguin changing targets and hitting headshots. Last shot's in front of him as well. Does he want to take the fight? Penguin does the damage and now moves towards that oddball, using that camo absolutely perfectly alongside the damage from his teammates.
I think if there hadn't been a triple right before, Last Shot probably keeps challenging there, but you know in the comms, don't give it to him. Don't give it to him. Do not give him the overkill. And not only does he not give the over, but he makes sure to stay alive. Eventually, though, take him down by a little bit of a 2v1. That one means 2 dead for FaZe Clan here.
A relatively low-scoring game round so far between the two teams. That's just because the slays are pretty equal across the board. The one standout so far has been Penguin. He's 8-3 in this game, suppressed with the majority, I should say all of the objective time so far on the FaZe side. But at 24-25, it's the perfect indication of quite what the difference is between these teams. It's 1 or 2 seconds at this point.
Exactly. Shopify was 3 dead there. Will be an opportunity for FaZe to continue rotating, though they do get cut down at the pass. Kills will be exchanged, but they'll need a little bit more control here. They want to rotate that ball back, and Suppress going to do just that, but pressure's coming. Might have to play ball once again.
We're still a 3v3. Penguin took a bit of damage. That's going to be a really big stick And from what looked like a perilous situation, somehow Suppress comes out of that one with 2. Trippy will find another. Shopify Rebellion find themselves 3 dead.
FaZe also going to have pipes here. They might be able to get shock out of this exchange, which would be a pretty big deal, and I agree. Suppress getting the play ball. Important, however, really it was the double kill fadeaway off the map that really allowed them to now maybe have an opportunity to control from golden pipes.
2 minutes, 19 seconds left in this round as well. It's just so low scoring. Not a huge amount of time for either team to not only get the odd ball in their hands, but you can't make mistakes at this point as well, because that could be the round slipping through your fingers. Falcated being chased down here by Royal 2, using that cover to be a nuisance and get the trade in that position.
Good from Royal 2 there to manage that trade. If you watch that entire exchange, he was the one shot the entire time. He looped back and actually one-upped the ring around the Rosie to get the trade still.
Cycle with that odd ball in his hands. It'll be Shopify who now go into a lead.
Enemy has the ball.
Last shot finds 1, goes for the stick to try and turn a 1 into a 2, but he's going to miss that one. Cycle should be able to clean this kill up, but he's going to leave it to Frosty to do so as he turns his attention back to the objective. And even though Shopify had 2 dead here, it was 2 dead on the FaZe side, and everybody's spawning around the map. So Frosty with his shock rifle and Falcated pushing the pipes. He's going to have a chance to create some space here. Suppressed, gets bodied, gets taken down. Frosty tries to escape, but Trippy is the last player alive. He will fall to Royal 2, so it's all dead here for FaZe Clan, and Shopify with this lead have a chance to hold on and maybe collect a little bit more time.
And as you had mentioned, Mark, it has been a low-scoring game that has continued now. So as a result, at 39-31, there's only 120 left on the game clock. You get the feeling that after a few more rounds of slays, this really could decide it.
Time's still dwindling down, but the score's still so close between the two teams. FaZe needs to know that this is one push, one set of kills, and they can take this round away. And it's Trippy, actually, who has been the front runner in this push. Now he's got the odd ball in his hands. Last shot on your screen has recognized that all of a sudden they've got to chase this ball down. It's going to be FaZe who go into a lead now as we approach the last 60 seconds in this round.
FaZe drops and shoots, as you say, in the lead now. However, they do find 2 falling on the side of Shopify. Momentary 3v2.
They're just looking for kills now. They've got that lead, they've got the objective. Work done. But last shot will find 1. Last shot will come out of pipes with a double kill. And where's the rest of his team now? It's Royal 2. Who's going to find another one? Falcated last alive. Royal 2 is going to get in and grab that ball and move it away from the player that was remaining from FaZe Clan. He's trapped on the pipes. Royal 2 trying to cross here. And will tie the game up at 43.
However, 2 dead. They do not get the play ball. They were trying to get at least the rotate to back Hydro. Penguin might be forced to play ball. Actually, he has help from 3 players, so probably will not play ball. Is still off the map. Interesting here. That's going to keep things essentially tied up at 45. Ball is now played with 24 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Frosty has a lot of responsibility here because that ball's going to be spawning in and around the batteries, and everyone from FaZe is going to be pushing towards him. That kill on Trippy might, on Penguin, might give Shopify the opening they require. It's 2 dead on the side of FaZe, but they need to get that ball in their hands here. Frosty has to go for it for himself, but look at Trippy being a nuisance. Royal 2 takes him out. 1 second left to get the ball in their hands. It's 3 dead for FaZe. And even though they cut it about as fine as you can get, a Shopify who clutch up in those final moments and will take round number 1.
Really, really well done. As you said, they had to get the exact timing on those kills. They're able to pull it off in the end and grab just those last few seconds as they play the ball batteries. The big play there was keeping Suppressed as the last player alive, and then even though he had a minor angle, he was not enough, of course, to take down 3 players. The batteries, Shopify, as you say, will take the round.
Just a second, just a couple of kills between the two teams. But is that the classic story of FaZe Clan? Extremely close. Games look close, but can't close out those big moments. Another example of it, unfortunately, for the FaZe Clan.
Enemy has the ball.
See how these things off the opening rip will be exchanged. It will be 2 dead for Shopify. Camo, though, in the hands of Suppressed. We'll see what he can do.
Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
Suppressed has an opportunity here to move towards pipes. You know, there's a couple of Shopify players in and around him. That's a nice back smack to take not just a player down, but also the player who had that shock rifle. Now he can collect that
ball dropped
from that fallen buddy.
Ball dropped.
And last shot is now the last alive. He gets one himself, but Penguin with the ball in his hand. He's going to get early time on the board here for FaZe.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Press now holding. Don't worry. Your eyes are not deceiving you. You do not have a scoreboard bottom middle. Getting updates from the team on exactly where that score line is. Not appearing here in the UI, but of course still appearing for the players in their POV, so we'll make sure we get you the updates in the best fashion that we can as the game continues.
We'll do our best to keep our eyes on who has the odd ball. At the moment, it's all FaZe. FaZe are the only team who have held that odd ball. It's Penguin. He has it in his hands once again here. We do have the HUD back. Welcome back. You were
there we go.
Very welcomed. As we know, my mathematics.
I was wondering what the score was.
I was moments away from a full-blown panic attack. But we're okay now.
Enemy has the ball.
Suppress now 18 and 12 in this game. You'd think with something like that, they might have taken the first round. However, that is not the case. He records his 19th kill. But as you saw, that first round going to Shopify Rebellion.
55 points on the board now for FaZe Clan. They're over halfway there to getting this round on the board. But it's Shopify now who finally get the ball back to somewhat of a safe-looking position. Royal 2 with the camo off the back of the shock rifle headshot. FaZe down 2. Make that 3 as Cycle finds the 3rd. And everybody else is across the map, but Shopify not with their hands on the ball quite yet.
Almost makes the play happen there. Instead, going to get taken down, have to try to rotate. Heavy pressure coming in. And now with the camo, opportunity. Try to go ahead and push up here to top A. He should be able to clean up this kill on Trippy as well.
He's going to send this one in. Cycle gets there before him. No! Royal 2 again connecting with the head. Has to use that grapple to get away. Now he's going to re-challenge. Ball is still in his teammate's hand. He forces the play ball. Suppressed is reloading. He gets the stick, but it's a killing spree coming in from Royal 2. And I'm pretty sure he somehow got another kill on the way to
he really did.
Well, he was even dead.
On the way out. Also might be a Frosty pickup here. Gets one, almost gets two. 2 dead for FaZe. For just a moment, 2 dead for each side, actually. Still 55 to 15. So still certainly within reason. For FaZe to start to run away with it, but they know that really Shopify's only 1 hold away from getting right back in the round.
Getting the early hold is the difference maker here for FaZe. They had a really good set of setups in and around the pipes when they moved that kind of through pipes towards the long haul. And then eventually ended up playing at the back of blue. That 55 seconds or so is still on the clock here. That's the difference between the two teams in this round. Lovely shots coming in from Suppressed to deal with Royal 2. He knows there's another player bomb tower, but has to reload for the 2nd time. In what feels like a couple of lives for him at just the most inopportune moment. It cost him his life and gives Shopify an opening here.
Frosty may have gotten hit with that insta, with an impromptu insta at the front of tower to hit mid-bridge, which was pretty impressive. Frosty, as you'd expect, still comes away with the kill in a pretty tricky situation. But World 2 gets pinned down bottom middle and relatively scoreless over the last 60 seconds or so as these teams have a little bit of jousting on the map in terms of slays.
Camo goes into the hands of Penguin. That's good news for FaZe. Power-ups out of the hands of Shopify Rebellion. And when you have this 40-point advantage and you're approaching the last 2 minutes in this game, if you can slay out here, keep Shopify away from this ball, you will send this to a determining 3rd round.
Wondering here if we're going to see Penguin go for the shock. Camo would give him the luxury of a quick grab if he wanted. Maybe after this kill, no. Instead, just continues slaying and continues wrapping around. Still the same exact score on the board.
It's that plasma pistol as well, and I think he's just thinking this is a more reliable weapon in this pipes area. Someone flies through, you're going to be able to connect with that shot more often than not, and it kind of scares off a lot of players when they know that plasma pistol is there. Shock rifle, yes, going to give you great value, but the shot's a little bit tougher to hit in comparison in these close quarters. So this gun you can see on your screen right now, Royal 2 knows that himself. He knows if he pushes, he's going to have to do something special. It's a killing spree for Penguin. The last time we checked the game clock, it was about 2 minutes left. We're approaching the last 60 seconds or so of this round number 2 now.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Penguin, as you say. Green gun, the maintenance, the control of the camo, holding down the pipes angle. Every piece of that together, and still, FaZe Clan up 55 to 15. They are playing time here.
Remember though, Shopify Rebellion get their hands on that ball, that game clock will stop. But at the moment, they can't get anywhere near it because they're all in the death screen. 3 of them full cycle, last player alive. He's on the stacks, he's already taken damage, has to use the shroud just to survive. And that's another 15 seconds off of the game clock here. Cycle finally will fall as well, so it's a fresh 4 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. And FaZe look like they're about to send this to round number 3.
Yeah, what a play call so early on to be playing this for minutes of slaying here. They knew they could just simply hold down golden pipes, and that's exactly what they've been doing. Now really it's going to be all eyes on camo here.
Can Shopify make a break here? Can they make a play to get that odd ball in their hands? Remember, it was just a second that separated the 2 teams in round number 1, but the early hold From FaZe Clan, it's still the difference between these two teams. It's going to be Frosty, who does get that ball in his hands, but look at this flank coming in. Look at the pressure on the oddball. He's trying to deal with Frosty. Frosty being a nuisance. Trippy does take him down. That's the player closest to that oddball. It's a couple of ghost ledges as well, but it's enough to buy the time for FaZe to win the round, and we are going to a deciding round number 3. Now, let's talk about FaZe again. These are the rounds they need to win, Andy. These are the ones that I think that between the events, they would have been so frustrated having got into these kind of positions to keep it close that they let slip through their fingers.
2 dead right away off the opening here for FaZe. Now we'll see if they can keep it up. Talk about great game management, right? I think FaZe deserves a lot of credit there. That's really an extended period of slaying and control and quite a specific play call that not a lot of teams would make. See if they can repeat here, make the series a lot more interesting than many people may have expected.
Falcade was uniquely not positive in this game so far. He's only just negative. It's not like it's an outstanding stat in the negative kind of explanation of it, but it's still somewhat surprising to see this man who is so good at making sure that his KD is on the right side of 0. And if they come out of this with a win, he will not care whatsoever about how many kills and deaths we're talking about at the end of this game. This should be an easy one for him to clean up onto Royal 2. That's exactly what does happen. And again, it's faced with this early hold. But finally, it's going to be broken.
Yeah, finally taken down there. That will be 3 dead for FaZe. So this will be an opportunity for an extended hold, potentially. Shock is still up. See if Frosty decides to drop.
He's tempted.
Might drop this for a teammate. We'll have to see exactly how this plays out. Right now, he's just playing UAV info for the entire team. Seeing where they might be coming from, and it nicely dodges those grenades. And a little bit of a minor lead here early on for Shopify.
Nice little bit of teamwork there. You can see the damage was very comfortable to clean up, and it's Cycle now who's starting to announce himself in this game. He picks up 1 and then he hits the perfect on Penguin as well. It's 4 dead for FaZe. And this is guaranteed time here for Shopify Rebellion as they rotate. Or try, I should say, and rotate away from the spawners.
It was 4 dead.
Wow. But instead, it looks like Frosty just kind of miscalculated the G-slide across the turbine, and that's allowed FaZe to put some pressure on.
1v1 on the map for just a second here. It was a Penguin versus Royal 2, and he'll win it. Now Spawner's coming into the play, and the fray as well. That was 3 dead for Shopify momentarily. We'll see if FaZe can get more time on the board.
Suppressed will just trade here, in and around blue. Beat down the stick going to be the reasons for that. Falcade steals that ball away towards the through the turbine, excuse me, towards Pipes. And look at the setup now. Look at the perimeter that FaZe have. They're a little bit trapped here at Pipes, but they were all close enough to get into a position to ensure some trades. 2 players still left alive. Now just the 1. Falcade will be the last alive with the grapple. Cycle will get the angle, get the jump on him, and Shopify will get that ball back in their hands. Last shot, who has his hands on that objective.
It was a stacked 3 dead here, and now it's 2 dead again for FaZe. So the timing is not on their side, and Shopify has done so well to keep them on a really disadvantageous spawn cycle. However, good damage might give them a little bit of an opportunity to make the trek across the map. They do get the first pick on Royal 2.
Good damage again coming in here from Cycle. No kills to report, but 2 players' shields broken, but great teamwork to isolate him from the side of FaZe. It's going to be 2 dead for Shopify Rebellion here, and Penguin's got that ball back in his hand, so FaZe will be scoring. And if they can deal with Frosty, find a couple more kills, then we will find ourselves essentially at a tie game here. Suppress is going to find the first pick on Royal 2. Trippy's going to fly in to try and deal with Frosty, but Frosty is such a problem. There's 2 of them trying to kill him, and they just can't simply flush Frosty out here from Bold Blue. He's still alive in this situation, still comes out of a trade. It's 3 dead for FaZe.
4 dead for FaZe.
And Frosty just being such a frustrating kill to try and pick up.
2 dead here. We'll see if Royal 2 should not be forced to play. I think this is just being a cautious moment in case the grenades came in. Now here finally comes Penguin. Now he's a little bit of a fake out there. And a little bit trolling because that ball is finally going to be played off the map. And it was just a 10-point game, but with that swing, it now becomes a 20-point game.
This is the kind of cushion that Shopify love to play with as well. Knowing that they don't have to worry about that objective, they can just play for the kills, play for that slay, keep their opponents off the ball. But look at Falcade starting to come to life a little bit here. 25 and 23 now, picking up some important kills as Shopify find themselves 2 dead, and he gets that next camo. So this is a chance for FaZe to flip this lead.
Also make sure to not take damage there from Whirlpool. As you say, a very big moment here. And if they can use this camo to ensure they get the first damage and the first pick, this grapple is going to be a big factor as well. Wow, shots. could see a lead change coming here, essentially tied up at 46.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
And we'll go into a 1-point advantage. FaZe will take the lead now. Falcated recognizes where the pressure's coming in from the comms from his teammates, moves towards the long haul, finds last shot. He's going to chase him down here. He wants to put him in the death screen. And will indeed do exactly that. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. Now he's trying to cut middle map. Does he get the timing on this player? Bottom tower. Almost managed to. Cycle did a pretty good job there of actually just checking before he crossed the road. But it's Shopify who somehow or other, from all of this, have got the ball back to Elevator.
Yeah, Falcated, he gets away, but going blue pipes costs a lot of time. Killing spree for him. We'll see if he can pick up even more kills on the push and the collapse. So far, it's working out.
And now he's on the pitch. Look at this. Royal 2 has to go for the double melee. Last shot's last alive on the Shopify side. He'll go down as well. And a chance now for FaZe to move that ball back towards the Elevator. Spawns from Shopify Rebellion are in and around the long haul, and they're going to have to make a trek to get near this oddball.
20 seconds on the camo as well. It's going to be a big factor here in the late game. And with a score of 67 to 55 in favor of FaZe, you got to think that camo could really decide which team is able to establish a gap here.
And there's a standout stat in this lobby right now, and that is Penguin. He's just broken 40 kills in the lobby. Suppressed is just behind him on 39. No one on the Shopify Rebellion side has broken 30 as yet, so Suppressed and Penguin are doing some heavy, heavy slaying here on the side of FaZe.
Penguin also with 21 assists, more than anyone else on Shopify, while leading the entire lobby in kills. Unbelievable for him so far, but still work to do before they close it out.
Frosty has the camo here. Suppressed has found 2, though, on the side of FaZe, and Frosty finds himself as last alive. And even though you got the camo, there's not much you can do in this situation. And look at that game clock. Look at the time that FaZe are starting to put on the board here. Penguin knows there's one player missing. He might be thinking play ball, he might be thinking trade. He gets the trade instead. Trippy will find one. Falcated gets into a position to grab the ball and get it off the map as last alive. It's 4 dead here for FaZe, but has the damage been done?
Royal 2 now, very important responsibility here. It's going to go ahead and grapple the ball. He also has shock, so he wants help right away from a teammate. They're going to drop it. They're going to also want every second that they can, so they make sure to grab right away. All 8 players up. Keep an eye on the kill feed. Let's see if Shopify can hold.
These are the moments where FaZe are going to be tested, but it's 3 dead on the side of FaZe. The last player alive is going to be Falcated. Royal 2's found him. Royal 2 sniffed him out. He's grappling in to try and finish off this kill. He will be able to do so, and for FaZe, this is a scary, scary moment. Shopify have that ball in their hands, even though they're just 7 points away here. Royal 2 is controlling the pipes. He's controlling gold. And FaZe cannot pass.
Oh my gosh, Royal 2 just dipping in between shots. Somehow keeps his shield this entire time. Still 2 dead for FaZe. Look at the comeback here.
Royal 2 just commanding. So many kills at the moment, so much damage. Coming out this shock rifle. Finally, it's going to be taken down. FaZe will be 2 dead, but the ball time is still going the way of Shopify Rebellion.
They've stacked 2 dead for the last 60+ seconds. Unbelievable timing here. FaZe committed everything to that long haul push. It was an all-in play, and it was risky. They take the lead. 4 seconds to go.
I don't think FaZe are close enough to get this, and it's going to be Shopify Rebellion who eyes up in the final moments and steal the game away from FaZe. It just feels like history repeats itself again for FaZe. They're in a great position, a game-winning position, but somehow snatch a loss away from the jaws of victory.
I had a 20-point lead as well in the late game, but it was huge plays from Royal 2. The peak shotting with the shock at Gold Stairs with his shield management, perfectly just winning peak battles to maintain shields the entire time. In that third-person view of Royal 2's POV, we saw all 3 players coming in from FaZe. That's not an easy push when you have to sneak everyone through long and hope that you're winning battles at glass and long haul. Those are difficult battles to win, and they don't win them. Look at the kills on the board in the end. Look how heavily FaZe outslayed.
Oh, out-damaged as well.
And out-damaged and outscored. Yet, in terms of rounds, it's Shopify that steals the game.
Talk about Halo a bit, about moments. Comes down to those moments, and even though the man on your screen, Penguin, drops huge statistics, Suppress drops huge statistics, they outslay their opponents. It all comes down to round 3. final moment and a final hold from Shopify Rebellion where FaZe just fell over like a pack of cards, it felt like. You saw that they were trying to push through towards gold, to break through gold, but it felt like they were just all looking at different things.
They were, yeah.
And Royal 2 hits a couple of nice shots, but they're not headshots, they're damaging shots. But then when he re-peaks, it's like everyone just forgot he existed.
I agree. I think there was definitely a breakdown in communication or decision-making in terms of making sure that Royal 2 had to be the priority there. You got to kill, first of all, you have to kill Royal 2 in that position. You especially have to kill Royal 2 with the shock in that position. And I agree, it looked too easy where he was able to then start peeking every angle he wanted to. And I think maybe some assumptions on the side of FaZe that another player was prioritizing that kill. It wasn't the case in the end.
It'd be interesting to go back and listen to the comms of this moment. This is the moment. I mean,
look at this.
The peak comes in here. He knows he's under pressure here, Royal 2. Trippy tries to challenge. Understandably, he knows he's got the shock here. There might be 2 players for him to try and deal with, yes. But then Foul, he's not looking. Last shot, of course, he's taking that battle across the map, but surely it's a 4, it's 3. You have to try and force your way in to pipes here. Don't worry about the damage battle. Worry about getting near that oddball, and unfortunately for FaZe, it's Shopify who you have to give a huge amount of credit to with the way that they did hold. But I'm sure if FaZe watch that one back, they'll be disappointed with how those final moments went.
Certainly, and it felt like, to be honest, in the mid-game, I was really curious. It felt like FaZe was going to run away with that. Or excuse me, the mid-game of round 3 specifically. And you saw FaZe get all the way to the 93-point mark, and they could not close the game out. I think you summed it up perfectly, Mark. It has pretty much summarized the beginning half of this season so far. So close against the top 2 seeds, unable to do it. However, there's a lot more Halo to play in this series. Next up, it's Slayer Aquarius.
Take a look at some of the Slayer stats of these teams then. 4-1 the record here in Dallas for Shopify Rebellion. 2 of those, remember, against Optic Gaming as well. Those wins, I should say. On the other side, FaZe Clan 3-1. Maybe not a similar caliber of opponents. They did, of course, have to play Space Station, so take what you will from that. But the average margin of victory, very, very impressive on the side of FaZe. If you're winning by, we say, what, more than 5?
Yeah. At
this level, at this point in the tournament, we usually say that's a pretty convincing victory. Their average margin is almost 10.
Yeah, and also only having, of course, that follows that their average margin against, points against, would also follow with that margin. Only taking 38 kills, 38.5 exactly. It's quite a margin, as we said, so this is going to be a heck of a Slayer battle, and we also know, as we take a look at the elimination bracket, just how much Shopify has prioritized the Slayers.
Yeah, you can see here is going to be Nemesis who take down Zero's Tenacity, so some European players throwing down. It's going to be Nemesis who moved through. And Gen G beat Cloud9 in a Game 5 to set up a match against Nemesis. Optic Gaming, we saw that a little bit earlier in Space Station, what they did, and that is going to be coming up in Elimination Round 2, which is just insane to think about, by the way. Optic Gaming versus Space Station in Elimination Bracket Round 2. One of those is going to have a finish they will not ever want to talk about again.
Wild to be going home. One of those 2 going home on a Saturday night. Unbelievable. Also unbelievable is Gen G taking down C9. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of talent on the side of Gen G, but I don't think many people would have had their bets and their chips placed on that side of the table. But Gen G writing quite a story, and C9 exiting much earlier than they had expected, and the bracket continues to be wild here in Dallas.
Of course, welcome back to Royal 1. Stood behind FaZe here, across from his brother. It's a bit weird. Although we know how brotherly relationships work. Sometimes it's nice to beat up your younger brother. Anyway. Slayer Aquarius then, game number 2. It is the younger brother who's having the spoils going his way after game number 1, as it will be Shopify Rebellion finding themselves 1-up in this series. But Aquarius Slayer, a chance here for FaZe, who have a very good Slayer record here in Dallas at DreamHack to maybe tie this up.
I love how the importance of Slayers and the fact that they're so important here at this level of Halo Infinite just has really upped the ante of how hard you have to work in your Slayer prep. And we've already talked about how much Shopify has been doing it, but now FaZe is about to give them a whole new test. As we said, this is not a matchup we've been privy to that much this season. 3 dead off the rip for both sides.
Big push coming in though, top middle. It's going to be 3 dead for FaZe Clan once again, and that is going to allow Suppressor's last player alive actually just to sneak through and grab this first camo. Frosty's trying to hunt him down. He knows where he is, but he's going to have to deal with a couple more players pushing the pink side. From FaZe, it's going to be Penguin who does take him down. So a narrow lead, but a lead and camo off the rip here for FaZe Clan.
You get the feeling with each camo, they need to make sure they're maximizing here. If either team is able to shut down camos, it could be a really big deciding factor in the way that this one goes. Trying to find what he can on the map. However, here he loses 2 teammates.
Does manage to turn 2 kills himself and play off that damage. Such an important thing to do, and he might be able to turn a triple here, but no. Royal 2 just had the advantage when it came to initial damage to win that fight without being traded. A couple more kills go the way of FaZe, though. After Shopify Rebellion get a couple of their own. Still just a 1 kill difference between the two. Suppressed will find the pick onto Frosty as Trippy goes hunting down to P1.
Trying to keep Penguin alive, and going to be able to do so as well. Penguin's also got the green gun to take into the next battle. Kills being exchanged here right at the 10 kill mark early on, but 3 will fall for Shopify.
Lost players in front of him as well. Frosty does somehow win the fight, even though Trippy had the thrust, so that's incredibly impressive stuff from Frosty to win that individual fight. A little bit of a frustrating one, I imagine, for Trippy. But it's going to be Penguin who does manage to clean up the damage and keep FaZe in this lead. A 3-kill advantage for them at the moment.
If you're faced here, you really just want to make sure you maintain this. Don't let him back in the game. Good trade once again. It's moments like that we're talking about. Anytime you could see a 1v2 trade at this level of competitive Halo, a lot of work has to be done to still eke out those kills. And as we said, it will maintain the 4-kill lead for FaZe Clan.
Ammo up then, cycles top middle here for Shopify Rebellion, but forced down to the low ground as Falcane is holding this window. Making sure that not only can he look at Suppressed and try and keep him alive, that he keeps Shopify Rebellion off of this power-up. A little bit of a trade. As we have a 2-for-2 split on the map at the moment. 2 players from either side currently in the respawn screen. Frosty finds one onto Penguin. See, the Falcane wants to make a play towards top middle for this camo, but he also knows that there's a lot of players still alive, and he can't overcommit due to the numbers that Shopify Rebellion have on the map.
I also think he bonked his head, and I think he would have had camo a long time ago had he not bonked his head. Last shot instead gets the burn on camo, so still just a 5-kill lead for FaZe Clan.
4-3 for Foul to start this one. Penguin, again, 8-5 for him. He's had a great couple of games to start this off. Well, certainly a good game number 1, even though it was on the losing side. He's looking to continue here, almost double positive in this second game. FaZe with a pretty solid lead at this point in the game.
Yeah, maintaining and holding so far. They outslayed in the objective game. Despite the loss, they're still outslaying here on the Slayer, and it's paying off. Let's get into a listening with FaZe Clan.
One shot blue shroom, going up, one shot.
I'm looking at Peter, Mike. I'm looking at Peter. Out, down, Mike. Weak on you, weak on you.
R2.
Jen, yo, first week. I'm turning around.
I'll be weak.
Nice, Mike. Two shot. And then
Blue Gen and Car2, guys.
Car2 weak on the name.
R130.
Car2 and Car1.
Car1 weak. Go 2.
Going front, blue, one shot. Nice, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Yellow jump, go bottom mid. We went bottom mid to blue, probably.
Shot bottom mid, going front. Yep, blue, one shot. Blue, one shot.
I'm getting out to peek. Can someone come peek? Someone come peek?
Camo 15.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. Yeah, P2 on the
You want yellow jump and on nades. Yellow P jump.
Camo on 10. Camo on 10.
P2, I think.
Where's he going?
Holy shit, Mike.
P2 on me, one shot. P2, one shot. Frosty.
Yeah, I hear that.
One shot blue P street, one shot blue P street.
Yep, he's gonna
TON, P1 blue. 2 blue P street. 3 there, Mike.
Look at the street.
3 on Mike.
Watch out, Fridge, watch out.
3 there, Mike. 3 there.
I'm still fighting this.
Come soon. I'm coming P.
Wow, I don't know where to. Yo, Car2, guys, Car2. Yo, Car2, guys, on camo, guys. He has it going from blue, or Car3 with it. Sitting Car3 with camo, guys. He's R3.
Camo's here.
Yeah, red P1? Red P1 stream? Yeah, red.
P2 weak, guys. P2 weak. 2 shot. One shot P2. Frosty on the P wall.
Still one shot P2.
He's one shot blue P street.
Camo P2 as well.
Alright, take your time. We're up by 2.
Yeah. Just
Yo, camo P2. Alright, let's try to separate name.
One goes blue P. I'm hiding blue gen.
a little bit.
Yeah. I go Car2, okay?
Probably Car2. Watch the vent. Get up top, Donnie.
On Donnie.
Get up top, Donnie.
Top mid, 4-2. One shot.
Darce is up as well.
Look at me. They know I'm here.
Yo, top mid.
Blue on me.
Yo, one guy coming car now. 2 shot Car2.
Yo, blue 2. Frosty.
Another one car.
Blue 2. Oh, blue window. Mike. Watch out. Yeah, all you.
All you.
Well, Foul gets 1, but you can see that the lead has now changed. It's because FaZe just got a little bit stuck on the spawn there. 3 or 4 of them all trapped in and around the gen, and the collapse came in from Shopify Rebellion, and it was executed so well.
5-kill lead, they're just completely blown during that listening. As you said, Shopify just wants... Melee does not connect with World 2 there, so in the end, FaZe will go into a narrow lead now, back and forth here, and this is really your home stretch. Really cannot afford any mistakes from here on out. Only 14 kills to go for FaZe.
Similar position here for FaZe, up by 3. Element of control, done a lot of the hard work, but no games of Halo have ever been won before you see that victory screen popping up. There's still work to do for them. 2 dead on either side at the moment. 3 kills the advantage. Might be a little bit more if Suppress can find Royal 2, and that's exactly what he does right now. Pressure from the pink tower. But Suppress trying to play his life here, but there's a lot of Shopify players around. He's going to take the 1v1 with Cycle, and that could be huge for what way this game swings.
Yeah, huge play for him, as you say. Enormous little 1v1 to keep them now up by 3. It's not done yet. Still a lot of work to go in the final kills here in the 40s now as they extend their lead just narrowly to 4.
2 finds 1. Val's got to be careful. He's down to no shields. He could be falling as well, but Suppressed out of nowhere keeps his teammate alive.
Suppress probably going to want to flush this one out. We'll see if he instead backs down. He's going to try to fly in for the kill. Should be an easy finish, and it is indeed now 45-40. FaZe Clan with a comfortable cushion at 46.
Very, very comfortable for FaZe Clan at this point. Just close it out. That's what they'll be saying to each other, and I'm sure that Royal One stood behind them will be saying something very similar as well. Nothing silly. Keep it simple. Find our trades and find ourselves tied up at 1-1. Trippy should get away with this camo as well, and that could be the final nail in this Shopify coffin in this game number 2.
Really well done. Like you said, he can now just push in with the team and get these last few kills here on the pig side. 49 on the board.
Frosty could be the last kill, but instead Royal 2 is going to find himself taken down to no shields. Still some camo to play with here for Trippy. Still playing this smart. Not overextending, knowing that damage is enough to get the 50th. And the melee will cement it, finishing with a killing spree here. Trippy and FaZe close out to tie us up at 1-1.
And if you thought this was going to be an easy series for Shopify, think again. They take game number 1 despite being outslayed. However, it's FaZe that was tested time and time again in that specific game. I'm impressed there with the Slayer resilience of FaZe because there were several moments where they were blowing 5 or 6 kill leads that maintained the mental composure, maintained map presence, and control the angles that they needed to, and they continually extended that lead. You had the feeling that when it went from 36 to 30 all the way to 38-38 that maybe they would fold a bit. It was not the case, and instead, as we talked about before the series, FaZe now looking to remind everyone that there's a full season of Halo ahead, and they are a force to be reckoned with.
It's a really good point that you make. It was someone I was trying to kind of highlight in that game itself. It's like similar situation to what we saw in that game number 1, where it felt like FaZe are in control, but the score was close enough that it's the kind of game we've seen FaZe let slip through their fingers. But I think it's a really important win that for them. Not just the fact that they win the game, because if they win 50-49, they're probably thinking, oh, we just about did it again. But it's an element of control, and I think just being reserved enough to not give Shopify a way back into that game. To win by 7 is a convincing scoreline for them where they close out the final moments and they just don't give Shopify a way back into that game.
I agree. I think both the scoreline and the way they did it are convincing. The fact that it wasn't even just one wobble where they let the game get tied. It was twice where they had to then fight off spawn. They had to also mentally deal with, okay, we just had a 6-kill lead that we just blew. Instead, these guys are veterans. They've been here before many times, and they're able to close out the game with a very convincing scoreline of 50-43. And just like that, we're tied 1-1. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh man, maybe FaZe is here to play. We'll take a look at some highlights from that game number 2.
Let's see, the Slayer is going to be a difference maker here as we head towards game number 3. Like you say, here is some of the highlights. It was a really, really solid start from Penguin as well in that game, 8-5 at this point. I just want to kind of give a little shout out to Royal One as well. We went to that listening. You know, this FaZe team, not the most animated when it comes to comms. Certain personalities maybe don't have that natural energy to them, but when you hear Royal One in the comms just kind of going, holy shit, like those kind of things, those little kind of conversations, those little bursts of energy just to reinvigorate the team. I think he had some really interesting dynamics with the team.
I agree. Suppress you're seeing on screen here with several. Trippy, by the way, just cool, calm, and collected, patient with the camo to get the 50th, but I love what I saw from Suppress. There's a few key battles there. First of all, taking that cycle 1v1, front base to Fridge. Not an easy battle to win. He takes it. If he doesn't win that battle, the game is 39-37. Instead, it's 40-36, and they continue the control. He also then pushes on the Fridge kill. A lot of players who maybe are not as confident or experienced might leave that Fridge player and circle back with the team. Instead, he pushes into Fridge. He gets the kill and does not trade. And it's stacking moments like that where they're able to then close the game out convincingly and tie the series up 1-1.
Well, as we head into King of the Hill live fire now, we mentioned how FaZe in this series, a lot of these game types start to favor them with the records that they do have. And remember that it's going to be something that has to, it's a small data pool so far, right? But this is the Dallas event that we're at right now. Either team had lost that game type before then. Now we find ourselves in game number 3, and of course this hasn't been updated as yet from what we've seen so far. in this particular series, but Livefire King of the Hill 2-0 and a 1-2 record for Shopify Rebellion. Then we have a similar record, well, exactly the same record, and then we get to that game 5 should we get there. So this game, if FaZe want to win this series, they're going to feel very, very confident and have to take this one home.
Exactly. I think a lot of Shopify fans, or just League fans, might not have expected that this is exactly where we would be at this moment in the series. Nor, I don't think anyone would have bet on FaZe outslaying that heavily in game number 1, regardless of the result.
I agree with you. I think that was a big statement.
It was indeed. And now to see that King of the Hill Livefire record, I think everyone at home and everyone here in the arena is thinking, okay, this is getting a little bit spicy. Let me get out my popcorn with the buttermilk ranch flavor seasoning.
Which we have been ingesting for
Which
quite some time
I've got right here, right now, and I'm excited, so I suggest everyone get theirs as well. Or you can pick up one of these burgers that they keep pumping the smell of into our commentary booth. That is difficult to deal with, let me tell you. It smells great.
One thing that FaZe has got to keep in mind here, though, is, yeah, you want the Slayer. Yes, it's 1-1 in the series, but historically, we look back on a FaZe series versus a Shopify versus an Optic, and it ends up as a 3-1 with some close games we always talk about, right? And I'm making the air quotes. Obviously, we're not on camera, so...
I saw them.
Yeah, and I saw them. It was real. You need to make this a series, and what you do to make this a series is make sure that you take the opportunity that's in front of you. Hammer this home to Shopify Rebellion. Know that this is a game type you've had success on. Know this is one that Shopify have struggled on. If they can go up 2-1 in the series, knowing the record in that Slayer streets, FaZe have to see this as a chance to knock Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket and go to a winner's final.
Yeah, it really is. I think
it's a huge chance.
It's a huge opportunity, and I think the players on FaZe, take a look here at the winner's bracket to illustrate this point. The players on FaZe, by the way, TSM Envy is your other winner semifinal. We saw earlier. 3-0ing C9 to get there. That's going to be a lot to look forward to. But tell you what, FaZe Clan Shopify. FaZe, I think, is realizing, first of all, they are veteran players that won't have this kind of bothering them. But I think they're looking at this not only as a chance to send Shopify to the elimination bracket and a chance to be in the winner's final, it's also a chance to right the ship for the season, right?
Yes.
There's so much negative talk because of FaZe's results so far, and they haven't scratched top 2 or scratched against even the top 2 teams. If they could do this, this is a chance where all the talk stops about FaZe. FaZe can join the ranks of the top 3, and right, all the communities then starts to wonder about SSG. That's what FaZe has chance here. This is much more than the sum of just this series alone. I think this is a big part of their season, this specific series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a huge matchup in the context of the entire season, especially for FaZe. We'll take a look at the elimination bracket as well. Like who mentioned, congratulations to Gen G and commiserations to Cloud9. It's Gen G who take a game 5 to put them into a matchup with Nemesis, who knock out the European counterparts in Zero Tenacity 3-0. We saw Space Station close out against Omit a little bit earlier, and of course, Optic Gaming on our main stage take down Complexity, where we'll see SSG and Optic. What would that be, top 12? Would that be for
Saturday Night Exit? That's wild.
As a good friend of mine would say, not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Loser of this, by the way, will play Nemesis Gen G winner in those elimination quarters, so not going to be an easy matchup awaiting them there either. Just joining us, we're tied 1-1, Shopify Rebellion versus FaZe Clan in a back-and-forth series so far, and Shopify might have thought that this would have been a series that they could look past. That certainly has not been the case. FaZe looking, as we said, to change the narrative of their season, starting with this series here and now.
There's one thing that I had a slight concern about at Shopify coming into this series is you just come off the back of the big win against Optic. Do you think that that's going to be the biggest challenge? Do you think that that's the one that really matters, and now you can relax into this winner's bracket? Or just, you have to remember what everyone else is playing for. FaZe, they were like notably pissed off in Arlington, like after they went out, and it was the way that they went out as well. It was the fact that it wasn't a close series, the fact that they didn't show the best of what they have, as we see
this is
on the D stream, I believe here. Optic Gaming versus Space Station.
When's the last time either of these teams were on a D stream?
This could be the first time ever.
At this stage in a tournament. Let that sink in. Whether you're in the arena or joining us online, these two teams are on the last stream in the elimination bracket, and one of them will go home tonight. Unreal. Formal, though, wants to make sure it's not Optic. He's going to bring this flag home right away.
Might be able to do so. Bound finds one in the feed as well. Eco finds another, 3 dead. Does get the cap, but they've got to be careful of the counter here because it's going to be 4 dead here for Optic Gaming. But a good start for Optic. Perfect start for Optic.
Wild that we're jumping around the venue here, and as we said, to see these two teams in this position, it just shows you how punishing and relentless the rankings currently are in Halo Infinite.
It's the double triple take when it said you're watching D stream.
I was like, wait, are you sure?
You sure about that? Counter cap.
Boom.
Start up 1-1. Now this kind of series for SSG, as silly as it sounds, right? This is a motivator for them. It's been rough. Let's not sugarcoat this for SSG so far this season, and certainly in this tournament. But now knowing you're playing against the team that won the last event, who were the favorites coming into this one, if that doesn't motivate you, then you're probably in the wrong game here. This needs to be one where Space Station see it as an opportunity to re-announce themselves. They could knock Optic out the tournament here.
I agree. I think SSG needs to realize the opportunity ahead of them. They currently sit, as you say, in the exact same place as their last tournament winners because of how the brackets have fallen. SSG is trying to bring that flag. Stellar wanted to get a hand on that if he could. Unable to do it, so they will need to continue slaying here. We'll stick with this play for a moment before we get back into the macro. 2 dead for SSG.
Yeah, that was the difference of a couple of bullets there between that flag probably going home and Optic being able to get that return. But a touch does come in from Snakebite, which keeps this one extremely dicey. It's 2v2 on the map at the moment. The Optic flag is still away here. Legend has to back up. Stella's trying to chase him down. Now, do they go for this flag touch? Do they look for the kills beforehand? Legend is playing this extremely well to keep the pressure on and finds another kill.
You get the re, big, was 3 dead as well. Snakebite was your last player alive, bottom mid. We'll see if he gets taken down in the feed. If he does, this flag would be clearer sailing, but Snakebite stays alive, car 1.
Well, it stays alive, car 1. I'm just looking back on that sequence of plays from SSG. That might be an example of the overthinking, right? They got a couple of kills. They had the chance of one of them, with 3 players alive, to just dive on that flag, get it up the stream stairs, and then play from there. Maybe overthinking the position of Legend. Legend took advantage of maybe a little bit of hesitation on the side of SSG. And it is Optic who get that return. Inside the base, though, it's going to be a trade for Snakebite and Renegade, former teammates, of course. As Legend comes out on top of that one with Stella.
2 dead momentarily for SSG. Lucid trying to stay alive, and does! Time and time again, Lucid comes out of situations like that where he picks up a kill that he shouldn't, and if he keeps that up, this series will be even more difficult for Optic Gaming.
Lucid starting to look like he's up for this one. You can see with the way he's moving around the map, you can see the way that his reticle is tracing onto players from Optic Gaming, and the way that he's saying to his teammate, run that flag, I have you covered. Optic a little bit trapped in their base at the moment. Renegade with a little peek shot is going to do enough to slow this flag down, but Lucid with the double kill on the pink side. Now, where is that flag? It will be going home. As Space Station lose the fight on the car side, Formal not only will help his teammates get that return, but will also grab the camera.
See what Formal could do here. Let's not forget as well, really, I think for SSG, the story in this series is, hey, absolutely nothing to lose. We're in a matchup that we didn't expect to be, a team we didn't expect to be against in the elimination bracket. But with a player like Lucid, an opportunity to go up against his former team, maybe make quite a statement here. They're going to try to bring this series the distance. And so far, they've done well. However, Formal with 3 dead and your first spawner coming in the fridge, that flag will continue across the map.
Yeah, that was 4 dead, and even though Eco's trying to buy some time, that flag is moving here for Optic Gaming. Snakebite will be able to somehow get that kill without being traded, but elsewhere, Legend runs it home for Optic. They now have a 1 flag advantage.
Slight slaying advantage as well in favor of Optic Gaming, and finally the second, now leading cap, will go in as well, but Legend just being so sneaky around the map, and if you're on the side of SSG, you need to make sure things don't get desperate. Still 7 minutes on the clock.
Big win from Legend as well against Snakebite. And of course, you can keep watching this on the D stream. That's twitch.tv/HCS_blue. Still can't believe this is a D stream. Shows how crazy the tournament's been, right?
It really does, and I'm sure everyone's going to be either opening a new tab. I'm probably opening one on my phone to keep an eye on this series, to be honest, see exactly how this goes. But we'll, of course, keep you updated throughout this series with updates. We know you'll already have the stream open, but for those of you that prefer a focused experience, we will give you audio updates and as many video touch-ins as we can, of course, with exactly what's going on there, because as you said, wild to have that series happening at all, let alone simultaneously to this one. But we get ready to get into our next game. It's going to be King of the Hill Live Fire, Shopify, and FaZe Clan across the venue. are tied up at 1-1.
One thing I think we can guarantee, we're probably breaking viewership records for the D stream with
Without a doubt,
game,
yeah.
with that game on. But back to a business on our main stage. Like you say, King of the Hill is where we find ourselves, and Live Fire is going to be the map, and this is a map mode combination here in Dallas that has favored FaZe Clan. So this is a big chance for them when they look at the game types, when they look at the records, the comparative records between the two teams. It doesn't get much of a better chance for FaZe to come out on top in this big series against Shopify.
What an opening here. Trippy's actually your last player alive. He's going to have to fight from sandbags alone and presumably going to be swarmed. And that's exactly the case. It was 4 dead off the opening. It's a perfect start for Shopify Rebellion.
Are going to get some time as well. No hesitation to step inside of that first hill in and around green. Going to be able to pick up the camo as well, and you heard it from Frosty when we had him on the couch a little bit earlier in the interview saying this map is all about snipes, it's all about camo. Do everything we can, that was our plan, to make sure that they are in our possessions. And now, last shot, he's got both.
This man we said was so calm with the camo on that Solitude game, it paid off, and now they maintain the slaying advantage as well. It's still 2 dead. The last shot still was sniping. Camo in hand! And you know he got that call out, hits the 180, and make sure he's there for the teammate.
Look at this target prioritization from him. So many people would have been stuck on that first kill on the pillars. He recognizes he can turn away and influence another fight. This is why his damage stats are so outstanding when we get to the end of the series.
Do fall though. Pressure is coming in. Gonna try to spike out the back of the base as long as he can. Eventually he'll be taken down in B, but I could not agree more. You can tell based on the way he's whipping that those are call-outs coming in, and he's responding immediately, and that's how he racks up the numbers that he does.
Well, FaZe have managed to break, even though they've got 2 players in the death screen, and now it's 3. They did force Shopify out of the hill for a few moments there and made this a little bit more competitive, but the push comes in from Shopify. Cycle has recognized the dummy spawns as well. Maybe just over-challenged a little bit there. Maybe he's just trying to buy the window of opportunity and timing to let last shot cap this. That's exactly what does happen. So it might seem like an over-challenge from Cycle, but the bigger picture, not the worst play in the world.
Right, I love that. Just sitting there, as you say, on C, he knew that the most important thing was buying just 1 extra second or 2 for the Nest Bridge push. If he could delay that by just 1 second, it would secure the cap. That's exactly what it does. Shopify takes the first kill of the game.
3 dead here as well. Trippy last alive on the tower. Did he stick Cycle there? No, but he's done enough damage to make this surely a kill he can convert, but okay, he's going to steal that one away. Trippy doing a really good job as last alive here, actually, to keep Shopify at bay from winning this rotate.
Last shot gets the camo and even deals a little bit of damage there on the way out to keep Trippy no shields, and also going to catch Suppressed off guard now. Perfect kill comes in, and now Falcated knows he has to back up because that's not an easy battle to win.
Half of the hill has been captured already, though, by FaZe. These kills are good, but they still have to progress towards where this hill is being held down by FaZe. Penguin's trying to play a sneaky corner. Good damage coming in from a combination of players here. Last shot on Frosty making sure that he gets taken down, and now Trippy, who's been on this tower for quite some time, is finally evicted. As last shot uses his camo, and Shopify will finally force FaZe away from this hill.
Was a 2v2 though. You see Royal2 and Cycle just fell as well, so that leaves an opening now. A little bit of chaos here on C Plat. We'll see which team's able to get it in this 2v2.
Cycle looking over Frosty, who's no shields. Damage comes in.
Oh my.
Cycle just turns around and dismisses Trippy.
You already felt like that was going to happen there, that he was going to peek that corner again. That's exactly what he does. And now Shopify will start scoring here on this hill. And like you said, they've trailed by about half of the hill, but they're starting to put the work in and the time in to come back on hill number 2.
Doesn't quite connect with that one. Turns his attention towards Suppress, trying to keep Frosty alive in this situation. Frosty will fall though. Perfect shots again in the kill feed. Cycle turns his back, finds one, bodies Falcated as well. It's big damage output here from Cycle. Even though he's not connecting with the headshots, the bodies are good enough.
Getting pressured from Nest side there. Did a lot of damage, as you said, but still not enough presence. Suppressed, if he can stay alive here, this would be big. My, what a nade from Frosty. He's going to push on Trippy as well. Trippy hits the shot, and Penguin gets a kill. So now 3 dead for Shopify. FaZe might close it out here and now and tie the game.
I think the Shopify are going to give this one up just from the routing that you saw from Royal2 there. He steps away towards green, wants to try and push that out so that they can set up in around house and garage, and that's exactly what they're going to do. But FaZe is going to say, you've got to come to us still.
For a second. Bait only for a second, to be honest. I agree, because Shopify took that routing. They maybe could have baited even longer, but they don't need to. 3 dead for Shopify, again off the push. FaZe Clan ties the game, and now in a momentary 1v1, Trippy will be your first man in the hill.
It's only a second of delay, but it was enough for Penguin to get the first pick. And that means that now FaZe can move freely across the map and worry about creating scenarios where they can win 2v1s. There's a 2v1 available for a few seconds. They get the clean wipe, and now they win the rotate as well. Camo is coming up as well. As we see Royal 2 in a position now, so for all the good work that FaZe did, they're going to be 4 dead. Camo goes to Shopify Rebellion. Royal 2 now can go to work.
Shopify did so well. By the way, look how early Royal 2 got to Camo. That's not something a team does every time. He gets there with 9 seconds remaining, so we have to dodge a few spikes. However, the team really sets up there around him, and he does come. Trippy's about to eagle eye this Camo out. Royal 2 stays alive. Last shot comes in to save the day.
So patient. So many players in that situation would have tried to challenge Trippy, thinking that they were going to die anyway, but he knew that he had an opportunity, and now he moves in to look for a double kill, but misses the beatdown.
Big shutdown from Suppressed. This could have been a secured hill right away. Last shot, what a clean set of shots onto Trippy on Keydor. Now keeps 2 dead for FaZe. Last shot thinking about getting a little bit more time here as well.
And she keeps dipping his toes in, keeps forcing FaZe to come towards him. Okay, gets a pick on the Royal 2 though, so this is looking like he's going to have to turn his attention from stepping inside of the hill and put his team 2-1 up to just surviving here. He's not going to be able to. FaZe make a break late in this this third hill, where the second points could be secured to either side.
I'll tell you what, based on our POV, it looked like they had the time. They must have had info that indicated that they were folding earlier at the mid-map, and Last Shot doesn't go for what felt like it could have been a window to finish the hill, but here comes FaZe.
2 dead for Shopify Rebellion. Sniper rifle in the hands of Trippy. And do Shopify want to try and force this one? They do have time to get 4 on the map and formulate a push. There's a QT down as well, but the body is going to stagger this push now.
This is down to the wire.
Trippy can't connect. Suppress finds one though. The QT in, he does body Frosty though, and that could be so important. But Cycle now in a 1v1, it's a Penguin versus it's Penguin who slides in and steals the hill away here for FaZe. They're up 2-1.
Man, all 8 players alive on that map on that last push. That was absolutely wild. We're gonna have to go back and watch exactly what the play call would have been from the side of Shopify. It might have been as simple as Last Shot sitting scoreboard and didn't want to get pushed by a Camo player and realized that maybe they could wrap concrete to bags, which I think is potential there on the player. Maybe just maintain big door presence. Instead though, they pay the price. They give up the hill. They get outslayed. 3 dead, however, off the break, but still, it's FaZe Clan with a really good window. Kind of A-plat management. Gets dicey there. Essentially in a 1v1, they get the second hill. They now lead the game.
Camo coming up as well in a few seconds' time, and even though Shopify set up in and around mud here, a pickup of the camo and a sniper rifle could turn that around. Trippy gets the kill onto Royal 2. This is the opening that FaZe would have been looking for. Penguin finds another as well. Cycle on the flank gets pushed back by Trippy, and Trippy, by sending the grenade back as well, gets the kill. FaZe are in control, and FaZe have the camo.
That frag repulse was a dangerous combo. Just pins him up against the green wall, and it works out. Suppressed gets spotted out there, so we can't make too much happen. 3v3 on the map.
Looking across the stats, Penguin again leading the way with kills. Trippy just behind him, 13 apiece. One less death for Trippy in that situation. Royal 2 trying to back off the push here. Cycle has already fallen. Damage output pretty good from Royal 2, but you can see the pressure he's under to try and survive here. Suppress flanks through on the tower. Last Shot is alive on the tower, but Falcate in a position here inside of this hill to try and support his teammate. Suppress gets that kill on the tower. And now you can see the Shopify is staggered. They're already 2 dead, and FaZe have control again.
Good damage again from Foul to make sure that the kill could be cleaned up by Trippy at B. As you said, that will stagger and keep the spawn stagger. And this is a big time here with only 70 seconds left as well.
Cycle down. First pick goes to FaZe again. Suppress gets another. It's 3-1 here to FaZe Clan. With just over a minute left on the game clock as well. We are going towards top middle. FaZe not only win the hill, they still have control of the tower side as well. They are set up for success.
And based on the way FaZe has played a few different... Royal 2 stays alive on the camo block once again. He has befriended that time and time again. 2v2 on the map. Sniper in the hand is Suppressed. Make sure to not trade. Very nice play in the end, though. It will be taken down. So still 50 seconds left. And with the way that FaZe has played other game types in this series, especially the ball, you can expect them to certainly play time for a lot of reasons here.
Trippy takes to the sky and managed to escape as well. Penguin breaks the shields. Last Shot gets the kill, but time is a factor here for FaZe. One death on either side at the moment. Trippy still has this snipe. He should be able to get this melee. It's going to be suppressed. Who gets it before he does? Last shot gets the stick.
Enemy team took
And it's going to be FaZe actually who step inside of this hill.
Foul tries to keep him alive, but can't. And now with 35 seconds left, FaZe has done well to really just keep this thing scrappy top mid. That's exactly what they want to do. Even though they're not necessarily pinching the spawns, they're keeping things dicey.
Oh, Frosty has snipe, but he's going down as well. Falcated taken down by Last Shot, but these kills need to turn into time. And I think the time is heavily against Shopify Rebellion here. We are about to see FaZe Clan go up 2-1 in this series. Even with Last Shot getting this camo, it's going to have to be a monumental effort, but with Suppressed finding 3 and all 4 falling, it's going to be FaZe Clan who will go up 2-1 here. They will take Livefire King of the Hill, and boy, do we have a series on our hands now. FaZe take the lead and are 1 game away from a winners bracket finals.
So much of the sentiment around the top 4 from Halo fans is we just want this to be competitive. We want to see FaZe and SSG pushing the top 2 in SSG and in Optic and Shopify. And FaZe Clan is doing just that, showing up in a huge way in this series. And if you thought this bracket was already turned on its head, just imagine.
I think stream could get even busier.
These stream will get overloaded. Need to plug in a few more servers in the back. FaZe Clan, already you could safely say, with their best performance of the series of the season so far in this series, taking down one of your tournament favorites yet again in this series. Now they lead after a 3-1 comfortable and convincing King of the Hill win. And I look back at that management of the scoreboard hill. Ever since then, it was tough. And I want to go back myself and watch that VOD to see exactly what the timing windows were. I think Shopify had it. They give it up, and Tankman steals it.
Suppressed damage output. We always talk about Last Shot, but Suppressed breaking 7K in that game, a difference maker for his team. And now FaZe have to think to themselves to not get carried away in the moment. This is a massive opportunity that does not come around very often. They have a lead in the series with 2 games to go. They need 1 more of the 2 to knock Shopify Rebellion down to that elimination bracket and secure themselves a winners bracket final.
Trippy hitting that shot. Trippy hitting that body shot. It was massive. The Penguin flies in. There were so many individual pieces of that hold at window and scoreboard to get that second hill.
Want to go. And Royal One making sure his team know it. The difference that a coach can make sometimes and not really be explained. It's the intangibles. It's the way that they understand the psychology of the team, the players, what they need to hear, what they don't need to hear, and when they need to have the belief instilled in them in those big moments. He's a man who's coached a lot of teams to world championships, and he might be about to coach FaZe towards a series win here and a winner's final if they can close out. But this next game type, one of the newest game types we have, difficult to decide which way this one goes.
Yeah, this is going to be, I'm really glad this is game 4 because it's going to be a really interesting story. I think you have 2 sides of the coin. On the Shopify side, we've seen them just so heavily outslay on this game type, right? How often has Royal 2 been in the enemy spiral, right? He has spent a few years in the enemy spiral at this stage, whereas you have FaZe who has so far outslayed every game in the series. And we also know how difficult it is to arm on this map. So this is going to be an absolute bloodbath of just constant controlling one another's base. And whichever team can get even just 1 bomb on the board might be all it takes. It's going to be a fantastic game number 4. FaZe has to be thinking we got to end this here.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, it's a simple thing sometimes to remember that you can say to each other and you keep in the back of your mind. Play to win this game. Don't play to not lose this game. Don't play for the game 5, knowing that you've got a great record there. Close it out here, and when advantages reveal themselves on the map, when you get a couple of kills, when you get an overshield, be aggressive. Get that bomb into Shopify's base, put them under pressure, because they are the team now who is under pressure in this series.
and you have to think whoever gets the first arm in this game, it's going to be an enormous time cushion where you can just continue slaying, you can repulse the bomb, you can play the bomb, you can sneak the bomb. It's going to be such an advantage to get that first bomb on the board. And that is what both teams will fight for here. FaZe Clan looking to do the upset. Up 2-1 in the series, 1 game away from sending Shopify to the elimination bracket. Let's see if they can do it here.
Yeah, very, very aggressive play off the rip there from Last Shot, having got that overshield. He wanted to try and force the pace. The FaZe shut it down pretty quickly. 3 dead here for FaZe though. Penguin's going to be last alive, and guess where Royal 2's going? Not very far. Okay, cuts him down.
Penguin hits the body shot, Foul gets the kill. And that might have avoided minutes of pain for them, because we've already seen all season long what Royal 2 can do in your spiral with his, actually doesn't matter who's sniper, but if he's in your spiral, it's a problem. And Penguin and Falcated make sure he can't even get across to the top of the armory.
Shopify flying forward towards the basement.
That is Ryan Noob-esque Sanctuary Halo Reach vibes. A little bit of deja vu there. Just fly at the opponent's base at all costs. We'll figure it out when we get there, but we gotta keep going. Get in.
It's working out for them at the moment. You can see the Penguins very split on what he has to look at. Frosty finds 2, and now even with the body onto Last Shot, he's got to be so careful. He finds 1 kill, but the sniper rifle now down, and Frosty has that bomb in the base. 3 dead, like you say, for FaZe Clan. Last player alive. He's putting pressure on. It's Trippy who gets the kill. Trippy's still alive, and somehow buying enough time with Penguin getting off of spawn to keep Shopify at bay. That is a huge play coming in from Trippy.
And what do we say? This was going to be relentless. I think we're going to see a play, but yeah, Bomb's going to be played off the map here. This is going to be down to single 1v1s and single individual efforts from players to stop these arms, and we're already seeing that, of course, in the first 2 minutes of play. 3 dead for FaZe Clan. Foul, your last player alive.
With barely any shields, still outputting damage as well, just dipping and diving around the cover that is closest to him to output damage, and now comes back to try and finish the kill on Last Shot. That's a slide away. Overshield goes to Royal 2 though. That's the 2nd one in a row for Shopify Rebellion.
Love that from Royal 2. He's like, not interested in anything happening over here. I'm just gonna run the other direction. And he picks up another kill. It's 3 dead again for FaZe Clan. Penguin with a very important body shot. 2 body shots to take the overshield off. And despite the win of the battle, really it was all about taking down the overshield, and he's already flushed out. I love the, by the way, Penguin and Foul again prioritizing that kill.
Shopify pushing this bomb into the base though. Damage is done on the armory. It's 2 dead. Here for FaZe, the bomb is in the base. Penguin trying to do what he can to stop this arm going in. The repulse away from Cycle gives him an opportunity to strike here. He's collapsing on these final players. The bomb is being armed by Shopify Rebellion. They get the first arm here, and they will be up by 1.
Wow, what an absolute spree that we just saw on screen, running around from the bottom of the base all the way up to the porch to wrap the snipe to get that kill as well. It was beautiful routing and beautiful prioritization team shots from Shopify to get the first bomb on the board. And if you're FaZe, this is what you were worried about, because now you're going to see Shopify play their same game here on Fortress, but with an even more comfortable 1 bomb cushion.
And Royal 2 is on your spiral, and he picks up kill after kill. If you let him survive in this position, Trippy comes off spawn, immediately feels the pressure from Royal 2 with just 1 single bandit bullet. But it's enough to keep FaZe pinned in their base here.
So now Royal 2 can sit in your base the whole game without ever having to think about the bomb if he wants to. This is very dangerous, and it will be a very tall task for FaZe to break out of this time and time again.
Falcated has the sniper though, and he managed to pick up 1 to give FaZe a little bit of room, maybe just to move out across the map. The overshield is coming up pretty soon as well. 15 seconds, and FaZe need to get one of those in their control. They have failed at getting the first 2.
6 seconds, all eyes on bottom mid. Really could determine whether we continue to see Shopify just racking up the kills. 4 dead for Shopify. This will be a clean overshield grab for FaZe, and to push as well.
They need to be aggressive with it. They need to force this one forward. Suppressed is going to take his time here, and still with 2 in the death screen. Hasn't got across the map with that bomb. I would have liked to see him just take a little bit more direct route there to the front of the base like Shopify love to do.
Here comes Suppressed. Overshield's off, however, he's doing a lot of damage. Yep, still 2 dead. Got to get the bomb, though. The bomb was never moved for quite some time, so even though they had forward aggression, they're going to have to slay again. Maybe a bomb repulse here to Trippy. We'll see if he can hit the timing. It goes up right away, but 2 players are already up for Shopify.
Need to get these kills. It's 3 dead again for Shopify. Who's moving to arm that bomb? That's the question here. It's not been the most efficient movement of the bomb. It's not been the most efficient arm coming in, but a double kill coming in from Suppressed, and the last player alive here, trapped on the snipe side. Surely FaZe have got to be in a position to arm this bomb, but nobody has their hands on it yet.
To stagger
Finally,
4 dead.
Trippy's going to go for it.
staggered 4 dead. They had it, but they did not have the timing on the bomb. And in the end, they don't have every piece of the puzzle. That bomb likely had to be moved earlier. It's still 4 dead, by the way. Let's see if they can get this last one on Spiral, and they still have control. But now they're trying to start the arm, but 2 players will have on elbow.
I think we go for the arm. It's a second away. Doesn't quite get it. It's still in the zone, though. The fuse is still lit. Cycle from Shopify Rebellion. Man. Gets that kill. FaZe have got to do better there. They got to do better in that situation. They had multiple 3, 4, 2 deads, whatever it was. But just slow at moving that objective.
Heartbreaking for FaZe fans to watch that play exactly the way that it did, I agree. And to be honest, they even managed the mistiming initially with a very good bomb repulse toss. I thought Trippy would start arming right away. They slayed one more time. And in the end, all they needed was 1 extra second. If one of those kills was recorded faster, as you just saw with the bomb progress, they would have had the arm. However, instead, after 5.5, it's still 1-0 in favor of Shopify. But FaZe indicating they could do the hard work. We'll see if they can finish the arm again.
Love this aggression actually coming in from Falcade there. Just took an off angle. Bullets onto Larshot, who's still alive, by the way. And it's allowed with that bomb down in the courtyard for Shopify to be under pressure, but somehow Larshot, by surviving, has now moved in bottom middle and has collected himself an overshield. A double kill off the back of it. He does get shut down, but that should create an opening for them to get that bomb back to a neutral position.
See what they can do here now. Shopify surprisingly backs against the wall in the series. They're up 1-0. Let's get into a listening with Shopify Rebellion.
One shot of the back. Kill their side, guys. They're owing. Yeah, go back to wood.
And ring on me. It's your ring, guys. He's 2-on-1.
One spawner.
He's ring one. You're gonna play side fight.
No, our bond,
guys, One shot.
One's a wing, Brad. Yeah, he's trying to fight me.
Our flank's opponent still. One guy, wait, ring. Two ring. One shot on you. Do two in ring. One guy, our flag safe.
Yo, one ball, guys.
I said a ball. And I see ring.
I don't see ring.
One hit, our wing.
One shot. Okay.
One shot our window.
Yo, our snipe is.
Our wing still.
Yo, he's ready in front. Jump it up. It's just snipe tower 2. Our tower 2 sniping.
One hit their porch. One hit their flag. No sniper.
He's on the jump. He's on the plat. He's on the low jump.
Guys, one spawner, one hitting no man's left side, I think. Yo, their VR going left. Two left.
I'll be guys elbow. He's elbow still. Elbow. Hey, try a little bit.
Yeah, I'm living.
Bomb taken.
You're good, actually.
One on me. One shot. There's 2. Absolute bomb guy.
I got
Absolute side zone. Absolute side.
Once again, FaZe are in the base. FaZe have that bomb down, but they cannot get that arm once more. Still inside of the base, though. Falcated, putting pressure onto these respawners. Royal 2 on your screens right now is trying to get angles, and it's managing to do a great job of doing so. He's cleaning out his base and preventing this bomb from being armed.
Yeah, I think a miscommunication there. If the first player's getting dinged from that wing and top ring, then that needs to be a call out there so that Penguin doesn't get absolutely shredded going porch in front base. But he does. Need to see FaZe making sure that they're all aware on the same page of that positioning, because Penguin just essentially shredded the entire setup.
That 4 overshields in a row, if I'm not mistaken, now for Shopify Rebellion. That's going to make the game extremely tough if you keep letting them move in to grab that overshield. And a lot, the thing is about Fortress Bomb, like we've seen, you can do 95% of the job, but if you don't do the final 5%, the bomb doesn't get armed. We are seeing that illustrated perfectly here. Unfortunately, here for FaZe.
More kills coming in the back of the base. Last shot's overshield is off. However, he's still alive here with Cycle. Going to keep the bomb there at minimum, just so it does not reset. 2 dead for FaZe. Here comes last shot and Shopify up the stairs.
Well, they made the same mistakes here. Penguin does get the kill. There's a push coming in and a flank coming in on the snipe side here from Cycle. Off the respawn though, Falcade will flush him out. Sniper's about to drop as well. Frosty's grabbing that for Shopify Rebellion. As Trippy is going to move that bomb away. It's actually Falcade who's going to throw that one off the map, you would imagine, and reset it bottom middle. Indeed, that is the case. Sniper's still up here. But Royal 2 is on your spiral.
That's where he lives. He actually, I believe, has squatters' rights to the spiral now, and so the government is officially recognizing that as a legal home for him. Frosty picks up another one as well. That means 3 dead. It's a momentary 2v1 here on the map.
Frosty has the snipe, though. And the bomb is in their hands as well. Frosty and Falcade exchanging snipes, and now we'll take a look at each other. Little glint of the light from the end of the S7, seen by both players who decide, you know what, not worth it.
Let's agree to disagree. Go our separate ways here and deal some damage. They haven't looked at each other since, but you can get the feeling that sniper battle is gonna poke its head one more time at least.
Again, FaZe are picking up kills, and they're getting progress on the map, but the bomb is still in their basement. Overshield coming up now. Frosty going to try and be annoying and once again get onto the side. The FaZe really don't want to see him. Overshield's coming up as well, not sure where that went. Frosty's still alive with his sniper rifle, somehow bobbing and weaving. As FaZe find themselves 2 dead again.
And the angle ready suppressed walks into the crosshair. And that will leave 2 dead for FaZe yet again.
Penguin. Good news for him is no more sniper ammo for him to worry about, but Frosty's on your tower. Frosty's still hunting. But time now an issue here for FaZe. 1 minute 45 left on the game clock. FaZe need to get that bomb progressed up the map.
Shopify just wants to play continued aggression. They're going to keep running this bomb. Now they're going to look to slay as long as they can. They are 2 dead, however, though. So this position of this bomb will buy them some time. Only 1:30 left on the clock.
Okay, it will flush out Royal 2. Bomb is in their base, so they have to go back to collect it. And that allows Shopify to move up to the map, to the halfway point, really pretty much uncontested. I think it's one thing to take away from this game for FaZe so far. Just got to be more aware of that bomb's positioning. When they're picking up kills, they need to keep progressing that objective.
Couldn't agree more. You really need to think of it like ball. You bring it with you as you go.
Dead.
4 dead for Shopify. FaZe with an opportunity. They need to slay again here for certain, but here they come.
Need to move that bomb forward, though. I'm going to keep saying it until I see it happening. And FaZe start to move it forward. But like you say, they need more kills here. Penguin trying to trap 2 players. He gets 1. Doesn't have any more grenades to play with. Cycle is being a nuisance. Cycle does get that kill onto Penguin, but it's still 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Last shot. It's some big shots inside of the base. But where is that bomb for FaZe? They're picking up these kills, but the bomb's still down in the courtyard.
Yeah, once again, that bomb sitting bond still is not going to do them any good. Penguin, I think, by the way, thought he had at least 1 extra nade or a repulse there as he looked to the ground, and essentially nothing happened. In the end, he also loses that 1v1 to Cycle, and like you said, the bomb wasn't even in the base yet. So it hadn't mattered. 20 seconds left. Overshield popping now.
Overshield coming up, and look at the kills. Unfortunately, if you're a FaZe fan, go the way of Shopify Rebellion. That means Last Shot gets his 400th Overshield of this game and keeps the pressure on. This is 9 seconds left in the game. And with Shopify controlling the bomb and the Overshield, we're going the distance here. It is a 1-0 victory for Shopify Rebellion. We're going to Streets. We're going to Slayer. We're going to Game 5.
What do we say? Very likely in that matchup that 1 bomb was going to decide it between the 2, and that's exactly what happened. And I think that map played exactly how you would expect based on the series so far. FaZe close in 2 separate instances, but not close enough to get a bomb on the board. And as a result, we will go to a 5th and final Game 5. Slayer between these 2 teams to decide who stays alive. To be honest, I'm pretty excited.
The difference in that game was the efficiency and the control of the bomb, I think, for Shopify Rebellion. You saw once they got a few kills, even if they weren't thinking about planting, they moved that bomb onto the FaZe side of the map. They forced them to turn around. They forced them to take the time, if they get the kills, to retrieve the bomb and bring it back towards mid-map. That allows Shopify to get back on the map, to fight at mid-map. For FaZe, it felt like they would get 3 or 4 dead, look 3 dead, look for the 4th kill, try and progress up the map. And then someone's like, oh, we've forgotten about the bomb.
Right.
Got to do it at the same time.
And then look at the bomb. I agree. Needs to be part of the entire process the whole way. That bomb's at least got to be neutral. You can't have to go back to your own bomb.
Yeah.
To get the bomb. Because it's going to be too late. You're going to have to do, as we saw, too tall of an order. I got to say, though, man, how close was FaZe on that first attempt? They had 3 to 4 dead, I want to say 3 or 4 times in a row. Shopify gets that early arm. Thereafter, it was a lot of FaZe aggression. And they were just a few frames away from the arm. It tells you that if one more thing just went a little bit faster, you would have had the job done.
I think if you were to ask FaZe fans, when the series ends, what's the one thing you don't want to hear? How close was that? They don't care about how close it is. They need to win these kind of series. They've had close games. They've had close series. But they always come out on the losing side of it. The opportunities were there, Andy. They were there for FaZe to plant that bomb.
It's like you said, the Overshield control. In a game that ends 1-0, where you had FaZe essentially on the doorstep, moments away from the arm, and then they don't get any of the Overshields, could have easily turned the tides. All it would have taken maybe just 1 or 2 Overshields, but instead it's Shopify. Fantastic map management, slaying management, as well as power-up management to close out the game narrowly, 1-0. and send us to a Game 5. And I tell you what, as we've gotten into the later years of Halo Infinite, it has been all about the Game 5s. Like we said, the thinnest of margins between these teams, and now FaZe Clan is showing up in the biggest way this season, telling everyone, hey, we are here to play too. We have been in the lab working on these game types, working on these matchups, and it has brought them now to a 5th and final game with Shopify.
A little update for you, by the way, on the Optic Gaming versus Space Station game that's going on. It's tied up at 1-1 in the series at the moment, and the Strongholds on Livefire essentially a tie game as well. So for the loser of this, you've got to think about both teams, Optic Gaming and Space Station. A Space Station who seems to be finding some sort of form, and an Optic Gaming who are the winner of Major #1 are in that elimination bracket. And this is what I wanted to just highlight to everyone at home. Having got to this point in the series, this Slayer Streets, 0-4 the record for Shopify Rebellion. For FaZe, they've only played it once, but it's 100% win rate.
I'll tell you what, if you're a FaZe fan, this is the exact game type you wanted to get to and that you wanted to see in a Game 5. Man, as this, I mean, what's funny is after yesterday's matches, people were coming up to us and saying, man, this is a wild bracket, huh? It's like, oh, we had no idea what Saturday
hold my beer.
Exactly. Saturday said, hold my beer. And we have been holding it for a while because these matches have only gotten crazier. By the way, also got word that SSG was in the lead in that 3rd game. As a reminder, that's somehow on the D stream at twitch.tv/HCS_blue. That's the first time I've had to say that URL out loud.
Well remembered.
And SSG has been confirmed leading in that Strongholds game, so make sure if you have a phone, a tablet, a phablet, make sure you get an extra window open.
An iWatch.
An iWatch, you can listen to it on your iWatch. In pure, once again, 8K analog. As these teams are now locking in, there's a whole lot of Halo to enjoy. Too much for one screen, folks. So make sure you're getting every single stream open. You are watching the biggest 4 teams in the league play against each other and about to knock each other either to the elimination bracket or out of the tournament. In the case of your D stream now, we're back to the main stage. Shopify versus FaZe Clan in a game number 5, and FaZe showing up in the biggest way this season so far, proving that they are in the mix. Can they do the unthinkable and send Shopify to the elimination bracket? That's the question. Only one game remains in the series.
Well, for FaZe, you don't get a better opportunity than this one. 0-4 the record on this map mode combination for Shopify Rebellion. FaZe only played it once, but they won that one opportunity they had to play this game type. And look how slow this start is. 20 seconds already gone. We've just got our first kill.
I was going to say the same exact thing. When's the last time you saw a Street Slayer that started off this slow at this level of professional Halo? This is down to a crawl off the opening. Neither team wanting to be the one to make the mistake.
Val got the camo. Val's still alive with the camo as well. Penguin gets the big kill, and Falcated gets out of the situation with the first power-up. It's a 3-2 advantage here, as it's tied up at 3-3. Val's got to be careful here. It's very aggressive, a ballsy play. I kind of like it, but he gets traded out.
He tries to pull the camo away. He goes front C for a second, and that actually buys them a kill in the ATM. However, as you said, Shopify responded to the camo very, very well. And now, just like that, we're tied up 5-5.
It's going to be some really, really big 1v1s in this Street Slayer. And Falcated is winning one himself against Last Shot. 3 players stacked on the pink street here for FaZe. Royal 2 trying to rotate and wait for a little bit of support to come in from Last Shot. And now they're going to try and pitch. Damage is there. Royal 2 finds one. Royal 2 plays off of that damage beautifully. Fal has to back up here, having got one himself and survive, which is exactly what he does.
Really well done there by Shopify. That 3-man push-up cafe, they pick off those kills one by one to keep the game now tied at 9.
Okay, gets out of that situation, by the way, with a trade. It's 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. Cycle trying to find a way to tie up those numbers. Does alongside Last Shot. FaZe traps inside of this base. Last Shot actually gets the beat down onto Suppressed as well to give them a lead and create a 4v3 on the map just as that camo's coming up.
Big, big camo here. We've been tied the entire game so far. See if a team can establish a lead here off of the hold, or maybe force the burn from the other side.
Well, 2 dead here for Shopify Rebellion. You can see that all that Cycle wants to do is burn the camo, but it's Fal alongside a teammate who double push towards that camo. They get it in their hands. It's 3 dead and a lead change. Another kill comes in. A double kill and a killing spree for Falcated.
What a play there from Foul. Unbelievable. Also to delay the camo pop, right? He fights that battle at Laundry first, and they pick up another set of kills, 18 to 14 now.
They get a little bit cycled here, Shopify Rebellion. They're getting split across the map. You can see the FaZe are more than happy to try and push in on this. Penguin gets another one here. This will be an easy kill for Falcated. It's 3 dead again for Shopify Rebellion.
Back to back to back, 3 deads. Now a 7-kill lead, 22 to 14. Let's get into a listening here with FaZe Clan.
Mike, I'm coming.
Nice, Mike.
Come in there. Ivy.
Watch out.
Yeah, did
nice.
that.
2-2.
Go. If we spawn
Hold
your
them
red
out.
gun, check it.
Check red gun and everything. Literally everything.
Repulse is up.
Yo, P1, kill P1, guys. Kill P1.
Yeah, Shotty. He's not Shotty.
And tires in a
Try
second.
ATM. Watch out in ATM. Kills guys.
Cycle.
Tires, guys. Right away, tires. I'll be tires. Two of them on me.
Bedroom stalker. Yo, Flowers going dead end weak. Dead. Yo, they have stalker. 2-shot red room.
Flash Joey. Flash.
I'm here, Mike.
Tires, I think.
There's a guy with stalker.
Drop down, Mike. Drop down.
Yo,
Cafe.
Cafe's weak, guys. He's stuck.
Still stuck Cafe on the bandit. Which tires?
Tires.
2 guys, Cafe.
That's top tower weak. 2-shot top tower. PD kill.
2-shot tower, stairs.
20 guys.
I hear tower.
Back up, Donnie. Back up. You're alone, Donnie. Back up.
You're alone. Tires going laundry.
Aimbot.
Yo, dead. Aimbot.
Livers per
Bomb tower weak. Bomb tower really weak.
Aimbot that, guys.
Camo on 10.
Dude, we come in trash. I'm gonna clear trash.
Yo, B-roll. Really weak. Pillar tires.
Camo on
Clear my
5.
B-roll.
Tires, watch out.
I'm on B stairs. I'm on B stairs.
Agent half, this guy back 8.
Both weak.
Both one shot on me.
2 1-shots.
Agent dead, back Mike. Back is
Yo,
one.
fight this in now. I'm looking at you. Okay.
That died to stalker.
Tires, guys.
Stalker.
Tires.
We have camo? Alright, make a play with camo.
Guys, look at me.
I mean,
Wait, Cafe weak.
Okay,
Back up.
Okay, I'm gonna go main.
I'm bedroom. I'm hiding B.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
going
hiding
main,
B.
guys. You guys want to fight purple together?
I'm out of arcade, guys. I'm arcade.
I'm trying to
Look
go.
at shoddy window.
I'm going out left. I'm fighting left here.
Okay.
Yo, Heaven. Look Heaven's in.
Two one shots. Agent.
I don't see him.
Went top A.
Dead.
Frosty.
I mean, weak stop back A. Weak back A. He's 2-shot back
His
A.
repulse.
Yeah, repulse in soccer. Live now. Live. You're good. On Mike. One shot on Mike.
He's stuck.
And another one there.
Nice. Shotty. Hit him once.
P1 weak.
I need a P1. ATM absolute. He was one shot.
ATM stuck.
Bottom C still.
ATM stuck. One dead.
One shot. Just up
Living,
there.
I'm stuck.
They're gonna be B now. They're gonna be B maybe.
Go B together. Go careful, Donnie. Tommy's aping. Donnie, look at you. Donnie, you're in a good spot. Don't move.
C-Balk weak. C-Balk weak. 2 shots C-Balk.
C-Balk's in. Donnie, where?
C-Balk weak.
B steps in the arcade.
B steps C-Balk. I hear B steps. I hit him twice, Joey.
Nice. Arcade somewhere probably. Arcade.
Yeah, B-roll me.
I'm here.
On me.
He's weak. Back to you, Donnie. Back to you.
What a run from this man on your screen right now. Penguin is 8 and 7, but he's already in double digits for assists as well. Every single member of Shopify Rebellion knows what it feels like to be shot by the bandit of this man.
I'm so impressed with this run, as you said, from FaZe 38 to 28 now. They've extended this lead to 10 in a game number 5 against one of the tournament favorites. What a run. Camo control, comms, everything has been perfect from this team.
Frosty gets one, Last Shot gets one. This might be an opportunity and an opening for Shopify Rebellion. 7 kills, the difference between the two teams, but what feels like, for the first time in quite some time, FaZe on the back foot momentarily. Camo coming up, and it's been all FaZe when it comes to that power-up, Andy.
Falcated earlier, by the way, was 12 and 3, quadruple positive. He's now 13 and 7, still an amazing performance so far. Trippy matching him almost exactly with the stat line. An 8-kill lead here for FaZe in the home stretch.
Camo gets picked up, though, on the side of Shopify Rebellion, but it was Last Shot who had it. A Last Shot who gets taken down, so the Camo is neutralized. No. But Cycle, it was Last Shot who didn't pop it. Cycle will get it here for Shopify Rebellion.
This could be absolutely huge. Not over yet. 36 to 41, and what was just a 10-kill lead is now just a 5-kill lead here. And FaZe Clan might have thought that the work was done. But more Halo to play here. 42-37.
Oh, it's a big 1v1 for Suppress to win there. Real 2 cleans up Penguin. And it's now a 5-kill game. If Suppress doesn't win that one, we could see all of FaZe spawning together. Royal 2 wins the fight. He's on a killing spree. He's coming to life when it really matters, but he gets traded out as well. 2v2 on the map here as Trippy tries to survive.
Knows he needs to stay alive. Shields come back just in time to trades with Cycle. 46 to 41. 4 kills to go for FaZe. So much pressure against Shopify and their winners bracket life on the line here.
That's at a premium here for Shopify Rebellion. They can't afford them. Just 4 kills to go here for FaZe to knock Shopify Rebellion, our finalists from the Arlington Major, the first event of the year, down to the elimination bracket, and to prove that they are a roster that can win championships here. Suppress trying to be aggressive, Frosty taking some damage.
And this looks strikingly similar to the opening of the game, doesn't it? Everything slows all the way down. Might not even come down to the last camo. 47-43.
Trippy gets one to inch FaZe Clan even closer. Trippy will find a second on the Royal 2 as well. It's just 2 to go here for FaZe. Camo coming up, but I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of time here. FaZe are going to play for trades around this camo. They have to.
Shopify needs some, if they want to play this camo, they need to make sure they get the kills around it first. They can't even forfeit 1 or 2 kills here.
Last shot grab it.
That's a free grab for them because FaZe could not afford to get into that mix. They could not allow it. Last shot, game in his hands. A little bit of deja vu with this camo play on plants.
Oh, this is a nervy moment. Who do you shoot? Valkaten's going to be the choice. Stays alive most importantly here. Penguin trying to chase that kill down. Royal 2 finds one. Cycle finds another. Suppress gets a kill though, but he's last alive. He's last alive. He goes down as well.
Oh.
Everyone for FaZe in the death screen.
Unbelievable.
But they only need one.
They bring it back. Cycle trying to stay alive in a 1v1 versus Falcon. He wins it 49-48.
What an unbelievable end to this game 5 we are seeing.
There's no way.
Stalker rifle in their hands.
Last shot all alone. He's all alone.
He gets taken down. Penguin gets the kill. FaZe send Shopify Rebellion down to the elimination bracket and book their spot in the winners bracket finals.
An unbelievable ending to that series. Somehow Shopify brings it back from a 10-kill deficit to a 1-kill game. And Last Shot is left alone on an island at tower and gets flushed out. What was almost disaster for FaZe Clan instead ends up with an upset against Shopify Rebellion to send them now to the elimination bracket as well.
I think I remember reading on a website that I like to mention, I don't want this, I can't remember who said it, was a community member. I don't want this to be a 2-horse race all season long.
You've got your wish.
If you're tuning in and you are seeing what has happened, this is no longer a 2-horse race.
This really does change the entire, this changes the optics of the league in such a big way. 50-48 is your game 5 score somehow. Mind you, by the way, it was 38-28 before we got there.
Big game trip. 18-10 in a game 5 from Trippy. And even though Royal 2 did everything he could with 19 on the board, it's FaZe who clutch up. I'm a little bit shocked, like genuinely, like a little bit lost for words about what we are seeing happening here in our second event of the year.
Yeah, this, I mean, you really can't overstate just how big of a win this was for FaZe Clan and what it means for their season. Honestly, what it means, as you said, for the tightness of the league. To send Shopify down the way they did, to play the way that they did all series long. Unbelievable. Oh, and guess what? We're going right back in.
As if you needed more upsets.
SSG 2-1 over Optic Gaming.
Fancy another game 5, everybody? Because Optic are up 3-0 here on King of the Hill.
Man, this has been one of the most already unforgettable Saturdays, I would say, in competitive Halo history, with the amount of matches and the wacky bracket we've seen. It's only gotten crazier as the matches have gone. Now, as we said, SSG's done the hard work to force us to a game 4, but more importantly, with 2:40 left, this is going to be an uphill battle to try to get back into this one.
And you are reading that right. You are watching the D stream between Optic Gaming and Space Station. Looking at Space Station, going to have to roll out a game 5 if they want to pull off the upset themselves. For Optic, they will go towards the game 5 if they can close out here with the momentum on their side. This is kind of nutty. This is
wild. This has been.
You have to forgive us. Like, we're both sat here at the moment on the commentary. We'll call it a booth, the commentary sofa. Kind of just watching as fans at the moment, just not sure what to expect anymore.
Yeah, this is, I mean, the fact that we get to go straight from what we just watched into this now, I feel like we're spoiled. with the amount of intense matches happening and also unexpected matches happening across the entire arena. Just a few more ticks to go for Optic Gaming to close this one out.
This is looking like a game 5. Make sure that you do have the D stream open, because if you thought the last game 5 was intense, Optic and Space Station look like they're heading there themselves. Formal and Bound are going to stack up here, deal with Snakebite at the back of blue, and should be able to close this out and send us to yet another game 5. Optic and Space Station, one of them will be knocked out of the tournament in elimination bracket round 2. A sentence I didn't think I would be saying this event. Hey, Chris.
Hey,
Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm stressed, but I'm good.
Oh, man. I think we all are, right?
Okay, you guys are leading 38-28. Yep. I cannot imagine the years taken off your life between 38 and 50.
I'm old, but I just got a lot older after that. Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, dude, you come up here, you look at us, and you're like, I am shaking. The adrenaline is absolutely pumping right now. I mean, what a series. You know, you go into that against, arguably, we could say all sorts of things at this point, but the tournament favorites, right? You know, and also playing against your brother for the first ever time, which is insane too. You know, and you guys get the job done. The series layout definitely favored you guys when we looked at kind of a, you know, a map and mode combination and how you'd been doing. But that final Slayer, that was getting really dicey towards the end there. The composure to then go and post last shot in the tower was unbelievable. What a cool. Talk to me about those last moments. How was that how was that happening? Who saw last shot there isolated? How did those final moments go down for you guys?
Yeah, that was just a pure team effort. You know, that's in those late game Slayers, like they get really gruely and, you know, things can go bad, and they didn't go good for us in the last little bit. And these guys showed me that they're very composed players, and, you know, that was like a full effort. Like everyone calmed that guy, and we just made a call together. It was like, this is our kill, let's go, push this together, and we close it out. So I'm very impressed with what I just saw there. That was some ice.
That was incredible from the entire team. Just absolutely amazing stuff. What were the comms like going into the series against them? Because, you know, obviously they're very difficult to take down. They have been basically the entire season long. So what were the talks like heading into it and managing to get the job done?
Yeah, so with our team, we are very calm. Like we have the same level of comms. Like we are, I'd say, very cool, very collected. Like we don't change our demeanor and like the way we talk, no matter if it's 48-48 or if it's 5 kills into the game. So I think that's a really good trait that this team has, and I think it, you know, it really helps in those crazy moments.
Yeah, we actually heard a listening towards the end of that game, and the one thing I took away was extreme stillness, calm. There was no trolling, there was no kind of pumping each other up or anything like that. It was just business, pure business, which I think in some cases works clearly. If you need to have that calmness to really push forward and be able to get the job done in a you know, commanding fashion, then so be it. It really seems to work for your team. Incredible stuff. I got to ask a little bit about, you know, the comm side, especially from Penguin. We've seen him really step up to the table, I think, in terms of calling the shots, so to speak, not quite IGLing, but just more of guidance, listening to his teammates and acknowledging that he's heard them and that he heard the call. He understands that he's going to go forward to do that. You know, how has that mix kind of come about? I know you are new and recent to the team, but is there any chats about how that's progressing?
Yeah, you know, it's everyone tries to do their part. I'd say Zane and Joey are, you know, I'd say more quote unquote the leaders of the team. You know, they've got a little bit more experience than the other two guys, but you know, Zane does do a really good job of kind of commanding the troops a little bit. He's a really smart player. He makes crazy plays on the map, and he just has a really good read on the game at all times. And I think his voice kind of shines through a little bit more sometimes because he's just got those insane reads.
Take a look at some of the stats here. One thing I want to ask too, Chris, is coming into game number 1, you guys outplayed heavily and still lost the game. Tell me just overall, coming into that game and coming out, right? Was the expectation that you'd play it as well? Was there a little bit of kind of frustration that it had been a loss? What came out of that game 1?
I was really impressed with how we walked away from that game. But going into it, like Oddball, I'd say coming to this tournament wasn't like our strongest game type, which kind of showed. There were some moments there where we probably should have closed some things out that we didn't. But, you know, we lost that game, and the first thing we said is we played better than them. Yeah. We know we did. We outplayed them on that map, and that's how we rode the rest of the series. We said we are outplaying these guys, whether the score showed it in that first game, and we kind of just like kept that mentality, like no matter what happens, like we are playing fundamentally better than them.
I think it showed in the game 2 as well, yeah.
First off, story as old as time, big brother versus little brother. Big brother always wins. Congratulations, 1-0, and hopefully you're able to keep that record in your favor. I know that there will be more battles to come, but looking at the entire bracket, how grateful are you to be on the side that you're on right now? Obviously, you've earned this spot, but knowing that Optic Gaming, Shopify, SSG, all these big dogs are down in the elimination bracket, and at most, you only get to see one of them throughout the rest of this tournament. How does that feel, knowing that there's still some strong teams, but the favorites, the big dogs, are at least out of the way for now?
It feels good. You know, we saw the bracket and we were really happy about it. I think it's a really good position for us. I think we're kind of a team that, you know, people are, I don't want to say doubting us, but we're slept on for sure. And I think when you don't have that pressure on you and you're in that part of the bracket that we're in, like, we can make some noise. We just did it, and we're looking to go all the way now.
Winning this series the way you did, 2 Slayers, massive. When I look at this FaZe roster, I feel like they're the best Slayer team in the league. And when they went to Game 5, I was very, like, in the mindset of, you know, FaZe can actually do this. Like, I actually, like, truly, it took until that moment where I was like, no, how strong they looked in Game 2. Like, for some reason, when it's first to 50 kills, you guys seem to excel, and that seems to be, like, something you can leverage throughout these series. What makes y'all such a great Slayer team?
I think individually, those 4 guys are insane. Like, I'm watching their POVs for the first time at a LAN this tournament, and I'm shocked with what I'm seeing. Like, the amount of pivs that they're winning, the amount of gunfights that they're winning that they shouldn't be. Like, they are just 4 insane individuals. And yeah, I can't wait to see what else is coming from them.
I love that. Lastly, Chris, before I let you go, and it might be nobody, but considering the bracket right now and how mixy it is there anybody you're hoping to meet back into another spot with you?
Not at all. We're ready for anyone and everyone we play. We just have our heads down and we're just looking to win.
Love to hear it, and it honestly looks exactly like that. Incredible stuff, GGs. Please do give our best to the rest of the team, because that was an incredible show.
Thank you.
Best of luck going forward.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, lads, we're going to take a look right now at the bracket, because, gosh, is this one shaking things up. Winners finals, it's FaZe Clan. They're waiting to see who they're going to be playing out. TSM and Envy, it's 2-1 currently right now, up TSM. And again, I'm honestly just so impressed with Envy, the fight back against TSM. TSM looking incredible. I really don't know who is the better version here in this winners semi-finals, TSM or Envy.
I mean, the crazy thing is here, we could have a finals. I mean, if TSM go on to win this series, a winners bracket final of TSM versus FaZe, that means one of those teams will go through to the grand final with a series advantage over someone who comes to the elimination bracket. That is a massive opportunity for one of these teams to pick up a chip. Like, it doesn't come along very often. This has been the craziest tournament that I can remember for upsets in the Halo Championship Series and Halo Infinite. It's like, I am kind of speechless, like, to see how these brackets are playing out.
Also,
right
shout out to everyone on Reddit who, after the first event, was like, boring year, predictable year, 2-team race.
This,
That's why I don't go.
This is already kicked off to, I think, turn the entire year on its head, which, to be honest, after that offseason that you had, you wanted to see something like this.
Oh, dear.
And we're back into the action. Here we go.
Okay.
Station, onset, Bravo, go on. Let's have a little bit of red zone and west. Why not a TriCast?
You know what? Let's all join in on this
one. Why not a TriCast? Go on.
At this point, I think
we're keeping everyone here.
We're all fans. We all want to see this game. We all want to see who comes out on top. I mean, I'll be honest, coming into this series, I think a lot of Space Station fans would not have believed this would be going the distance to a Game 5, having seen the performance so far. But we are here, and we are seeing Space Station with a 2-kill advantage, and Optic Gaming, the winners in Arlington, Wes, are already chasing this game.
And I will say, Optic Gaming, how many Solitude Slayers have they lost in big moments so far this year? For them to see that as Game 5 coming in to this Game 5 has got to be in the back of their minds. They lost both times they played the Shopify in big series, and this is their tournament on the line.
Of course, we heard a lot about the ceiling from Space Station, saying we believe we have what it takes as a team to beat the biggest in the league, but you got to win those kind of gunfights. Legend will win it. Snakebite can't even get the trade in that situation. We still have that 1-kill advantage, but it's now a tie game. A little moment there that just kind of seeped away from someone. That could have been a difference maker.
Oh my God, Snakebite pushing out, no shield. That was bold to give himself that much presence on the map. So many different sightlines could have taken him out, but he's actually able to play his life. And with Camo coming up, this is a massive opportunity for Space Station, now that they have the inside of the map control, to maybe get some kills and acquire this Camo.
I tell you what, with all the different scenarios that could have played out in this event, I don't think anyone even entertained the idea of could SSG knock out Optic Gaming from this tournament. The fact that we now see them up by 3 at 16-13 with Camo out is ridiculous.
I mean, I add another crazy stat onto that, or a crazy part of the sentence. Optic Gaming getting knocked out by Space Station in elimination round 2. Let's really keep this in context here. Let's really paint the whole picture for everybody. And with the camo in the hands of Lucid off the back of a 4 dead, Space Station are looking to collapse onto these Optic spawns.
What a moment for Lucid right here. Camo in his hands. A lot of players no shield right now. He finds one, finds two, and a double kill for Lucid opens up the map for SSG.
And one thing we know about Solitude is it's going to be a long game, right? Even if we see a team with a sizable lead, it can get snowbally, it can get dangerous very fast. So
big damage.
6-kill lead now, though, for SSG. And they find themselves in a scenario that no one, as we said, 4 dead for Optic Gaming would have been ready for. Shock Rifle also up. Lucid back on form. He's 8-3.
The camo play from Lucid there. He's able to not only get the respawners that are at snipe, get all of those kills. A couple of shots being wasted at the ammo. You know they don't want to give that over to Optic with a full load. So I love this by Lucid, but it has spiraled into not only the blue spawn trap, but now everybody on Optic is stuck in yard and glass once again.
Eco gets the trade bottom middle with Formal. Lucid continues to waste this ammo. It's a clear game plan. They think that if they're in a position where they have a lead in this game, giving a power weapon to Optic is a way they can close that gap. Lucid will find one. Formal, no idea that Lucid was in that corner, and they have a 10-kill lead. Optic are 3 dead again.
And you can tell there with exactly with 3 dead again and people flying in through blue window with not even any comms. The comms have broken down on that last sequence for the side of Optic Gaming. It's now a 10-kill lead for SSG.
And it's 10-3 for Lucid in this game here, whereas the man is starting to remind us just how good he is.
The man that's been questioned throughout this rough period for SSG, stepping up when they need him most. Backs against the wall, game 5, now up 10.
Camo up, and this is a big moment. Does SSG extend their lead even further, or does Optic find their way back in?
3 dead. Here on the side of SSG, this is the opening that Optic will be desperate to find. As the power comes up, it's going to be all 4 who fall consecutively for Space Station. And with the camo in the hands of Renegade and everybody stuck at the back of Tram here for SSG, a huge opening here for Optic to get back into this game.
Just like that, 29-26. This was a 10-kill game, but SSG lets Optic back in, and they let them have the camo as well. And everything, just like this tournament, flipped on its head. What was a surefire SSG 10-kill lead has now been reduced to just 3.
Renegade fires one onto Eco, but Lucy trades out the camo and gives at least a bit of breathing room here for SSG to get back on the map. That's a big, big pick from Lucid.
Let's see what they can do with it now that they have a little bit of space. Formal spotted back loop here. He's able to get sandwiched by multiple members of SSG. 4-kill lead still, and SSG have gotten out of the spawn trap for now.
And how often did we see SSG in a previous series, right, able to bounce back, keep kills in the Slayer to make sure they're not getting down by too many? And right now they're staying resilient. That could have easily folded on that camo play from Renegade. However, they maintain that lead.
And now we are seeing the game slow down. All 8 players on the map at the moment. Everybody showing each other respect, knowing how important this next cycle of kills can be. Ooh. It's going to be Renegade who gets one off the back of Formal, finding another. It's 3 dead for SSG, and it's a 2-kill game.
This spawn's big here. Another camo popping very shortly, and off the spawn, SSG's going to figure out how they want to fight this one. That lead reduced down to just 2 yet again. Uh-oh.
Team nades are not what you want to see at this point. Eco pushes ahead. Renegade doesn't have a lot of shields, but Bound elsewhere is going to find a kill. Low shields here, and Bound is on the flank, but SSG are going to find him. But somehow thrust past him. Bound survives in that situation, and we have a tie game at 34-34.
It may not have looked huge, but that team nade stopped the entire 3-man blue rush. They had to stop and go back into yard, and the kills get cleaned up. And now, just like that, Optic goes into the lead by 1.
Legend with this camo as well has the chance to extend that lead even further. SSG trapped. Whereas this is a really difficult situation for SSG to fight out of.
Blue. I mean, they're stuck in blue right now. They have to figure out how to get a kill. Right now, they're not able to capitalize on the Legend, and 3 go down. Once again, it's a 4-kill lead for Optic Gaming.
And it's a triple kill from Formal, who just flushes them out of blue. All of them are stacked up, and even though they had that shock rifle, weren't able to hit the big shots. Trades for Optic at this point. They will stay alive in this tournament. Space Station need to dig deep.
Crazy to think SSG was leading by 10 earlier. And that is all but gone and all but a distant memory. 5 kills here, the lead, and only 8 more to go for Optic.
Again, we find ourselves with all 8 players on the map. Lucid will get the first pick, though. Bound will fall. SSG will want to take some space off the back of this, but they also know that the kills and deaths are starting to stack up against them. They don't have any room to make mistakes here.
They're setting up a trap in blue right now.
Oh, no.
Gotta fit. All 8 players still in the lobby there, so you do wonder what the reason for the game ending is. We'll have to get that from a station referee.
A station referee will be brought in to decide exactly what happened there. We'll keep you up to date, as we have been, to the best of our ability. As if you needed an update, by the way, TSM Envy went to Game 5. We got the update as well. There was a game crash on the Optic side, so my goodness. Game 5, surprise, surprise, Envy, they're in a Game 5 against TSM, who beat Optic in a Game 5. As we leave a Game 5, having just seen FaZe win a Game 5. How you feeling about that, Wes?
There are no surprises anymore.
How you feeling about that, DreamHack? This is ridiculous. This is nuts.
Expectations are out the window at this point. Anybody that's a favorite, you can throw that out the window. Everyone appears to be competing for this weekend's trophy, and I mean, good luck calling it because
if you're playing roulette, you've already lost the bets.
You're playing roulette.
It is I have no words. What is happening? This is just crazy. I honestly, I'm trying to wrap my mind around the fact that SSG and Optic are about to either go home or go forward. That to me is insane at this point in time. One of them, by the way, is not going to make a Sunday. That's insanity.
Elim round 2.
There's still another series.
2, which is just crazy. It's just unfathomable. It just shows you how high the competition is. The level is unmatched. You just do not know what happens, and I think it's really important for a lot of these teams who I would say consider themselves sitting nice and steady in a top 6 position. And I'm saying top 6 now. I would have probably previously said top 4, but top 6. You cannot take a Friday lightly. You've got to come out fully prepared to win every single series you go in. There is no excuse for our lazy Friday. We just weren't, playing like ourselves. It is what it is, etc. That just cannot happen because this is what you get. You get an elimination bracket that looks so terrifying, and you're losing out on favorites to win tournaments.
By the way, just calmly.
I know.
Obviously, Nemesis Gen G is a Game 5.
Game 5.
Oh,
you guys
obviously, it's a Game 5
you guys
as well.
You actually missed. Game 2 was tied 50-50.
Was it?
Yes.
Of course it was.
Was it a melee trade or was it?
I didn't see the trade. I just saw the screenshot.
We don't know. Yeah. So if it can't get any closer than that, really.
I mean, if you show me this and it says winners bracket at the top, I'm like, oh, cool, all right, everything's cool. But then it has the word elimination.
Yeah, wild.
It's just like, what is going on?
No,
what is going on here in Dallas? Something is in the air.
Yeah, it's Texas, man.
I keep smelling them.
I'm still shocked that I'm looking at a Rebellion logo in elimination. Honestly, that's what is shocking me as well.
Optic one,
that's
there's
crazy.
a Space Station one, there's a Shopify one.
Yeah.
I do feel bad for
wild.
anyone who did place bets on this tournament because impossible.
Or somebody placed the craziest bet.
Yeah, that's true, actually. Yeah.
Or somebody is
Someone
really
knows.
coming in hot with their bet, because if they placed a wild bet, then who knows? I mean, just unbelievable stuff. To think Shopify Rebellion is in the Elim quarterfinals and having to do it themselves. It was funny that the narrative before, shout out the narrative, was also the fact that Shopify Rebellion got the one up over Optic again, like Arlington, and here we go. They have a lovely clean run into their grand final position. Well, absolutely not. Join them. Why don't you? Join them in the elimination bracket. Optic have to make a run, of course, but so does Shopify this time. That's the conversation we're having. And FaZe are just taking honestly every opportunity they get and jumping on it. What an incredible weekend so far.
I mean, with that bracket, it's either
Game 5.
One of Optic, SSG, and Shopify Rebellion will get top 4. The others will not. That's an insane stat.
Yeah.
Insane.
Don't ask me to do predictions next event, Lalo, because how am I supposed to make this stuff?
This is why I try and stay away from
I've opted out.
That's why I stopped doing those a long time ago.
Fully opted out, yeah.
Because of brackets like this.
100%. Don't like being wrong.
I'll find out when I get there.
Yeah.
And it's been great. I'll tell you what, it's been a great weekend for finding out when we get there, because as we said, we've been spoiled with these Game 5s. I would go as far as saying, tell me what you guys think, I would go as far as saying one of the highest amount of Game 5s in a bracket play in quite some time.
It's unreal. Yeah, absolutely.
And again, not just Game 5s, 50-49s in there as well. 50-50s, apparently, you're telling us as well.
50-50s.
Which I got to say, that's new. But overtimes, one flag, one kill, couple of seconds of ball time is every series, every game is coming down to the wire.
And how do we not see this coming? I mean, year 4, Halo Infinite, you know the competition is only going to get stiffer. And as the game, like Lifeline, continues to be like elongated, the players have all gotten better. The experience of some players that were amateurs once, that just were rookies one year, all of a sudden now all of these culmination of tournaments, losses, top 6s, top 4s, it's all coming together for a lot of them. So that leverage that a lot of our staples in the HCS, they've kind of lost the advantage of what it means to prepare yourself consistently at a tournament, because now, 4 years in, everybody's been doing this.
Who do you think wins the Halo World Championship?
Yeah, get out.
At this point, sure.
I gotta say, it feels like also now we're seeing where things are actually settling, or you could argue unsettling, from the offseason, right? We had one tournament here in Arlington, and a lot of assumptions were made about what the year would look like. And now you're seeing, oh, actually the offseason was just as crazy as we thought.
Yeah.
And here are the results. Here's where everyone's at. It's pretty
100%.
wild.
I have got an update. The game will be restarting, not a full reset. We'll be going 41 to Optic, 37 SSG,
Okay.
with 5 minutes on the clock.
You don't want to lose that opening break.
Yeah, honestly, this is big. This is a big one. This is either Optic can run away with this fully, or we can see some momentum shift here from Space Station Gaming. I don't have the full details onto what actually happened and what caused the unfortunate stoppage of time and of game, but yeah, the refs have determined that's where we're going.
A transistor outside the building lost power. That's the one thing that hasn't happened here. That was Arlington.
That was Arlington. We had a fire. We literally had a fire.
Wait, are we in?
We're getting back into things.
Well,
all right, lads. Off you go on your TriCast.
Okay, deep breath, everybody. Lucid gets the first pick. Renegade trades it out. 42 to 38. Snakebite, one shot. Formal gets taken down, though. Renegade gets the kill, tries to slide in to finish this one off. Legend not going to be able to. A trade comes in. It's a 4-kill game, but deaths on either side here.
Right back into the action. Camo top in. No one's grabbed it just yet, and Renegade picks up a very, very big kill to keep the 4-kill lead. And unsurprisingly, no one has gone near Camo yet.
And it was a tough start for SSG. They could not get out of yard, and then that allowed Renegade to be able to pick up the shot for free, basically. And how much punishment is he able to do with it now?
Camo up as well. SSG make a brave push, though, towards the posters. Renegade is going to maybe have the timing here to catch a couple players off guard. Finds one onto Eco. Camo's up as well, can't connect on Lucy, but does enough damage for maybe a teammate to convert that into a kill. Stella falls as well. 3 to go here, 2 to go here for Optic.
Camo not going to be a factor there. They're going to wrap here at posters. One more kill to go now. 49 on the board.
Renegade going to move in. He's going to collect the camo. He's got the shot as well. And Optic Gaming are seconds away, you feel, barring even something that anyone who predicted this bracket could not predict. A comeback of epic proportions, not gonna happen. It's Optic Gaming who stay alive and stay in the elimination bracket. Okay, I'm gonna sit down and catch my breath.
Unbelievable for that game to end the way it did. SSG, as we said, if you just caught the end of that, SSG up by 10 at one point in the game. And Optic Gaming slowly, piece by piece, bring that game back to have the 4-kill lead, and then they extend it even further. And Optic, it seems like it's the only way that they can, we'll get back to that thought. Apparently Optic can only take the difficult road to the end of a tournament, but there's even more Halo on your screen. It's TSM Envy now in game number 5 as well. Wes, take it away.
Yeah, keep it note. This is winner's bracket, so nobody's life on the line like we just saw, but right now, a trip to the winner's bracket finals for either TSM or Envy. 11 to 6, TSM will have this lead as we enter Street Slayer.
And one thing I gotta say while we catch our breath as well is the doubts about SSG, right? The commentary before this tournament about where exactly is SSG, and people more focused on what is the team change than what is the game plan. I tell you what, SSG showed up in a huge way at this event to take Optic the distance the way that they just did. I think the conversation about them changes quite a bit after this event. We'll have to see where they go from here, but certainly their best performance of the year so far.
It's TSM who are out to a lead in this game. As we look at a little bit of precision, POV. 5 and 3 for him as the camo will dissipate. Power up no longer in effect in this game. Can be taken down by Soul Snipe, can't survive.
Manny now with Stalker rifle in hand. Looking to be aggressive towards the B side. A lot of space being given by Druk right now, but someone's gotten through the lines. It's going to be Precision who takes him down, and that's going to be frustrating because you think when you see Druk so far ahead that space has already been covered, nobody's slipping through the gaps, but Precision with a big kill removes that one real power weapon, I would say, that's on Streets from TSM's hands, and now all of a sudden it gives an opportunity for Envy.
TSM trying to find a little bit of momentum here, and Envy just trapped in the back of Tram. See the collapses coming in, and like you're saying, Wes, that Stalker rifle output a huge amount of damage, and with the flank being perfectly timed from Soul Snipe, and Torlik put in some great shots from the POV that we're watching. It's starting to look like TSM are rolling here.
Yeah, 22-13 on Streets, quite a big advantage. Next camo in 14, so going to be an opportunity for TSM to keep this up, or maybe Envy bring the game back within reason.
Talik narrowly gets out with his life there, but gets a lot of information that multiple players for Envy are going to be posted up back tower towards the cafe side of the map. This camo is up. How does TSM opt to play for it? Talik trying to anchor this top balcony, but it is going to be Druk that goes down to Yex, and camo's going to be picked up now by Envy, and maybe TSM turtling a little bit too much into Tram here have given Envy the opportunity with this power up to come back in this game.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Tolik's there with the Stalker rifle, right? He's going to output damage. You can take the space off of the damage that he's doing, but TSM just playing a little bit timid in that situation, and somewhat understandable when you factor in the pressure of the game 5, you factor in the pressure of how important it can be to get that camo in your hands. But it's going to be Envy who are back on the map here. They've established some sort of control. And they're picking away at this lead that TSM have established.
Yeah, they're doing a phenomenal job in these scrappy fights right now, finding ways to stay alive when they are weak. Look at those players transitioning, the bait and switching. That's how you're going to have to crawl back into this game. Now just a 6-kill game, but not a lot of space to play around here towards the generators.
Also, Talik, you saw very hungry for that gen kill. It gets punished in the end. You have to think TSM's probably going to be careful with those kind of chasing out those final kills. With a 5-kill cushion, they do not need to be trying to finish that last kill.
So just a little slowdown in the gameplay here, a little pause as everybody tries to get a little bit of a position on the map, get into a position where they can help teammates, they can lock down a couple of these lanes. Druk, the furthest player up here for TSM, just playing a sneaky position on the bus stop just outside of the L. And he's got that Stalker rifle now. Can't quite connect with the shots, but the warning shots are good enough for Druk to try and make a play off the back of it.
Yeah, the information, the distraction right there from Manny was everything that Druk needed to get the green light to go. He's able to find that opening pick. And trades right now are good for TSM. 27-21, camo will be coming up in 14 seconds. But as they continue to approach the 50-kill mark and no margin of this deficit is made up on Envy's side, you have to love where TSM stand.
Camo coming up in just a few seconds time as well. Descendant Precision find a couple though. It's 3 dead just as the camo pops for TSM. Make it 4 dead for TSM. Camo guaranteed here for Envy. It's in the hands of Descendant. And he's still got a little bit of that Stalker rifle to use as well.
Yeah, perfectly executed. Also has nades to play with as well. Needs to stay alive here though. Almost gets absolutely melted in music. Team not in the exact position they want to be. We'll see if they can collapse here on driveway.
Still able to play his life. Gets his shield back. No Soul Snipe is still in this red room. It's an easy nade kill to open up the map now. Just 2 kills separate these. And look how Descendant still wants to be aggressive. They know TSM are trapped in back of Tram, and this is not where you want to be if you're a TSM fan.
Both players get spotted out as well. Descendant plays his life extremely well. Soul Snipe off the respawn though has got in position to really pressure these 2 players. Torlik comes back around, and that respawn coming in has done so much damage, and Torlik on the flank will be able to clean up 3 players. That's a big, big moment in this game.
Huge credit there to Soul Snipe to stay alive there on back Ivy, right? Soul Snipe stays alive there, keeps 2 players, and then gets a 3rd weak in bottom Tram, and allows Talik to come in and clean up each of those kills. That maintains just a 4-kill TSM lead. If that doesn't play out that way, we're going to tie a game.
Yeah, nobody looking at Talik there. It's free pickings, and Soul Snipe was clearly the distraction. We've seen that several times from TSM. These distraction plays are actually bait. Envy falling for the bait once again have a 4-kill lead.
Yeah, frustrating, I think, as well for Envy there. It's a 4v2 scenario that was developing, and just the pieces didn't add up for them. Just a little bit over-aggressive, maybe taking some wrong angles, and it allows TSM to establish this lead once again. It's only 4 kills between the 2 teams, which puts it within 1 team play on either side. The game has slowed down so much, by the way. The next time that we're seeing both teams engage here is the camo's about to come up once again.
First pick does go, though. We'll see what Druk can do with a red gun. Brings the TSM lead just to fewer kills here. Now only up by 3. Make it 2.
A lot of responsibility for Druk here. Needs to get this kill. Doesn't do it cleanly enough to where the damage he takes in that first fight removes him from the map in the equation for this camo fight. Now just a 1-kill game, and Jackson takes the risk and pays for it with his life as he went for camo.
He got lucky. He died as soon as he did, though. It does not get burned in the end, though. Descendant can't get away with it either. So a double kill for Druk in the feed. Now, once again, a 3-kill lead for TSM.
I mean, initially, that was a 3 or 4 dead situation. TSM were really on the back foot, but do so well off the respawn to fight for that camo and make it a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, where they can start trading out and get back on the map. Envy had a chance there to establish a lead, but a little bit too hungry for the power-up. Didn't quite have the timing to get it cleanly.
This is all.
It's just a 2-kill game still, Wes.
This is all of the information. Do they know Piggy is in Red Room? I believe he was able to make it to Ice Cream, so now they should have an idea, but that flank setup right there from Envy gives them an opportunity to catch TSM off guard, and look at that, TSM now behind. Envy have taken the lead by 1.
What a turnaround. Envy in the lead in the late game. Descendant finds another one as well, just to extend that lead. It's now a 2-kill advantage here for Envy. TSM, remember, the team who we were talking about, the Optic Slayers in pool play, are looking down the barrel of going to the elimination bracket.
Now just a 1-kill game. Mind you, let's not forget, TSM was up by 6 moments ago. And that lead is all but gone, essentially has crumbled as Envy, as you said, takes the lead. Here comes the push from Druk.
I was worried about the timing of that reload there as Manning gets the first pick. Druk finds another one though, and now Jackson has to make a play. He has to get active on the map, and Precision with that double kill will keep the numbers even on the map. 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all that is left in this game 5. Envy with the most slender of leads possible. They are up by just 1.
Yeah, I like this backup by Jackson. This is such a weird situation where you have multiple members Cafe, and then the rest of your team was back Commando. Spread out across the map as this camouflage is coming up. An untraditional kind of flip of the map. We're playing sideways right now. Shroud is going to make this camo fight so difficult to sift through as Talk able to get out of there with this camo and now take a 2-kill lead with TSM in favor.
Yeah, that was 3 dead. A lot of the work was done by Soul Snipe initially, outputting damage, by picking up that new Stalker rifle that came up on the Red Room. So TSM prioritized the push towards the arcade, towards the Red Room. And off the back of the damage and the Shroud screen, now they have this camo and they have the game in their hands.
Slow playing this year.
What a patient play by College there not to commit to that fight. Doesn't reveal himself again, so it makes things so chaotic for Envy right now. Pushing into the base, now picking up the first kill. And this is where the dominoes, you think, start to fall for Envy.
The Stalker rifle again, the output of damage is so difficult to go up against if you're trying to fight for these lanes, if the game slows down. Jackson will find one with the perfect, but Soul Snipe will get the stick to keep this lead. Zolic's been no shields for so long, but still surviving. It's 3 to go now for TSM.
Also 1 minute left. That's how slow this game has been. We rarely see that 1-minute warning pop up here in a Slayer, but now 48-44, 2 to go for TSM.
50 seconds left on the game clock. It needs to be something special from Envy, but if you've been watching the Halo so far, you will know to expect the unexpected in these situations. Zolic trying to play the sneaky corner. Does get the trade in that situation to put them 1 away now.
30 seconds remaining.
All of TSM grouped up together in the back of Tram. Envy are going to have to hit some absolute god nades. Envy is sending it. Manny, with that Stalker rifle, is going to have to hold off the push here. Tries to escape, gets taken down as well. 10 seconds left. TSM are retreating. TSM are running their play in the clock here. 4 seconds left to go. I don't think Envy are close. But the stick comes in. They get another stick, but it's not enough.
That's a lot of trash talk from a team that is hiding in PD in the final moments of the game. Let me just say that.
Yo, that spike scared the living hell out of me.
Did you see another player got stuck? Just the time got eliminated at time.
We're going to have to see that again.
At this point,
unbelievable finish to that game. Also, how about, I mean, let's also talk about, we just watched TSM and Envy, right? 2 orgs that very recently were not back in Halo yet, now fighting here in a winner's bracket matchup, and it goes all the way to game 5. I think in a 49-48 was the final score.
Didn't even go the distance, yeah.
Can we talk about the 4-man
front ram push that we just saw from
break
Indy,
combo.
and it worked.
That is they call that the battering ram.
That was one of the craziest things I've ever
The
seen.
Trojan horse.
It probably was because it was so unexpected. Like, they're thinking, what are these guys
There are
doing?
4 people at the front of
four.
trap.
It worked. It worked, and they almost did it.
Oh,
when
my
that
goodness.
first spike came in, I'm like, uh-oh, this is... I mean, when's the last time you even saw a scenario like that? And they only sneak it out on a time.
With three more seconds, that
Yeah, I
game
was
is
about to say,
over.
Oh, yeah.
3 more seconds, that's...
Yeah,
And
they
we
were
win.
trapped, fully
Wow.
trapped. Like, they were just in there, just, like, chilling out.
That I've never seen. Okay, we're in. We're deep into the 4th
We
year of
are.
Halo Infinite. I've never seen a Slayer end in that exact fashion.
No, I haven't
I've
either.
never seen the 4-man front ram strap before. It worked though. That's the
I want
crazy
to see
thing.
people doing that matchmaking now.
Manny turns the corner and like doesn't know who to shoot,
Yeah.
and everyone's staring at him. He tries to get out, but I mean, Jesus Christ, what a shot call
He
that
runs up.
was!
He runs up the stairs and tries to go out, and gets absolutely pinned down. My God,
Man.
unbelievable.
I mean,
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I think some of those straps might need to change going forward.
Yeah, that's a one-time only.
For sure.
I think-
One time only.
I think honestly, like time was probably part
Yeah.
of the reason that we're implementing the 4-man front ram.
So someone whispers, guys, it's time. Everybody knew immediately. You
But
think
I
about
mean, they're
it.
desperately trying to
Let's
hunt
do
these
it.
kills, and like I guess TSM are sitting there like trying to play their lives as long as possible, knowing time is on their side. It's a massive win condition for them, but I mean, good lord.
I mean,
How close
yeah,
it into
that's
that
it.
game.
The winners
Versus
finals,
FaZe
TSM FaZe Clan. Who would have had that in their cards going
no.
into this?
Just
Anyone
no.
who did
No,
is
just
a
no.
liar. It's as simple
Yeah,
as that. I do
just
not
no.
believe anything that comes out of their mouth.
I mean, that is something that I just would not have ever predicted at this point in time, especially with just looking at the level of competition that we have. This is insane.
And also, how about Envy now goes into the elimination
I know.
bracket as well, as if there wasn't enough carnage down there.
So true, and they will actually go and meet Optic Gaming, and off they pop. I mean, that is just a brawl. It is just an absolute brawl left from every single way that you could possibly look
I mean,
at it.
obviously Nemesis win the game 5.
Yeah.
I'm only going to presume that ended 50-50. Then they had to
51 to
replay
50.
it. Then it went the distance of time. And then it was a 50-49 where both players sniped each other, but it was like 1 millisecond. That's I
I mean,
don't know
well, it
what
is
happened,
Nemesis we're talking about.
They-
Nemesis is cheeky.
Also, let's
They
not
get to
forget, we
rematch
already
now.
know that Nemesis has had some good games. Don't get me wrong, 3-1,
Yeah.
but good games against Shopify.
Very good games. That's immediately what I thought when I
Yeah.
saw that series. Like, Nemesis are going into that series wanting an opportunity to get revenge on that, and Shopify respected the hell out of Nemesis. Talking to Royal 2 after the series, he was very complimentary of how well Nemesis played them. And then we have a story for Envy versus Optic. They used to be the same org, and now going against each other in Envy's first Halo tournament.
That's been a Halo World Championship final.
Yeah.
Going in Halo 5, those two organizations. So yeah,
By the
Their
way,
own pack
history
here.
is
What
there.
bracket are we looking at?
heading into that Nemesis Shopify series, Nemesis are feeling themselves. That last game 5 was 50-34.
Ooh, okay.
So they
that
were
was a
they were
blowout.
cooking.
That's not-
They
fun.
were cooking by the end of that one. So that's a big confidence boost. Well, folks, honestly, I don't even know where to go from here. This
We have more
is
Halo.
insane. I'm going to be sitting
Crazy
back
to
here
think.
on the sofa and enjoying every single series that comes across our screen. I hope you guys are having the best weekend so far. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we have so many exciting series for you guys to really sink your teeth into, including the elimination quarterfinals of Optic versus Envy. This one's going to be wild. We'll see you on the other side of the break. Woo.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Bank shot. New juggernaut.
themselves just 3 away.
Renegade makes a hero play. He makes sure that they burn camo, and he does it so well. Now 48 to 44, 2 kills to go for Optic.
Royal 2 gets 1, but it is just 2 to go. Renegade taking danger, taking some angles as Formal gets the 49th on the board. Renegade is on the hunt. He wants it to be his, but it's Formal. And Shopify turned up. Here it is. Formal moves in. Formal gets the kill. Formal gets the kill. And Optic will complete the ultimate story. Champions here in Arlington the hard way. The most difficult way possible. But they reset the bracket. They break the curse, and they can call themselves champions.
And Formal wastes no time. Picks up that trophy because Optic Gaming has earned it through an arduous offseason and an unbelievable weekend run that will never be forgotten from the elimination bracket. To take the title in a bracket reset, Game 7 down to the wire.
A lot of teams would not have made it back from what happened at the end of that CTF Forbidden. That would have broken them. Not Optic Gaming. This roster is built for success, was built to win. And as you can see on your screens, justified in making the changes. Your HCS Arlington Major 1 champions are Optic Gaming.
And not just that, but with this victory, with the team change, the second place curse for Optic Gaming is officially broken here and now. Your champions at the Optic Major, doing it in their own house to start the 2025 season, and as you say, justifying one of the most historic and even controversial team changes in competitive Halo history. But you heard it from them before the event. We made this team change for a reason, and we knew it could be the best in the world, and right now, that's where Optic Gaming is.
And you look at the reaction from Formal, it just feels like the weight of the world is lifted from his shoulders now. Sick of second places, hates not winning. But now that winning feeling is back.
Hello DreamHack, welcome back to the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. Here is your elimination bracket. All sorts of things have been going on, honestly, all day long. We've had upset after upset, shock after shock, and yet we continue on through the eliminations into the quarterfinals, and we find ourselves sitting here now with Shopify Rebellion, believe it or not, going up against Europe's finest nemesis, and then Envy. They meet Optic Gaming, unfortunately falling short down once again, but they will see the green wall on this main stage, and that is what is coming our way next. And I really don't think I would have ever predicted these two to match up in this way, in this shape or fashion, in your quarterfinals nonetheless. This is where we're at, folks. We've seen so many different series now that have gone so far, right? Literally, game 5 after game 5, and we're only in our Elim quarterfinals. That is insane to me. But Envy and Optic, they're the two up on the chopping block this time. And the question is, who's getting chopped and who is going forward? And honestly, at this point in time, I think Optic Gaming, they have probably gained a little bit of momentum coming out of their series up against Space Station Gaming. You know, that went game 5 as well, and, you know, it was very tight. It came down to the wire. Those two were duking it out, battling it out on the side station. Here is a little rewind for you. Wes, some promise showing from Space Station Gaming and some life out of Optic.
A lot of life out of Optic, and be careful, every team in this Elim bracket. Every single time I feel like it's these guys, Legend and Bound, that should have been knocked out of the tournament, but they kept themselves alive just long enough to catch fire. We have seen several different tournaments where they narrowly escape a series and then all of a sudden use that as a springboard to find themselves champions once again. So is this going to be that springboard to launch Optic throughout this elimination bracket? First off, we'll find out if Envy has what it takes.
We use boxing references quite often. We always say that X team is on the ropes. Well, Optic Gaming have been put on the mat time and time again, but somehow, some way, like the Undertaker, they keep rising up again. I don't know where they find this resilience. They've done the same thing last event against Nemesis. They were down, they got done a reverse sweep. They were down by 10 kills in game 5 and turned it around. And that's bad news for everybody else in the competition.
They create their own momentum mid-game. That's what happens. They have superstars who pick up a weapon that they love and are comfortable with, and they say, hold this. We are literally going to open the map up for ourselves and regain control. I don't care how much we are down in this map mode series, whatever it is, they are able to turn themselves around, and that is exactly what you need. I think when you're looking at the competition as a whole, Optic Gaming, the reason why they stay alive time and time again is because they have the superstar power to do so. They have everything that they could possibly need to win a series, no matter what the odds are against them. They are phenomenal. Look at the players across the board. I mean, Gaskin, you got Formal, Bound, Legend, Renegade. I think we often forget they're in the elimination bracket going up against Envy.
Let's just mention Lunchbox as well.
Let's just mention Lunchbox. Why not throw him in? And I will say,
5 superstars.
You know what? I will say, you are so right on that. 5 superstars. What Lunch brings, when you actually listen to the comms from the team and we have a listen in, Gaskin, Lunch brings such valuable communication to this team. I truly don't think they would be able to do what they do best without him. It is unparalleled with what he brings to the table here.
I mean, not many have experienced what he has, right? He has just such a depth of history in competitive Halo, and for all these situations, you know, these game 5s, these Slayers, when you're down by 10, he's been there, he has overcome those situations, and he's been able to say to them, hey, look, you know, take a breather, or we need to go for this route, or X isn't working, because he can go back and replay all those moments that have happened throughout all of these years before.
Indeed. Now, on the other side of things, we have Envy. Envy have shocked everyone. I think if you're going to talk about a wild card, right, it's them. They have really squeaked through things here. And not just squeaked through, but they have proven that they can take down the best of the very best to be up there with them. Now they find themselves against Optic Gaming. What have they got to bring to the table against the Green Wall West? That is my big question. What have you seen that you're really holding on to?
I love the individual skill we've seen, but the big issue for me for Envy coming into this series is they're just coming off of a loss. First loss of the tournament. We haven't seen this team kind of weather any sort of a storm, and it was a heartbreaking game 5 loss. Is that still lingering in their head is the question for me. These guys are all super young in their careers, not a ton of experience across the board. They're gonna have to be able to shed that last series off immediately, because you're going up against a juggernaut on the other side of the stage.
My eyes are on this man on your screen, Precision. Last season, he had a great year with Sentinels. It looked like his stock took a little bit of a tank, and he ended up on Complexity. He got dropped in that team, and this is a revenge tour for this young man. And look at him now, already outplacing his former team and up against Optic Gaming. Looking for a chance to get himself into Sunday.
100%. I think your eyes have to be on this guy. Precision, honestly, even losing that series, his stats were ridiculous. They were on fire, and it's about how you then implement that into your gameplay with the rest of the team. How do you play around a play like this? Because Renegade, he also has that. And I think this is a fantastic comparison, to be honest, when you look at these two teams. Renegade's team knows how to play around him. They know how to unlock his potential and allow him to go off. And it's often you hear some superstars that we've had on the couch so far say, yeah, my team just lets me do what I want to do best. And they implement that into their own gameplay. And it's huge to be able to have that. I think Precision needs that from Envy. I think Envy needs to recognize when those opportunities come about. And Gaskin, you know, that's going to be what separates the two. It's moments that Renegade creates for his team versus Precision, but it's how Envy handles those.
I think what's important is with that statistic, Renegade's getting a very similar kind of damage per minute while still having those superstars on his team. Like, to still be able to find that amount of damage whilst everyone else is outputting it as well. On the other side for Precision, I think that they will be disappointed that they didn't get that Game 5 win because they had a chance at top 3, right? That not everyone gets an opportunity on Saturday to get into top 3. That could be one of the most memorable moments of your career. I know it was for me when I broke into top 3. There was nothing quite like it. Now you drop into the elimination bracket and you're going up against the reigning champions. Are you going to be thinking in the back of your head, has our chance of top 3 gone? Or are you focused on, well, you know, if we could get there in the winner's bracket, why can't we take on an Optic yet?
Indeed. Is there anybody else you got your eye on West on that team? Because I think there's a couple of straight shooters there.
It's got to be Descendant, right? I think he's really the difference maker for this roster. Precision's pretty consistent with his playstyle, but I do think it's Descendant that this team wins and loses by. If he has a big series and has an opportunity to really create space, momentum for this MV roster, this series could go a little bit further than some Optic fans would enjoy.
My eyes are actually on Piggy as well. Last event, finishing top 16. How is Fortune to turn around? He's got a few goodies on his team now. And with Thug Nasty behind him, not quite the same caliber of coach as Lunchbox is, but I seen him in the bathroom. I said, look at you still here late on a Saturday night. And we both shared a little laugh. But yeah, I think for me, Piggy's going to be the difference as well. Can you be...
You at the urinal or was it in the
stalls? We were at the sink washing our hands.
You were both
Why are you both thinking urinal?
I just wanted to picture the story. That's all.
He's just sitting there like, why is Jersey talking to me?
Jersey's looking
passing notes.
I'm trying to poop.
The giant gap in American toilet stalls. Jersey's just peeking through.
They're far too big. I'm a lot of man as well.
Quit talking to me in the bathroom.
So you can see the series layout there, and I think one good thing for Envy is actually looking at those Slayers. Origin Slayer and Recharge Slayer, arguably two of Optic's worst Slayers that they've played throughout this season. So, you know, we always say the Slayers are the chance for the underdog to maybe get an opportunity, but if you can get both, all you need is one of those objective games. But as Wes said, you know, the teamwork is going to be everything, and we know how good Optic are on the objective-based games.
Indeed. I also am kind of eyeing up map 3-2 Fortress. I think, you know, Optic don't particularly love Fortress. I know that they've worked on it a bunch. I know it's just not their favorite. It just, you know, it's just such a big map, and you have to really, really work on getting all that full control, and it can be hard against some of the pickier people like Descendant, like Precision.
Well, I mean, Formal said it yesterday that they've been really trying to improve at some of the new map mode combinations, and you see two of them to kick off the first 3 maps of this series. Is that hard work going to pay off, or are those demons still going to be in the back of Optic's head? We've already seen them lose an Origin Slayer before 50-49, I may add, but still not something they feel completely comfortable on, or look at a series layout and think of, these are our map modes.
100%. I'm very curious to see how Envy actually handles Optic Gaming. It's something that I truly don't have a clue how this is really going to go down, but we'll find out very shortly because we're going to head into our next matchup, and we have Jersey and Gaskin on the mics. Lads, take it away.
Can't wait to jump into this one. An opportunity for both these teams and to hit the championship Sunday. For Piggy, like I say, the stark contrast to last event, finishing top 16. What a story it would be for him to make it all the way to that championship Sunday. Pose a question to some of those bigger teams, but none are bigger at the moment than Optic Gaming.
Yeah, and whilst I say, you know, they had an opportunity to get top 3 and it would have been such a memorable moment, arguably the biggest moment of their careers, you could also argue if they can topple Optic Gaming, that would also be up there of that moment that you've had. Even if they beat Optic and then only finish top 4, I say only, would still be incredible for Envy, but just being able to take down the reigning champs could be everything for Envy. But I do think the Slayer is going to play a big part in this. And of course, Aquarius Bomb as well. Envy have looked pretty good on this map and mode. Optic as well, they're 3-1 for the season. So I think this is going to be an outright brawl to open map 1.
Optic Gaming's revenge tour keeps on rolling. And for Envy, it's about making statements of intent. They've done that up until this point. But is this a task too far? Is this a challenge too great? We're about to find out. Shields up, weapons up. Jackson's got camouflage.
Camouflage to kick things off and maybe just try and creep behind enemy lines or maybe get away with the bomb, but it looks like the rest of Optic have been able to stay alive off this starting strategy and just move that bomb away. I like it actually. By taking the bomb off of bottom middle, you basically don't allow Camouflage just to run away and steal it because you've got eyes on it, you've got tabs on it, and it's far easier to just check out.
Renegade sitting in the closet. He's hit 5 shots onto Jackson, the camouflage player. That's a dagger to the heart. Any steam you were building up, immediately gets put down. A backstab from Renegade here as well. Legend and Bound combined to pick up a couple of kills, and they can drive the bomb forward now. We've seen just how good Optic Gaming can be on this map mode combination. They can be cutthroat. Precision down to no shields now. Plasma Pistol will connect. Formal puts him in the dirt. And Envy's base is under siege here. The bomb is arming. Piggy's just managed to get the kill. They got another body on it though. Renegade's there to get some kills. Try as they might, Legend gets the final little piece that was required. Optic Gaming take the lead here, and importantly, 3 dead again for Envy.
Yeah, and Optic are going to be pretty relentless now with looking for these spawners and trying to get another round of slays and then start moving that bomb once again. Bomb has spawned. Renegade gets yet another perfect onto Jackson. And here comes the boom, here comes the pain. 2 dead for Envy. Optic looking to run a train yet again. They just continuously move together as a unit to Optic Gaming. Must be so intimidating to just turn a corner and suddenly there's 2 or 3 of them staring you down with their bandits.
Do not allow you a second to breathe. They push this bomb in again. Precision fighting off the back foot. More kills go their way. 4 dead for Envy again. Absolutely relentless. Bomb's going down. They almost have 2 plants in 2 minutes. That one's locked in. Optic Gaming double their lead.
Well, they said they were working on the new maps modes. Well, this is a new mode. This is a new introduction. We knew Optic were going to be very good at some of the older maps and modes. Now they find themselves with a 2-0 lead right from the start. 4 did go down for Optic, so Envy were able to at least break out and have a chance to attack themselves. And Piggy's going to be in a very important position here, but he does get spotted out. Bound actually checks his corners, and that's huge for Optic Gaming.
Envy are starting to find out they're in the shark tank. Optic Gaming looking hungry and ready to feast. Smelling blood in the water. Bombs in the move again. This time being pushed away from Optic Gaming's base. 2 go down. Precision descending in the respawn screen. Piggy's top middle. Forma will pass that information on. Jackson's going to look to push the closet along with Piggy. It's a bit of a brawl in the closet. Piggy loses his teammate Jackson. Again, the bait and switch. You can see 1 fight from low, 1 fight from high. Envy doing well here, though. Maybe something to build upon. Bound's gonna look for the backstab. Formal's there as well. And Piggy gets the kill. Winning individual pivs. Big from Piggy.
Bomb has to move across the map, though, and it is going to start to be transitioned from point A to B, but taken down on the way. And Piggy, again, is going to be the forefront of this attack, but... Oh, he's done well to get a double. This time, even if they check their corners, they're not able to take Piggy out.
Bomb in hand then. Just stalled a little bit of hesitancy. Will that come back to bite them? Renegade jumps in through the window. He gets swatted away. Bomb is being armed. Bound trying to fight from the front base. Renegade gets the kill. Bomb 3/4 the way armed. Camouflage has popped up at probably the worst possible time because now Envy have to split their resources. All that good work. No value.
Yeah, sadly goes for the camouflage, and all the meanwhile the bomb gets thrown out. So for all that pressure, for all the good work, it amounts to nothing, and now Optic Gaming get a chance to hold on to the bomb here. Start to push up on Envy's base. They're trying to surround them. You can see they're going for a little bit of a split, but with Formal going down, they maybe need to reconsider how they approach this one. Bound does find one of his own. Legend wins this fight, they can probably move the bomb in.
Legend does win the fight. Doesn't miss a shot. Sendin takes 3 ticks of damage as well. Member of Optic jumps in the window. It's going to be Bound this time. Formal gets a kill off the respawn. Now Bound's got control of the base. Piggy's bottom middle, trying to make it a difficult fight. Going to be a thorn in the side of Bound here, but he's quite happy just to stay alive here, block the spawns, and wait for his teammates to move up around him.
Yeah, Piggy's done really well being a nuisance, whether it's being bottom middle, whether it's getting into the opposition base. Now Precision's the last remaining player, temporarily forward, dead there for Envy, so off spawn they need to just be calling out where the spawners are going to be moving. Jackson gets taken down instantly. Now Envy are going to be pinned back here by Optic Gaming, and they're going to have to fight out of their own base. You can see they just go into defense mode here. just knowing they have to protect and they can't allow one more plant, otherwise this game is done.
Defense is looking strong right now for Envy. Shield's not looking too healthy though. Legend's still just sliding around there, almost taunting them. They can't clear him out. They can't step forward because the guns sitting top middle will cut them down. Jackson goes down, Legend does too. And a thruster pack scooped up by Bound. Precision recharges at his own peril. Bound puts him in the dirt.
One thing you'll notice about Bound is just how confident he is to jump out, even if he's on no shields. He knows that if you can send bullets back the other way, sometimes you can knock him out of scope and you're not going to be killed. But also he knows his damage is more important than just putting his head down and sometimes gaining shields back, especially when people are dying around you. We talk about how important it is to survive in Halo Infinite, but sometimes it's recognizing when surviving might be costing your team, whether a bomb plant or even just a couple of deaths. Instead, supporting them can be better.
Staying alive can be great, can be good for your team sometimes, but you also leave your teammates in a 4v3, almost to the point where you may as well be dead. Sometimes your gun is better off. Just keep on firing, keep applying pressure. Keep relieving pressure on your own team. Bomb down the courtyard now for Optic Gaming. Envy's push doesn't seem strong enough right now. Descendant's got the camouflage, he's now revealed himself. Now two members of Optic Gaming converge to try and hunt him down. Renegade throws on a grenade. Descendant's camo will just dissipate now. Envy need to capitalize on this pressure being applied. Two go down. They've got to try and get a plant here now. Bound manages to keep himself alive. Piggy and Precision now will try and close the distance over towards the closet. But the fight's already gone down. They're too late to the party.
At least Piggy's the last remaining player. He's done pretty well up to this point when he is last remaining, but Legend shuts him down immediately to find his 16th kill.
Bomb reset.
I will say, even though it was a very hot start by Optic Gaming, Envy have done pretty well to hold them off, but that's all it has really been, is holding them off. Only one real planting opportunity, and Optic were able to stop them. So Envy needs to kind of up the ante a little bit here. They want to be able to win this game, they have to change something. Find a little bit more aggression, perhaps.
Sometimes it might just be playing a little bit quicker, playing with a bit more risk. Down by 2 here. One plant is not going to be good enough, and you've already played over 8 minutes. Gotta get a boogie on now. Bomb down bottom middle, camo scooped up by Bound. All the goodies going back towards the green wall.
No kills at the moment for Bound, but he will eventually find it because he's just patient. But I think that Envy were desperate to find him, and they do shut him down in the end. But for all this time they're taking to find X player, Y player, clock is just ticking away, and Envy need to be thinking about how they're actually going to move that bomb across. Maybe it's going to start with penetrating the base first. A siege is happening.
Bound making himself such a difficult kill here, doing so much damage. Bound survives somehow, some way. Descendant's last man standing for his team.
Shouldn't have been able to survive, should he? Let's be honest. And now Descendant also goes down, and Optic Gaming still holding control of the map, and they can start moving the bomb if they would like to. Will Optic just make this a nice 3-0 rather than thinking about the clock helping them out instead?
One way or another, the clock will be helping them out. As it applies a lot more pressure, and Envy need to be a little bit more urgent here. Opens the door for more mistakes to be made. Hickey will get a kill over towards the fridge. Precision's going to try and push in towards the flag. At least this time the base. 3 members of Envy push in. Renegade, he's good. He's not that good.
It's one way to shut down Renegade. Sometimes is to send everything at him. Legend gets another kill onto Piggy. 3 are dead again for Envy. But that bomb is not in a position to plant right now. It's going to be a temporary 4 dead. I think even if Optic aren't going to get that 3rd plant, it's looking more likely that they're going to win this first map purely off of time.
Legend makes a meal of that kill, does eventually get it. Descendant was down to no shield, but nobody there to capitalize on it. Renegade with the battle rifle. Beautiful double kill.
Bomb taken.
Formal keeping the bomb alive, making sure it doesn't reset. Renegade's there now too, in support. See the Envy push back up the pink steps again. They return back home But Optic Gaming are more than happy to keep playing this game. We'll keep playing Halo in your base.
And they're leading Envy in kills by somewhere around 20 odd. It's been pretty one-sided on that side of things, and I do think that Renegade now is just going to be toying with them a little bit. Gets the help as well from Legend, and again, Renegade was the bait. Legend was the one that got the kills in the end. 1 minute and 30 on the clock for Envy, and I just think they've run out of time here.
You know when Renegade's doing that to you, you're like, I'm just going to walk in and kill him now. And then Legend's behind them. It's like, oh, I see they were doing a thing. They've been doing a thing all game long. I think he will try and apply some sense of urgency, pick the bomb up. But he's being backed down, he's being backed away. Jackson's in the closet now. Formal gets a kill again. Envy have put themselves in pretty optimal positions, but haven't been able to capitalize. And Optic Gaming quite happy just to play defense now into the final knock-ins and into that final minute.
Yeah, 50 seconds. I really doubt Envy are going to be able to do much here with it. They're trying, though. They're trying to force their way into this space. You need to have a bomb alongside you, and the bomb gets reset yet again. So Optic are just going to sit back and wait this one out, and it's probably going to be a formality by this point. Even though Envy have had those moments where they have been able to break into the base, they have been able to get those kills, often Piggy leading that charge. It was the early pressure and the early plants from Optic Gaming that are going to win them this game.
Envy just left himself a little bit too much to do.
Taken.
The opening too strong from Optic Gaming, and they were happy to hold what they have. Envy weren't able to find the response. It's been little more than a consolation arm now if they're getting. Descendant will start arming with the camouflage. Here comes the push, there goes the grenades. Descendant drops the bomb. Force 2 as his lifeless body hits the floor. And Optic Gaming win the game. They're one up.
Yeah, I look pretty comfortable in the end for Optic Gaming. Maybe all that hard work has started to pay off. Some of these new modes. The green wall start to celebrate. Maybe they're thinking about how far can Optic go in this elimination bracket. You think we can get a replication of Arlington? The gauntlet run all the way from elimination bracket round 1 to those grand finals. That certainly will be the expectation, not just for the fans, but for players alike on that side of the main stage. And realistically, if they are to do that, I would expect this to be a 3-0 to Optic Gaming against Envy. They have to show that they can demolish opposition like this, so that then when they do play against a potential Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan, whoever they may come up against through that elimination bracket, have to be striking fear into their enemies' eyes, right? 7.5k damage for Legend, 7k damage for Bound. And it really was the perfect blend of baiting and switching throughout this game for Optic Gaming. Every single time that Envy thought they maybe had a foot in this game, Optic had a response.
Really was the perfect storm in the early innings. Back-to-back bomb plants within 2 minutes. Absolutely incredible. But Bound able to play his life like that, making himself such a difficult kill. Frustration starts to grow when you can't get those kills. Renegade was doing it in the closet as well. For Envy, it's so frustrating. How do you find an answer for that? It's almost like you're missing pieces to the puzzle. Origin Slayer now on the horizon. New map, new game mode. This is a chance for Envy to bounce back. And they've got to capitalize on that. They have got to take advantage.
Statistically, this is one of the more poor Slayers that Optic have in their arsenal. So there is at least something for Envy. But it's not like Optic are bad at it. You know, like, yes, they might have lost. I think they're 3-4 is their record at the moment throughout this season. Just under that 50% win rate. But when you go up against a Shopify Rebellion who are ruthless on this game, especially when they get that sniper rifle in their hands, it's always tough. But an interesting statistic, when we often look at the strong points, but when you look at the weak links in Slayer so far this tournament, it's not usual that you will see Formal on that list. But at the same time, when you look at the other players in this roster, it doesn't really matter if you're a weak link, because that's what's so good about Optic Gaming, is that someone steps up to the plate time and time again, where it may not be Formal at this event, it probably was at the previous.
Interesting as well to see that Piggy was the weakest link in Slayers for his team, but he actually had a positive KD, which meaning Envy are actually performing pretty well in Slayers. Proof here. next 3 modes, 4 and 2 in Slayer versus Optic's 4 and 5. Just really telling you the story when it comes to Optic Gaming struggles in the Slayers. CTF and Oddball 3-0 and 3-0 for Envy versus 3-1 and 3-0 for Optic. So there is cause for optimism, even if it's just a glimmer of hope.
And again, I mean, it's Fortress capture the flag is game 3, and I think there's always going to be that question mark for that mapping mode. Are Optic going to be that well practiced? Is it something that they are as good at as maybe an Aquarius capture the flag? I think we know that's not true because Aquarius capture the flag, one of their best. But anyway, for now, we will focus on Origin Slayer for game 2. You saw the fist bumps as the game is loading. About to get into this one. Obviously, we know Rocket's going to be a big focus point for both of these teams right from the rip, but it is that sniper rifle that can be the difference maker. Because the Rocket's only a couple to work with, but the sniper, you get a full-on clip.
You've seen this map be a playground for players like Frosty. He's always loved Coliseum. Origin's the same. But you've got players on Optic Gaming who were essentially Halo 5 kids. Renegade, Legend, Bound. That's where they made the name for themselves. So you would think this map and this game mode should be like their bread and butter.
Should be, but sometimes just hasn't really gone that way. But again, it's about the opposition that they have been facing. With a lot of these statistics for Optic, it's against FaZe, it's against the Shopify Rebellions of the world, the other teams that are right at the tippy top of the HCS, as Renegade is going to go right to the tippy top of Rockets. And uncontested as well, is going to be prioritizing the sniper rifle for Envy.
Will that pay dividends for them? The answer so far seems no. Jackson and Piggy go down. Renegade drives forward with the Rockets. He hasn't seen the player just on the ledge here. Has to waste one. Rocket doesn't find a home, but 4 kills without reply. Renegade's Rocket didn't even need to connect. He scoops up the thruster pack along the way. Now they can collapse in the base, and Envy already in massive trouble here. They're hitting the Mayday button because here comes the boom. Double kill for Renegade. Player under him, where did he come from? Matter of fact, he's still not going to be able to get the kill. Hitchin's there to pick up the pieces. 8-1 now the score. Optic Gaming really starting to find their form here.
I'm not sure Precision even knew where he was. I'm going to be honest, not Renegade himself. He got lost. Tried to find Renegade, then Legend suddenly sniping him in the backside.
It was like, oh, the power's caught in a nutshell. Oh no, I'm in a nutshell.
Oh no. Back and forth, just couldn't find his footing. It's an early lead here for Optic Gaming, and Legend has the sniper to try and control the map. Have to find the right angles though here on Origin. There is a lot of things that can get in the way. If you play it right, you can avoid that sniper with your pushes. And Envy do take it down, so they do close this gap to 4 once more, but good grenades from Renegade. Gets taken down by Descendant.
Nice bounce back from Envy then. Still playing a lot of Halo on the back foot though, it must be said.
There we go.
Beautiful shot from Descendant.
There we
and
go.
another one. More of that. Renegade top catwalk will back Descendant down. Formal's there to get the kill as well. Good work though. Hitting shots like that's going to be massively important, Dan.
Have to hit shots like that if you are going to beat Optic in this map and mode. Because you know full well when the next sniper rifle comes up, if you give it to the wrong person, Optic, one of them is going to pop off eventually. It's inevitable whenever a sniper rifle is on the map. Remember, Rockets have to be a consideration for the next spawn as well. I don't think Envy can just ignore them like they did in the opening, because otherwise they are just going to give so much freedom to Optic Gaming as Formal gets another double. Much to the delight of the crowd here at DreamHack Dallas.
3 dead for Envy. Green wall chance starting to ring out. Plasma grenade goes up, and perhaps Formal trying to nade this one down to himself. Has he timed the angles right?
No.
He has not. He
was doing attempt though on the
He
fly.
was doing it on the move as well, so that would have been super impressive. Alas, no. Formal proves that he is actually human. At the very least, a demigod.
It's a 6-kill lead for Optic Gaming at the moment. Formal might not have got the sticky grenade right, but you know always the communication is on point for Optic Gaming. Let's check in and see if that's true with a listening with Optic.
One of guys.
Bubble. Red trench, blue bubble. Slow down, right now. Chill. Kill guy, shape the guy.
Nice, we got one. They have
another
side.
trench.
Red mace, separate red mace. Watch your red mace.
Yo, blue trench.
What's up, watch out, blue mace,
I heard you. Blue money. Yeah, lob blue, guys.
Bottom mid on side.
Where's he stepping?
One's on side. Blue mace.
I'm on blue trench, guys.
We're spread out right now. Yeah, we need to get to side.
We need to get this side. Blue mace, watch out blue event. Watch out blue event. Look at blue beer.
Yeah, that's all fine.
I'm watching.
Hey, stepping blue.
move.
Where's this guy? You want to John? Look at me, John. Turn around, John.
It's okay, I can't. He's side B top rocks, side B top rocks. Top rocks right now.
We're good. Just side. Just the market.
Absolute top rockets. Watch out, big kill. Big kill on Matt. Nice, man.
Cyber's dead. It's too weak. Yeah, watch out.
Blue behind you, Matt. Richard, watch out. Nice, see that.
Watch out, okay, S3.
We're watching grass right now.
We can street. Watch out, receiver, bro. Okay, we're in video.
Alright, I'm sniping.
Back up the side.
Get to me. Yo, we're gonna sit snipe your mag. Just snipe, okay?
Yeah.
We're not moving.
Watch your sticky, John. Watch your sticky.
Yeah, the punch snipe, I think.
Yeah, they're probably snipe, man.
Watch your sticky.
We're doing it. Elbow. One's elbow.
Alright.
We have 4 bolts and snipe, guys. Yeah, red found.
Where's that? We're gonna be missed. I'm looking at miss.
They might hit snipe here.
Two snipe, ground.
Ready. Yeah, two red side.
Watch right there.
Ready. Nice,
We're winning.
Two snipe, guys.
We dump side.
Yeah, red out. Watch our grass.
Nice. No one red side.
Sticky.
Under red sticky. Another one's holding it from here. Red sticky weak, and another one's holding it from flag, okay?
Nice.
Two guys are cave.
Two guys cave on me. I'm milking, guys. Watch me.
One of the biggest things from that listening was just slow it down right at the very start from Formal, because they just threw away a couple of easy kills, did Optic, and then just off the back of relaxing a little bit, they now take a 7-kill lead here. Rockets are about to spawn. Formal has a sniper rifle. The recipe for success is here for Optic Gaming.
You mentioned Formal making that play call, slow it down. Renegade follows it up by saying, we're going snipe, we're standing still, we're not moving. Listening to each other. And putting plans into practice. A couple of members do fall though. Piggy will get the melee kill. Descendant was down to no shield, Renegade was there. 6 kills the difference now. Precision's gonna try and stay alive, gonna try and jiggle. Unfortunately, not enough jiggle in the hips. Get his hitbox out of the crosshairs.
The Rockets ended up somewhere, but...
It's a great call out. Rockets are somewhere.
Well, I haven't seen them yet, so... I wonder whether they either ended up off the map or just got wasted by someone, but 4-kill lead now for Optic. Envy are doing well to keep this within touching distance, it has to be said, but each time they start to crawl back into this game, it seems like Optic just hammer them right back down. But this sniper rifle, potentially the last sniper that's going to spawn in this game, could be a huge one.
Team nearing victory.
Great pace from down there. Posturing for the fight, looking like he was going to jump and challenge. He stood still. Knew the fight was going to be coming to him. Knew he was going to reach out. Read him like a book. Renegade then. Game in your hands possibly here. There are a few players in the league you'd want the sniper rifles hands in more.
Notice the route he took as well when he grabbed that sniper rifle. Knew he had the ability to throw it off if he came under too much pressure. He does connect with the first one just to keep this 3-kill lead.
Dreaded fire and brimstone in the cave though. Just about evades the grenades and the splash damage. Shrapnel flying left, right, and center. Bound gets the trade with precision.
5 minutes remain.
Kills just seem to be happening all around Renegade here. Hasn't really been able to put the sniper rifle to work. Is that about to change? The answer is yes. Body shot finds a home. Onto precision. As it did Descendant. And immediately Optic Gaming capitalize on that damage. They push forward. They drive forward.
And the kills aren't coming to him because Envy are avoiding him at the moment, but it is forcing them into the rest of Optic Gaming. But now Renegade gets the chance to hit a shot. 6-kill lead, 2 more required for Optic to take a 2-0 lead here in this series.
Look at the nerdy angles being picked up by Renegade. Putting a lot of reps in the map, trying to find those angles, trying to find those edges. Precision gets the kill. It's not enough though. Optic Gaming now. 1 away from another championship Sunday.
And it wouldn't be a championship Sunday without Optic Gaming, let's be completely honest. We feared we might not see them back in Arlington. And then they surprised us all by marching all the way to that grand final, resetting the bracket and taking down Shopify Rebellion. But this is going to be a different tournament regardless, because we've also seen Shopify Rebellion drop into the elimination bracket as well. In fact, it is FaZe and TSM in that winners final. I'd be willing to bet no one predicted that before this event. Absolutely no one.
It's been a bloodbath so far in this tournament. Any expectations you had going into this, any predictions you made, throw them out the window, because you did not have that as your winners finals. The difference between the two teams here in the Slayer, just the power weapon stand. Sniper rifle and rockets, they went the way of the green wall. They were really able to put them to work.
Now, I'd love to understand the kind of reasoning from the side of Envy of completely ignoring the rockets to begin with, maybe in hope that you can just really overwhelm the sniper side, grab the sniper, and then maybe catch a bullet onto the rocket player. Because typically when we watch Optic Gaming, Renegade is usually pretty passive on the elbow because he expects someone to be pushing it. But maybe he knew, and maybe he was told and informed by Lunchbox that actually Envy don't typically go for rockets. So he was able to get there so fast and walk away with them. You saw Legend there just let out a little roar as they are now one map away from finding themselves in Championship Sunday, a guaranteed top 4, and maybe, depending on what happens on the other side of the bracket, rematch with Shopify Rebellion.
It's always fascinating watching Legend. Makes his way over to North America, the first European player to win a World Championship, the first European player to win a major. What an incredible year he had. And you would think, playing with some of these players he's sitting next to, he might be a little bit more reserved, a little bit more shy, but the absolute truth of it is, if you do something wrong on his team, he'll let you know. And if he does something well against you, he'll scream across the counter and let you know as well.
The counter?
The counter. Ring him up.
Bring him up. I'll also have a kebab as well, please.
Portion of chips.
Just looking at capture the flag for both of these squads, but it's been pretty good so far for Envy. They've yet to lose a capture the flag so far this event. And their flag success percentage is also very impressive. Can they put that into effort here on Fortress? This is going to be different though. I mean, yes, it's capture the flag, but it plays so differently to Origin or to Aquarius. Instead, it is going to be a lot more slow, a lot more methodical. Of course, you have the dual snipers to worry about as well. One good thing I will say is that Envy have shown throughout this tournament that they can put that sniper to work, but against Optic Gaming, man, it's always going to be a tough fight.
Okay then. Table is set. What's required is known for Envy. You do not win the next couple of games, make it 3. No matter what, you are out of the competition. It's been a pretty good run. You've beaten the teams put in front of you for the most part. But Optic Gaming just proven a cut above the rest. The cream always rises to the top. That's what we're starting to see. Brackets be damned. Optic Gaming are going to be making themselves a pretty tough test. They'll be trying to drive themselves into Championship Sunday now. Renegade's got the snipe, and he's already peeled Piggy.
So Bacon was very much scraped off of him there.
Pulled pork.
Jackson did have overshield, so that's why he was able to just push in and get aggressive there, but unsure how much support he actually has as Renegade looks to try and do more work onto Piggy, but Piggy gets his revenge. Oh.
Enemy flag
Talk about putting the snipes to work. Senna's got one. Here's footsteps below him, perhaps. You can tell he's not comfortable now. Formal's got the repulse. He's got to be careful here, does Descendant. As a matter of fact, Formal didn't even need it in the end. 3 dead. Piggy last man standing for his squad. And he might actually have a sniper rifle on the other side of the map. Indeed he does, but not for long. Cut down. And all of a sudden, Optic Gaming might have a couple of sniper rifles to play with.
Oh, Formal got slightly too aggressive there, but he maybe will get away with it. He sensed there was going to be some spawns nearby and wanted to try and get some Red Skull placement, but he's still surviving. Great movement from Formal and good support from the rest of the team. How is this man still alive?
Can't go down, won't go down. Shields are coming back, finally put down, put away. He'll be a problem again in 5-6 seconds or so. Bound will fall. 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Now an opportunity for Envy to push forward. Renegade will answer back every single time there's one player left on the map for Optic Gaming. They will get that kill and make Envy's task a little bit more difficult.
Overshield number 2 is about to spawn in 10 seconds as well, so it's going to be the next real focus for both of these teams. But Envy have been able to collapse a little bit onto Optic. 2 are currently down, and the flag starts to move. You can move this flag and get the overshield. Could be a really good opportunity to get a cap here, but Formal's going to be the one to try and stop it.
Jackson shadowing him. Overshield has been popped. Piggy's in around the corner. Wisely decides to get out of dodge. Get his hitbox out of the way at bottom middle. 1-0 the score. Envy take the lead. Envy draw first blood.
Just perfect timing, really. Sometimes it's just a coincidence, sometimes it can be planned, but when those kills started to fall and the overshield popped, it almost seemed inevitable they were going to get the capture. The crowd now starting to spur Optic on, try and get them back into this game. It's a double kill for Legend. And now the flag can start to be moved on the other side, but Precision spawned down below them.
Once upon a time, this series was known as El Clasico. Envy from the depths. Can they dig something out here? Legend's got the flag all the way home here. He will just get cut down with only a few steps before the flag podium. Precision's flies out. Renegade puts him away. Flag's not punched in just yet. Bound has got to win this fight. He's pushing forward, taking space for his team. Has a little peek at the flag to see just how much time he has. 1v1. Bound wins, of course he does.
Anyone to touch it though? No one to touch it, and the decision from Bound was to leave it, but there is going to be 3 dead again on the side of Envy, so Optic can step up once more. Could Bound have maybe gone for the touch? I think it would have been damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Had you gone for the touch, maybe you were a little bit too vulnerable to Jackson as well. But instead he was thinking about a bigger picture, about controlling the entire map rather than just trying to scrap a cap.
Seems to be a very clear strategy for Envy as well. Jackson keeps finding himself behind enemy lines, keeps just sliding through the press. Optic Gaming haven't been able to keep tabs on him just yet, and that's why they were able to get some success with that flag capture, and another one perhaps being threatened here. And this is what Optic were talking about, those new map mode combinations they do struggle with.
They got 2 snipes. Renegade does take the sender down, but they did temporarily have 2 snipes and get an overshield as well. Optic looking a little bit more uncomfortable here on Fortress. Could this be the swing game for Envy to give them life back into this series? Flag is out, but might just get returned by default here unless Piggy can fly. And I don't know about you, but I've not seen pigs fly in quite some time.
Quite some time?
Yeah. There was this one time.
That one pig.
I was 7.
I've read of a spider pig, never a flying one. Either way. Here comes Renegade. Lost the flag out. Lost a couple of teammates along the way though. Opts to back down, play it patient, play it a little bit slower. Prioritize getting some damage in the map. 2 members of Envy converge on him though. It's good defense from Envy here. Forcing Optic all the way back. As a matter of fact, they've got ambitions and intentions to maybe get a flag capture of their own, but when Formal hitting shots like that, you can put those intentions in the bin.
Does get called out though and spotted.
Enemy flag returned.
That flag does get tossed out yet again. Envy are being pretty relentless with their pressure of flag pulls. Sometimes on Fortress it can be difficult to even get into the base. It's called Fortress for a reason, let alone get a flag pull, but Envy have been gaining the upper hand time and time again over Optic, which has allowed them to get into that base and pull the flag.
And it is an interesting strategy, because if you keep pulling their flag, you keep forcing Optic Gaming to turn around and look at you, rather than maybe proposing some sort of attack of their own. A successful strategy so far for Envy. Formal will push over towards the snipe tower now. Here's footsteps underneath them. Drops on them. Repulsor's there for Jackson if he chooses to use it. He did. Didn't get much distance, didn't get much breathing space. Formal dug his heels in.
Big moment now. Both snipers and an overshield. 2 are dead on the side of Envy. Remember, a lot of these overshields have gone in favor of Envy, but Formal's starting to really heat up with some of these bandit shots. Gonna make it increasingly difficult for Envy to force their way out of the base, especially if he gets an overshield, but looks like maybe another one might go into Envy's hands here.
Bound goes down, along with him the sniper rifle. Senden could perhaps push forward and grab it. Jackson's got the overshield. As a matter of fact, he has no teammates to play with though. He's all alone. Forced to put it in reverse. Bound's gone back for a sniper rifle as well. That overshield's almost completely gone without having much of an influence at all. Maybe just staying alive was good enough. Optic are gonna come again. They're gonna push forward. This has been good, but another 5 minutes is required from Envy. Is one cap going to be enough?
I was gonna say that, for all the pressure, for all the hard work, for how well Envy have been playing, it's still only a 1-0 lead, and we know that Optic sometimes have that ability to dig deep, to go further into the playbook of saying, all right, nothing's really been working. Let's try and experiment a little bit and go for something different. And all it takes is one player to heat up as well.
Bounds, a tricky customer. Taking different angles, bobbing and weaving. Relying on Renegade to get the kill. Isn't quite able to land the body or the face. Stays alive with the bonfire. Slows this one down for a second, picking down to no shields now, putting the respawn screen. Speak about heating up, we might be able to see this from Bound here. Jackson will put him down.
And it has been a relatively quiet game for Bound thus far. though he's been the leading charge in assists. Just not the typical game from Bound, but that can happen sometimes on Fortress. You get a little bit unfortunate with some of the spawns, some of the angles and routes you try and take. There's always seems to be someone on a different side of the elevation of Fortress, shooting down, raining hell from above, but now 3 dead for Envy. Optic starting to get aggressive, maybe looking for a flagpole and try and get this one a little bit further, but it looks like it's returning at the moment.
Seeing Precision sliding out of the base 2-footed. Here comes the pain now. The flag hasn't been returned. Legends been able to get a hand on it. Keep it alive. 2 go down. Make it 3 dead now for a moment. Legends bring this flag all the way home. We asked the question. We posed it. Was 1 flag capture going to be enough? The answer is no. Optic Gaming back into this game.
And just like that, every single pull, every single push that Envy have been working on, it all comes down to now even Stevens. Optic can do that. They can just rip a game away from you. Just when you think you've got the upper hand, maybe you've got a foot back in this series. Suddenly Optic just turn on yet again. They just go up 1 more gear.
They're like Matadors. They show you a little something, then they pull it away as you charge. Triple kill for Bound now. As he drives his team forward, Optic Gaming really starting to turn the screw.
Sniper rifles coming up as well, which is bad news maybe for Envy. If Optic, with the control they currently have, also get held of those power weapons, suddenly you might be looking at another flag getting run. Piggy, though, does take down Former with a headshot. That could be massive. And he hits a body shot onto Bound. The Bound comes from the skies, and he will shut down Piggy.
Comes soaring down like a piece of snow. 3 dead once more for Envy. This is an issue. This is a problem. Renegade's in your base. He's got the sniper rifle. He puts Jackson away. Almost was the same thing to Piggy. Surveys his options. Analyzes what he can do here. All of them Envy's players have dropped down below the base, not looking to show here. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate for now.
Both flags that have been captured in this game have been because of the overshield, one way or another, whether it was Legend using the overshield just to eat up some damage and grab that flag. Oh! But Descendant is not able to get it, and 4 are dead, and an overshield goes to Optic Gaming.
And it's Legend again, off the good work of Renegade, killing the overshield player, punching the flag in. Optic Gaming up 2-1 now, with a minute and 40 on the clock.
A 3-0 is on the horizon. A championship Sunday once more for Optic Gaming seems to be inevitable at this point. Envy have put everything into this map, but sadly it still was not enough unless they have one last hurrah here. You can see Descendant tries to get the pull, but Renegade instantly denies it.
One last hurrah then. Former in the basement. Piggy gets the kill. Bound is there though. 3v2 on the map, but Bound gets another kill on the Precision. Envy laying siege to Optic Gaming's base, but Optic Gaming are standing strong.
Envy just needs to take a breather, just try and regroup here for one last attack. Optic are picking them off 1 by 1 at the moment. Piggy will be able to get the trade, but again, there's gonna be less members on the map now. Piggy trying to find his way into the base, maybe unseen, but Renegade will spot him out. And suddenly the clock is against Envy here. And Optic know they can go into defense yet again, just like they did once upon a time in Aquarius Bomb for map 1.
30 seconds remaining.
Optic Gaming continue to hold the line. It's a 2v2. The Senate has got to get to the flag quickly here. Renegade's already there playing defense. He soars into the air, but again, Optic Gaming hold the line. Into the final stages then. Jackson drives forward, Piggy too. They're being cut down, they're being cut apart. Optic Gaming on the cusp of a clean sweep here. Get your brooms out. Precision's in the basement. The flag's moments away from being sent home. Renegade falls down. Precision keeps it alive though. Continues to put down slaves. They've got the overshield. Envy are not out of it yet. Descendant's got hands on. Descendant's got all the way home. Can he punch it in? Yes, he can. No, he can't. And it goes in. We're going to overtime.
We are heading to overtime here in map 3. Optic were merely seconds away from closing out this series 3-0, but again, it's the overshield. It's Envy with that never say die attitude as Precision pulled off a double, kept things alive with a flag touch. And just when Optic thought that Championship Sunday was looming, it was very much right in their grasp. They have to go again.
Has this now just lit a fire under Envy? Do they start to believe? Is the wind in their sails? Formal's last man alive for his team for a moment. Waits patiently. Waiting for Optic Gaming to get back to full strength. They are now. But again, Envy laying siege. Piggy's taking a couple of ticks of damage. The grenade's not going to do anything to him. No damage will be taken from it. Legend and Renegade have fallen again. They know exactly where Formal is. Jackson soars up to the sky. But Formal, just an absolute turret in this spiral staircase.
As a reminder, it's next flag wins here in map 3. Optic Gaming so close to winning this series and heading into Championship Sunday. Envy would be eliminated from the competition if they do not successfully find a flag here. It would be a great top 6 for them, but when they were so close to tasting top 3 in that winner's bracket, it would still feel disappointing. They've been able to get 3 dead, and they start to move a flag.
Flag's in the move, then Bound just cuts it off. All 4 dead for a moment, though. Descendants got hands on once again. Pushing the flag forward. Nobody there to get a stop to it. Descendant will send us to a game 4. Envy back in the series.
There is still life in this one just yet. Clutch was saying on the desk that a lot of it may just come down to precision and how he plays. Well, he had that moment where he pulls out something special. Keeps things alive for Envy, but it was a back and forth game. You thought Optic had done enough. They wrestled back into the lead, but then sadly, with just seconds left, it gets ripped away from them once more. How do you deal with that on a mental level? Because suddenly you start to think, oh, wait a second. When we were literally seconds away, is there any sort of reality where we throw this whole series away now?
How many times have we seen Optic Gaming do that to other teams? Just when they look down and out, they flip the script, they find an overshield, they hit a snipe. What a game that was. An all-out brawl on Fortress. And Envy just pulled through with his skin of their teeth, showing great heart, great resilience. They don't want to go home just yet, Dan.
And even though they do head into one of Optic's best mapping modes for Game 4, maybe momentum can be enough to just give them the belief here to keep them alive and get into a Game 5. But at least they've taken a map up off Optic Gaming and they've shown they have what it takes to take down the green wall in some of these games. For Optic, yes, they'll be disappointed, but if they take a breather, if they look at that series layout, I think they'll say, all right, well, we're not that good at Fortress CTF anyway, let's just focus on one that we are good at. It could very much easily be a really one-sided game that we see next up for Game 4. That's the terrifying thing about Optic Gaming, is that if you do beat them, if you take them down, they come back bigger, better, and stronger.
Yeah, I think the issue is you deplete their health bar, but then an animation pops up and they rise from the death. And another even bigger health bar pops up, and now they've got even more ammunition, more animations. That's going to be the challenge now on Oddball Live Fire. Envy still in this thing. Looking at the Oddball records then, both teams with a 3-0 unbeaten record, but the difference is Optic Gaming have not dropped a round, Dan.
And that's Oddball in general, but when you think about Oddball Live Fire, they are 4-0 across this season. Like, we saw Recharge and how good they were at Recharge, but Live Fire arguably even better for Optic Gaming. Oddball is they're just ridiculous at it, but you know, the statistics were also kind of on Envy's side. It's not like they've been struggling with Oddball either. But again, it's about the opponents that you do go up against for those statistics. But the one thing that Envy have done is they have kept themselves in this series. They've kept their chances of a Championship Sunday run alive. It might seem a long way away still, having to try and get through yet another game here against Optic Gaming, but at least they've got one back.
And it was something Clutch spoke about, the build-up to this series. We were laying the expectations. He said Game 3 was going to be massive. One of the new map mode combinations, not one of Optic's strongest, something that they need to work on. Envy exploited it to its fullest.
I mean, all 3 of the first games were somewhat new. They're not the older ones. They're not the traditional ones like Livefire Oddball. But the important thing is, Optic have got through all of 3 of them with at least 2 victories here to now give them a chance to wrap this series up on Oddball Livefire. Just to give you an update of what's happening in the other elimination quarterfinal, Shopify Rebellion currently 2-0 up against Nemesis.
European team. The pride and joy of Europe on the ropes. A lot to do for them. Same can be said for Envy here, who still remain 1 map away. The task hasn't changed for Optic Gaming, it's just win 1 more map. The same jeopardy applies to Envy. If you lose, you're going home. A great run, but when you top your pool, you've hopes and aspirations of maybe pushing into that top 4. It would be such a shame for them to hit top 6 and perhaps not expecting to play Optic Gaming at this stage of the tournament. But they've given such a good account of themselves so far, as Piggy finds a face.
Tell you what, Piggy's been impressive this series. A couple of times when Optic start to really dominate, Piggy just shuts them down with a shot or 2. It really would be a statement of intent if Envy won this game, by the way, considering it is one of Optic's best. I'd have me questioning what might happen in that Game 5. And it has been a tournament full of Game 5, so hold on to your hats, everyone.
For a second, old Statman Dan, who's all beep bop, Optic are gonna win. All of a sudden, he's starting to believe Envy have a chance.
He's beginning to believe. Question is, who is the one on the side of Envy that can just elevate them to that next level? Precision at the moment has 4 kills on the board, but it is going to be a sniper rifle getting wasted by Renegade in the end as Envy begin to push towards this ball.
Play ball comes out. Heads up play from Formal. Recognizing he was down in numbers. And keeps control of the tower here, more importantly. What a job that is. Covering his angles, minding his P's and Q's. For good reason, he knew someone was here. His spidey senses were tingling. There's actually 2 members being sent to clear him out. He almost gets that kill on the accent. But all that time they were trying to clear out Formal. Optic Gaming just been holding the ball.
Temporary lull. Sound across Livefire as Envy plan their attack, but maybe it's going to be the perfect plan. Precision gets 2, does get help as well. 3 are dead on the side of Optic Gaming. Formal's going to be the last. It is an excellent push from Envy. They assessed the situation perfectly and were able to quickly sweep them up, and now they get the chance to set up here.
Oh,
bye!
See you later, friend. Sayonara, Renegade.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
You can see Precision's intentions the minute they got them all 4 dead. Not happy to stand still. Pushes over towards green, takes space for his team.
Ball drop.
The play ball comes. Perhaps no, Bound has just managed to keep it on the map. Perhaps a little blunder here to send it with the camouflage. And Legend, you know he's quite young, Dan, because those eyes work fine. He's always spotting out those camouflage players.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Precision didn't go for the play ball.
Ball drop.
Maybe he feared if he had tried to toss it, he was just going to get shot anyway, or maybe he trusted in his team having the camouflage and being able to come over and shut things down. But it certainly was extra seconds for Optic Gaming. Still have a lead 53-19, but Envy have not allowed Optic to hold their setups for too long. That's what's important.
Renegade fires a couple of shots bottom middle. Didn't find a home with it though. Maybe even perhaps hoping that the ricochet would connect with something. A knee, a shin, an ankle, anything.
Enemy has the ball. Ball drop.
As he moves forward and rotates, teammates are falling down around him. Renegade's just not hitting those shots, but as I say, that does land the body. Does land a second one onto Precision. Lines up Piggy. Backs away though. So interesting and fascinating watching Renegade sometimes. He's spinning around, turning. It's almost like he doesn't really know what he's going to do from any second to another, but it always seems to work out for him.
Sometimes you just have to sit back and appreciate what you're watching. Maybe we'll get more of the same from Formal here if he can hit some shots as well. He gets help from Renegade, but will eventually get shut down. Optic are being pushed to the limit by Envy, that's for sure. As Envy's starting to get a little bit louder, and maybe a good chance for us to jump into a listening with Envy as they hold this ball.
Top green, one shot. Top green, one
Going
shot.
elbow.
Yo, bag's already bounced. Chasing me. Melee, absolute.
It's one day.
You have quantum, Jason.
He's red zone. Big door. One shot big out. Nice, good trade.
You're dead.
Where?
Oh, bigger.
That's one right.
Ammo 10.
Hold on, Ethan.
Ammo 10.
Nothing dummies. Bags, but formal.
All right,
Two bags.
Good kills.
One bags, both
on green.
on the box. Last scene on the box.
Go, Max.
Cement. We look at camo.
You can get camo for free. For free.
Hold on,
Trying to get it.
Enemy has the ball.
He's on it.
Oh, ball weak.
It's spawn green too.
Concrete.
Back B formal. Back B formal.
Ball
Back B formal.
Inside?
Someone get in.
I got new.
This side, Jason. This side.
It could be
Pillars. Johnny, right?
I'm taking a seat to Picky.
has the ball.
I don't know where he is. I don't know where he is, bro.
Top green and pillars.
Could be tower.
Gonna be all over
Mud legend.
Gonna be nest and mud. Gonna be nest and mud.
Yo, what's pillar door?
And dice. And elbow. Gotta play.
Shot tires.
Yeah. Two dummy door.
2 seconds.
It's funny.
2 seconds.
I want into Ethan. Somebody, get a melee.
I got two.
Just you.
Nice.
They have death cam on you.
Yep. Go, I spawned by B2.
On B.
Spawn
B.
Oh, damage.
Envy doing well to keep this close, but big call out. They have death cam on you. Sometimes that angle that you think you'd be able to just catch them off guard, they just have the body camera to make sure that it's not going to be a surprise, but it is still a 30-second lead here for Optic Gaming.
Has the ball.
Maybe gets extended by Renegade, but he does well to play the ball. 1 minute left on the clock, may I add. Oh dear.
Almost playground. What's happening here? Precision spins in a dime and gets the kill. You can sense the little bit of frustration in the listening as well. Legend was the last man alive, and he just managed to pick up the ball and throw it back towards green. You hear the almost collective sigh from the team. They had camouflage, they had the things they need to put significant scoring on the board. That pesky Frenchman does it again.
They're going to start to make some risky pushes now, RNV, to try and win this ball back in the final moments of the first round, but Legend is just holding on to it whilst everyone else is doing the damage around him.
Easy as you like. Legend will finally drop the ball, put some damage down.
Ball dropped.
3 go down, descends the last man standing. Perhaps had intention to try to play the ball, but round 1 will go in the books. The ink will dry on it. And Optic Gaming 1 round away then from a championship Sunday.
And even though Envy really tried as they might to get back into that game, it was just really the early pressure from Optic and the speed in which Optic break setups as well. Even though I will really credit how well Envy played to shut down that initial setup from Optic, it did take a good 30 seconds or so before they got that plan in action, whereas Optic just seemed to do it in their sleep sometimes.
Ball dropped.
It's just a second nature for them to know where they need to be pushing and which angles they need to be taking as Renegade gets another sniper rifle. And they've got the ball as well, Optic. Are they going to end up at the end of this series and this game at 5-0 on live fire oddball? This is going to be one of those maps and modes that we're talking about all season for this team.
If you look at slays between both teams, there's not much to separate the two teams.
Ball dropped.
The issue is pacing is so important at the highest level. Optic Gaming just play the game so much quicker. When you give them openings, when you give them opportunities, they really punish you. They put serious time on the board. They might be one of the best oddball live fire teams in the game right now. You can see why. Precision playing this one patiently with the camouflage. Waiting for his teammate to step forward. Bound will drop off the bridge though. The action's over towards pillars. And although the ball is down, and it's right at Precision's fingertips, the issue is Optic Gaming are just sitting green, baiting it, waiting patiently. All 4 go down for Envy. Perfectly played by the green wall.
And Envy have been able to get a couple of camouflages, but haven't necessarily capitalized on it. Because Optic have just been able to stick as a group and flank round to the other side of the map, and Envy are kind of left scratching their head a little bit, saying, well, how can I use camo to full effect if I'm just walking into a pack of wolves who are waiting to trade me out? It really is like a post-apocalyptic zombie situation where they're saying, right, we just need to make sure if one of us goes down, we can take down that player. Optic find themselves 40 to the good in this second round, and even though Legend falls into the drink, it's starting to look like the writing maybe on the walls for this one.
I think Legend took his knees and screamed cannonball. Not gonna hurt them too much though. A significant lead here in round 2. Camouflage up in 15. Slays favoring Optic Gaming once more. Spawns over towards green. Formal does maximum damage for what you can see. Renegade rotates back. Like you say, Envy have gotten these camouflages.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Optic Gaming have been quite happy just to put their backs to the wall and say, okay, you've got camouflage, but what are you going to do with it?
Ball dropped.
The Envy players can play patient, wait for his teammates. They just haven't been able to create openings and opportunities. Bound back tower, the Sentinel gets the kill. And here's Precision with yet another camouflage. But they need value, and they need it now.
And the camouflage can be so good for breaking those setups, but at times they're getting the camouflage whilst they have the ball as well. So it's trying to work out how you can actually be of value with this camo when you've got a setup already. Maybe this is it, going for a little flankaroo down bottom middle, but I think Bound spotted him out quite comfortably there. Precision does the damage, but just has to back off again. At least they are scoring, Envy, so they're going to give this one last ditch attempt maybe to get back into this game, but again, Bound just sniffs out Precision.
Jackson sets up for the play ball, initiates it, executes it. Snipe shot, and a melee good from Legend to get the kill. As he overlooks his teammates, plays some cover fire down. To find the angle, Precision down to no shields, but hits some beautiful shots. Excuse me, it might be picky to help him along the way as well. Legend did seem to die pretty quickly. But again, Envy trying to break setups, Envy trying to have an influence. But they're just heading straight into the Optic Gaming blender.
They did force a play ball at the very least at Envy. Sadly for them, it's just too many 3 downs, 4 downs that Optic are able to pick up too much time. The Optic setups have been far superior. 27 more seconds required for Optic to win this series 3-1, send themselves into top 4 at least.
Ball dropped.
And of course, into tomorrow's competition where the winner of this series will be facing Shopify Rebellion, as confirmation Rebellion have taken down Nemesis 3-0 in their matchup. The European team will finish at top 6.
Nemesis still chasing the accolades of yesteryear, trying to get top 4, top 3, but it continues to elude them. For Shopify Rebellion, they've steadied the ship. There was some choppy water, but they're back on track now. Sets up a pretty tasty elimination day tomorrow. Bound gets another kill. Make it 22, 11, and 21.
Another camo. And it is the ball for Envy, but 2 just went down. Precision's got a lot to do here. Does find Renegade. Sadly, he watches his teammate get deleted by a grenade, and again, he's left on his own here just to try and make a difference, try and keep this one alive. He has done enough just to keep them at bay and away from this ball.
I'm going to really start to be a foe of Envy now. Minute 35. Not applying a lot of pressure, but just enough that you need to get a move on. 3 go down. Precision last man standing on scoreboard. Renegade and Bound combined once again. Envy have to not only break a setup here, but they need an almost completely flawless hold.
Yeah, that final sweep might have just been enough for Optic Gaming, as they'll now close in on victory here at 90 points. It's going to be one last push from Envy, but do they even have time here?
Bound just looks like he was out for a stroll for a second, using the ball as a battering ram. Have they been able to play the ball out by Green? The answer's no, it's still alive. Almost got hands on, Picky can't do much about it. Optic Gaming will head into the championship Sunday. 3-1 the score. And they keep on roaring. That Optic Gaming machine rolls on.
Death, taxes, and an Optic Gaming elimination run. It was almost inevitable that they would still find their way into Championship Sunday. And even though Envy gave it a bloody good effort, fantastic match 3 from them in Fortress ETF, the cream always rises to the top, and Optic Gaming now will find themselves in an elimination semi-final matchup with Shopify Rebellion. It's another rematch from Winners Bracket Round 1. It's another rematch from the Grand Finals of Arlington. But only one of those teams can get into the top 3. If I had told you right at the start of this tournament that either Optic or Shopify Rebellion would be finishing top 4, you'd probably laugh at me.
Absolutely incredible. The rematch will not be a best of 7. It's going to be another best of 5.
That's a good point.
Who does that favor? It has to be Rebellion, right?
Usually is Rebellion when it comes to those BO5s, but series layout's going to be everything. I'm excited to see what it is tomorrow. Just another look at those stats. Renegade, the outstanding player in that one, 31 and 19. So we just get confirmation of the final series score, 2-0 on Oddball Live Fire, and Optic continue this run this season on Oddball Live Fire and Oddball in general, where they seem to be untouchable at times.
They continue to run in the elimination bracket. They continue the trend, the precedent they have set. Elimination bracket, no problem. They've been roaring on. Envy try as they might, they huffed and puffed, but only good enough to win CTF Fortress. Optic Gaming looking pretty formidable.
They certainly were indeed. Wow. Crazy, crazy things happening. Optic, they stay alive once again. They are really the cockroach of the HCS
Do I just slide
right
over
now.
here?
Yeah.
Hey, go on.
There's no interview. Hang on.
Dan some
Nobody's knows.
Nobody has a clue. You just rest your weary head, shows. We put in some work today, that is for sure. Especially you two, obviously. Early on in the morning, putting that shift in. Even with the camera off, your dulcet tones, you know, especially in my bathroom playing while I was getting ready. Just absolutely incredible stuff all day long from the pair of you. But Optic, yeah, the cockroach of the HCS, they just cannot die right now. They are firmly alive.
What a compliment that is.
I know. Seriously.
Not even radiation can take them out.
Indeed. Well, it is radiation in the form of Shopify Rebellion, because so far it has kind of stung a little bit every time they've gone against Shopify Rebellion. Not in a best of 7, in a best of 5. They have got the better of them. Big questions coming into tomorrow for Optic Gaming. How much kind of time and effort can they put in between now and then to really kind of rewrite things going into that one tomorrow? Because, of course, again, life is on the line for both of these teams. You boys mentioned it earlier. I cannot believe that this is not going to be our grand finals heading into tomorrow, that this is not even the potential for a grand finals whatsoever. There is nothing that can be done about it. One of these teams is going home by the end of that series. Shopify or Optic, I really don't know how this is going to go, Wes. What are you feeling right now looking at this elimination bracket?
I'm terrified that these guys have to wake up early on a Sunday, and this has got to be the warm-up. Like, this has got to be the first series of the day, everything on the line, so much passion between these two. The grudge match is going to be real all season long, but this time around, it will not be in the grand finals. It will be in an elimination semifinals, a spot for the top 3. The big question is like last time, Optic were able to climb through an elimination bracket all the way and kind of catch fire. I don't feel like Optic have that same fire right now that I did last event, and they have to play Shopify a little early, so we're going to need to see an even better Optic Gaming than we've seen all weekend long if they expect to come out on top in that series.
I think if you're fans of either team, you want to find out what hotel room some of the Optic players are in a Rebellion. Just let some fireworks on outside at night time. Try and disrupt their sleep patterns. Try and have an influence. Be the 6th man for your team here.
Just he's trying to figure out all sorts of ways to get the leg up here.
Mentality.
I know, it's such
a European.
Really so European of him. Just so I don't know.
Is that an insult? That's so European of you.
So European of you. No, honestly,
Yes.
I'm wondering what they're going to eat for breakfast, because that match starts at 10 a.m. It's early stuff. You know, they're going to have to be here in the building, warming up, getting ready hours before that. So, I mean, Breakfast of Champions, you really are going to have to think about how you kick off your day. And we know what happens sometimes to top teams right at the start of the day. The laziness can kind of sometimes take over a little bit. They need to be awake, be ready for this, because it is an incredibly important matchup for them. On the winner side of things, though, we do have TSM and FaZe Clan in your winners finals. If you have predicted this,
I mean,
this is insane to me. If you honestly had that in the winners finals, that's incredible.
Look at TSM's scoreline and think about the game 5 they also had to beat Optic in. Like 3-2, 3-2. They have been the iciest team since being back together, and you got to love to see that. The fact that they're able to continuously push series that far and find a way to win these games. I mean, what is it, 3 game 5 so far, and we still have Championship Sundays? TSM, well, hats off to those guys, and welcome back, because last tournament, 3 of those guys, same team, 1 person change, and it was a completely different story.
What I will say, the last time we did see these 4 guys get to this position was at a World Championship, and they fell apart in the winners finals and the elimination finals. Are they a different squad now? Have they learned enough during their little breakup? And now they're back together. They've been able to see all of the nice things. The grass was not greener on the other side. But now maybe they've got a chance here to just push themselves one step further and maybe get to a grand final.
Normally, I would argue that they've played the best teams in those moments. But this FaZe Clan team, the way that they're playing this weekend, I mean, TSM better assume that FaZe Clan is just as good as those teams in those moments because they are playing just like it. And as we take a look at the KD leaderboard,
he's always there.
I mean, Falcated is showing you that he is a problem to deal with. And then he's joined by 2 other members on his team. I talked about Trippy having an unbelievable event last event, and you really want to capitalize on the events where your team is playing, your teammate is on fire. Well, Trippy is actually just consistently on fire at this point. So, like, shove the narrative of it was a one-time, one-weekend thing. Trippy's doing his thing, but now this is what I talked about at the start of Friday a lot. What happens when Trippy's playing at that level?
Yeah.
But then also the bar gets raised by Suppressed and Falcated. Now he's starting to get more from his team, and big things have happened for FaZe because of it.
100%. That was my question coming into it, was Trippy being consistent. That was something I had written, you know, weeks and weeks before that. I wanted to see him come into this event and really start to even push the boundaries of what he can do individually, and he's certainly done that. I will say Falcated still almost just silently in the wings, just remaining just unbelievably good individually, but it's just so quiet, isn't it? It's so strange.
If FaZe win this event, we got to get a Falcated
We
interview,
do.
right? Like, that's got to be the tipping point where he's forced against his will into that
Just
couch.
grab him by the collar.
Hog tie him.
I'm sure we can get him if we need to.
He's got to come get the
we'll
trophy.
Let him win the event first.
Let's leave the trophy here so he's forced up here.
He's got to come get it.
I'm saying right now, the observers, I need to see a little bit more foul point of view,
Well, that's
please.
the thing. The question we were asking ourselves at the start of this tournament was, who is that player on FaZe? Who's that one that can elevate them to the next level, that can do the Renegade things, the Frosty things? Well, he's up there on the KD leaderboard. Maybe Falcated is the answer for this FaZe Clan roster.
Maybe it is, but the answer for a lot of these teams is going to be to win, because they need to keep themselves alive, and early on in the morning we will find out who is continuing through Championship Sunday. Is it going to be Optic Gaming or Shopify Rebellion? And then we do have our winners finals, FaZe versus TSM. You really can't make this up, folks. We've had so many crazy things going on, and by the end of it we will have a champion here at DreamHack. And I truly have no idea what kind of prediction we can make at this point, because anything can happen, Wes.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it anymore. I refuse.
He refuses.
I'm sitting back and enjoying the show from now on.
Honestly, same.
I have 4 Halo books to read before I start doing your predictions. So.
Jesus Christ.
There we go.
Sorry, guys.
We need to get reading.
Tonight is going to be a good night.
Where's wants them on audiobook?
You got a lot of homework.
Dan finishes those by the night. I would spend years.
Well, folks, that is going to do it for day number 2 here at DreamHack Dallas. It has been unbelievable. You cannot make up what we have seen today. The series have been lights out, and we look forward to plenty more of this tomorrow. So much on the line for a lot of these teams. A couple of your favorites may be going home tomorrow, and one of them will be lifting that trophy. Find out who it will be on Championship Sunday. Make sure you're tuning at 10 a.m. Central Time, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.